Chapter 103. The world of martial artists was definitely a world where martial arts were respected. If a spirit realm cultivator wanted to fight against a saint bloodline expert, it would be a laughingstock, and that was the truth. For a normal spirit drawing realm martial artist to fight against a saint bloodline realm martial artist, that was simply a fantasy. A saint bloodline expert could easily take the life of a spirit realm cultivator with just a wave of their hand. Thus, even though Su Yan had done many shocking feats in the hidden sword tomb, in front of absolute strength, everyone still felt that Su Yan was just a clown jumping around. Seeing that Su Yan still dared to challenge Qin Hao, most of them ridiculed him. Su Yan listened to the ridicule of the inner sect disciples below, and didn't react at all. If he did, he would only sneer. These people were ridiculing him for overestimating himself and saying that he was only in the spirit realm. How could they know that he was in the 12th layer of the spirit realm? This was a realm that they had never heard of before. It was also a realm that they would never be able to reach in their entire lives. Of course, even so, Su Yan could faintly feel Qin Hao's strength in that one move. The Saint Bloodline realm is indeed a huge gap in the path of cultivation. Just this difference in spirit qi is enough to see the strength of the Saint Bloodline realm. Su Yan looked at Qin Hao with caution in his eyes. The strength of the Saint Bloodline realm was something that Su Yan had already felt from Xiang Tianba. At that time, he was in Xiang Tianba's hands and could only be trampled upon. Although he was in the 12th layer of the spirit realm and had the strength to fight against a Saint Bloodline expert, compared to a Saint Bloodline expert with 2 bloodlines, there was still a large difference in strength. Qin Hao is a Saint Bloodline expert. His strength will always surpass mine. If I want to defeat him, I will have to rely on speed. Su Yan looked at Qin Hao for a while and quickly found the key to his victory. Su Yan, I will ask you one last time. What is your choice today? Qin Hao pointed his sword at Su Yan. The spiritual energy in his body surged, and the purple robes on his body fluttered. Together with his cold, arrogant and handsome face, he was indescribably handsome and domineering. The inner sect disciples of the underground sect started another round of worship. While they were worshipping, their disdain for Su Yan increased by a few points. However, Su Yan didn't care at all. He even glanced at Su Hao and coldly laughed. Senior brother Qin, I, Su Yan, will naturally make my own decisions. It is not up to you to interfere. You are courting death. When Qin Hao heard Su Yan's words, he immediately let out an explosive roar. His entire body surged, and the moment he attacked, all the spiritual qi in his body surged. When the surrounding inner sect disciples felt the majestic spirit qi, they screamed again. Wow, what a powerful spiritual qi. Senior brother Qin Hao is indeed senior brother Qin Hao. Of course, you should know that senior brother Qin Hao is a core disciple of our hidden sword tomb. Everyone was talking nonsense. They ignored Su Yan, who was also a core disciple. Su Yan didn't care about this. When he saw Qin Hao attack, his eyes were like torches. His mind was spinning rapidly. Just a moment ago, he had almost been shattered. If they were to fight again, he would definitely not be defeated. If he wanted to win, he could only use speed. Speed was his strongest barrier. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. The moment the red light trembled, Qin Hao's speed suddenly slowed down in Su Yan's eyes. This arrogant brat is dead today. Yes, with senior brother Qin Hao's speed, this brat will definitely not be able to dodge. This Su Yan will definitely be killed by Qin Hao's sword. Although Qin Hao's speed had decreased a lot in Su Yan's eyes, in everyone's eyes, there was no change at all. Seeing Qin Hao's ferocious move, everyone thought that Su Yan was dead for sure. Ever since Su Yan became a core disciple, everyone was unconvinced of Su Yan. They thought that Su Yan was just lucky. Now that they saw that Su Yan was going to die in Qin Hao's hands, not only did they not feel sad for him, they even felt excited. Some people even shouted, Senior brother Qin, kill this arrogant brat. Yes, kill this brat and steal his godly sword. This brat is only in the spirit realm. What ability does he have to become a core disciple? What ability does he have to possess a godly sword? In fact, when Su Yan stole the godly sword, he had already been targeted by many people. After all, the strength that Su Yan had displayed in the sect was only in the spirit realm. Not only were the disciples tempted, but even the sect elders were tempted. Unfortunately, the sect master, Taoist Heaven Sword, had directly given the elders an order. Those elders didn't dare to make a move, and the sect disciples didn't dare to casually offend Su Yan. Now that they saw that Qin Hao was going to kill Su Yan, everyone's hearts were filled with excitement. Even if they couldn't obtain the godly sword, they still felt that only a core disciple like Qin Hao had the qualifications to obtain it, not Su Yan. Just when everyone thought that Su Yan was going to die in Qin Hao's hands, the standing Su Yan suddenly moved. His entire body jumped out, narrowly dodging Qin Hao's attack. How is this possible? Yes, how did he dodge it? Impossible, this brat must have gotten lucky again. The inner sect disciples below all thought that Su Yan wouldn't be able to dodge Qin Hao's attack. Now that they saw that Su Yan had actually dodged it, their faces were filled with shock. Of course, most of them didn't believe it. In their eyes, Su Yan was a person with good luck. This time, it was only because of his good luck that he was able to dodge Qin Hao's attack. When Qin Hao made his move, he also thought that he would definitely be able to kill Su Yan in one strike. When his sword passed, a mocking expression appeared on his face. To him, Lin Hualu now belonged to him alone. Su Yan didn't have the qualifications to steal it. Now that he saw that Su Yan had actually dodged his attack, his face couldn't help but twitch. Hearing the inner sect disciple's words, he also felt that Su Yan had just gotten lucky. Su Yan, you have such good luck to dodge my attack. Now let's see how you're going to dodge it. Qin Hao looked at Su Yan, who still maintained his cold and arrogant expression, and said indifferently. Without waiting for Su Yan to speak, he immediately took a step forward and attacked Su Yan with his sword again. Even though the three attacks were all the same without anything fancy to speak of, each and every attack, regardless of whether it was in terms of speed or power, Qin Hao was much more powerful than the previous one. At this moment, when he attacked with his sword, his figure quickly leaped out. Suddenly, he was like a cheetah that pounced forward. Wherever the long sword passed, a purple light would flicker and a loud sound would be heard. Faintly, a powerful spiritual energy condensed on the purple cloud sword and emitted a terrifying power. The instant the purple cloud sword cut through the air, it caused a violent gale that swept downwards. When the surrounding inner court disciples saw Qin Hao's swift and violent attack, they couldn't help but take a step back. Because of the spiritual energy that was constantly emitted, their blood and spiritual qi seemed to be suppressed. Only by retreating could they be relieved. Of course, at the moment when they retreated, the inner sect disciples looked at Su Yan with mocking smiles on their faces. This Su Yan just got lucky. Now that senior brother Qin Hao has such a fierce attack, I want to see how he's going to dodge it. How can he dodge it? He's going to hell. Whoosh! Before that person could finish his words, he saw Su Yan's figure suddenly move. Qin Hao's sword once again slipped past Su Yan's side. Everyone's gaze congealed together as they looked at Su Yan with a face full of suspicion. Once was good luck, but what about twice? At this moment, Qin Hao launched another attack. Qin Hao was also angered by how Su Yan was able to dodge his attack time and time again. When he saw Su Yan dodge, he no longer hesitated and waved his hand. The purple cloud sword directly slashed towards Su Yan's body. Such a fast reaction, as expected of our senior brother Qin Hao. Yeah, this time Su Yan definitely won't be able to dodge it. Seeing that Qin Hao was able to react so quickly and draw his sword to slash at Su Yan, they all looked at Qin Hao with admiration and ridiculed Su Yan. Su Yan had dodged it once and Su Yan had dodged it twice. They only thought that Su Yan was lucky and that Qin Hao hadn't used his full strength. Now that Qin Hao had such a fast reaction and slashed down, they didn't believe that Su Yan would be able to dodge it. Although this move looked simple, the energy and skill contained within it wasn't something that an ordinary person could casually do. Qin Hao had used all the power in his body to quickly attack Su Yan. When that huge amount of power rushed over, his body would definitely move forward for a moment. Not only that, under such a high-speed movement, his line of sight wouldn't be able to follow. Not only did Qin Hao stabilize his body under that speed, but he also quickly withdrew the spirit energy from his attack. He quickly caught sight of Su Yan's figure and slashed back at Su Yan. This was definitely an amazing move. Su Yan was also stunned when he saw Qin Hao's quick reaction, but his reaction wasn't slow either. His pupils suddenly shrank and he released all the spirit energy in his body. His entire body flew back. Qin Hao's sword just happened to slash across Su Yan's body at the moment he bent down. His move was once again dodged. When the inner sect disciples saw this scene, all of their faces were filled with shock. The first and second time Su Yan dodged, it could be said that Su Yan was lucky, but what about the third time? Was this still luck? It wasn't luck but strength. Not only that, but in the midst of everyone's shock, Su Yan's body bent down. Su Yan didn't stop moving. He raised the Buddha sword in his hand and directly attacked Qin Hao. Seeing this scene, the entire crowd was shocked. That's right, shocked. No one dared to say anything to mock Su Yan. Not only did Su Yan dodge Qin Hao's move, but he was also able to launch an attack. Was this still the performance of a spirit realm cultivator? Naturally, they didn't know that Su Yan was in the spirit realm. However, it was a completely new realm that had broken through the path of cultivation, the 12th layer of the spirit realm. Chapter 104. Qin Hao was already shocked when he saw that Su Yan had dodged his attack. Now, not only had Su Yan dodged his attack again, he had even taken the initiative to attack him. He was even more shocked. However, he was still a tuple saint, so his reaction speed was naturally very fast. When he saw Su Yan's sword sweeping over, he was stunned. While Qin Hao was shocked, his body did not slow down at all. He leaped up and dodged Su Yan's attack. However, although his body had dodged the attack, he was unable to dodge it. Although he had dodged the attack, his elegant purple robe had been sliced off by the pagoda sword. Shame. This was definitely a shame. It was already a disgrace that a tuple saint in the saint realm could not kill a spirit realm warrior in one move in a fight. Not to mention that his clothes had been sliced off. Su Yan. Qin Hao looked at Su Yan and roared angrily. All the anger in his body surged. As expected, I still can't hurt him. Su Yan did not care about Qin Hao's roar at all. He only looked at the remnants of the purple robe on his pagoda sword with a self-deprecating smile on his face. At this moment, the inner court disciples below were all dumbfounded. When they first saw the battle between Su Yan and Qin Hao, they all thought that Su Yan was just an arrogant guy who did not know what was good for him. But now, with Su Yan's performance, no one dared to doubt him. All the disciples here were in the life-soul realm. Some were even in the late life-soul realm. They were the geniuses of the inner sect. However, when they saw the battle between Su Yan and Qin Hao, they could not help but be overshadowed. Perhaps they were unwilling to admit it, but everyone had already understood in their hearts that Qin Hao's move just now was already not something they could block. Just now, if it were them facing Qin Hao, they would definitely die without a doubt. However, not only did Su Yan avoid Qin Hao's attack, he even cut off a piece of clothing from Qin Hao's body. Su Yan, I have to admit that you are quite capable, but it is precisely because of this capability that you must die today. Qin Hao might not have thought of taking Su Yan's life at the beginning. As Su Yan cut off the clothes on his body, the pair of proud eyes on Qin Hao's cold and arrogant face immediately surged with killing intent. At the same time, the cultivation method in his body quickly operated, and a majestic spirit chi rushed out. The purple cloud sword in his hand also let out a roar at this moment, and a burst of bright purple light burst out. The purple light was dazzling and illuminated the entire secret chamber of the ancestral pagoda. It was like the radiance of a scorching sun. Everyone felt their blood boiling. Sword technique. Senior brother Qin Hao is going to use a sword technique. This is a sword technique that only those with a saint bloodline can cultivate. What kind of monster is this Su Yan? He is only in the spirit realm, yet he is able to force senior brother Qin Hao to use a sword technique. That's right. Even those of us in the life-soul realm can't do it. When everyone saw Qin Hao use a sword technique, they no longer looked at Su Yan with ridicule in their eyes. Instead, there was only shock. Not only that, but there was also some anticipation in their shock. They were looking forward to whether Su Yan could block a sword technique that only those with a saint bloodline could use. When Su Yan saw the majestic spirit chi surge from Qin Hao's body, he knew that Qin Hao was going to use a sword technique. His eyes suddenly focused, and the great sun-colored glaze sword manual in his body was operating to the extreme. Su Yan naturally knew the power of a sword technique. Furthermore, Qin Hao was a two-bloodline saint, so the sword technique he used must be even more powerful. Purple Cloud Divine Beam. The moment the spirit chi surged, Qin Hao suddenly shouted. He raised the purple cloud sword in his hand high up and directly slashed down towards Su Yan's head. The moment the purple cloud sword slashed down, there was a loud explosion. The brilliant purple light exploded. But this time it didn't spread out. The moment the purple light exploded, it passed through and condensed in the air, forming a powerful sword light visible to the naked eye. The sword light shot into the sky. The purple cloud sword in Qin Hao's hand seemed to become huge under the cover of the purple light. As it swept down, there was a loud explosion in the air and a gust of wind attacked. Purple Cloud Divine Beam. This seems to be Qin Hao's famous sword technique. It's a profound level sword technique. That's right, it's a profound level sword technique. I didn't think that senior brother Qin Hao would have mastered a profound level sword technique. On the continent, sword techniques had the same classification as other people who cultivated magic treasures. Yellow level, profound level, earth level, heaven level, and divine level. Heaven level and divine level were legendary existences. Earth level was also an existence that could only be encountered but not sought. From this, one could see the preciousness of a profound level sword technique. One had to know that there were only a few dozen people in the entire Jingzhou city who possessed a profound level sword technique. Of course, the degree of mastery of a profound level sword technique and the spirit chi required was also stronger than that of a yellow level sword technique. The power that erupted from it was naturally stronger than that of a yellow level sword technique. From the purple cloud divine beam that erupted from Qin Hao, one could see how powerful the profound level sword technique was. I didn't think that Qin Hao would have mastered a profound level sword technique. When Su Yan saw the power that erupted from the purple cloud divine beam, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Sword technique. During this period of time, Su Yan had been staying in the scripture pavilion of the immortal sword peak, so he naturally knew how precious a profound level sword technique was. Not only that, he also knew how difficult it was to control a profound level sword technique, and he also knew how powerful it was. For example, Xiang Tianba's Ghost Howl sword technique was only a yellow level sword technique. Because he and the Ghost Howl sword were complementary, he was able to resist a profound level sword technique. If I could use the Ghost Howl sword technique now, I wouldn't be afraid of this purple cloud divine beam. Unfortunately, I am only at the 12th layer of the spirit realm and can't cultivate sword techniques. As Su Yan muttered to himself, his heart once again thirsted for power. Of course, this thirst only lasted for a moment. Looking at the purple cloud divine beam that was closing in, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank and he coldly said, "It seems that I can only rely on this last move." Pudong. At this moment, the purple light beam descended from the sky like a huge python. The purple lightning flashed like a huge thunderbolt that exploded from the edge of the sky. Suddenly, it struck Su Yan's body. The rune stones under Su Yan's feet were suddenly blown into a deep pit. The shattered stones flew out like sand and stones, and a powerful spirit chi also followed the explosion, and a mist directly surged up. The many inner sect disciples who were watching all took a few steps back. Looking at the rising mist, they were all dumbfounded. Their hearts were all shocked by the power of the purple cloud divine beam, and when they looked at the deep pit on the ground, they all had the same thought in their minds. Is Su Yan dead? When this question flashed through their minds, everyone immediately confirmed it. Su Yan is dead, definitely dead. Even a Saint bloodline expert might not be able to take on the power of the purple cloud divine beam, let alone Su Yan, a spirit realm martial artist. Su Yan is dead for sure. When everyone saw the battle between Su Yan and Qin Hao, they all thought that Su Yan was arrogant and didn't know the difference between life and death. They even thought that Su Yan, a true disciple, was just a lucky bastard. He didn't deserve his reputation, but Su Yan dodged Qin Hao's attacks several times. Not only that, he even cut off a piece of Qin Hao's clothes. Everyone's hearts had already undergone a huge change. Su Yan didn't deserve his reputation. Just based on the power that Su Yan had displayed, it was enough to prove that Su Yan deserved his status as a true disciple. Su Yan was a true expert. A spirit realm martial artist was able to resist a saint bloodline expert. Who in the world could do such a thing that defied the natural order? Because of the change in their hearts, when everyone saw the deep pit, they were no longer happy about Su Yan's death. Instead, they felt a sense of sorrow and regret. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Hao looked at the deep pit that was wrapped in fog and coughed a few times. His entire body fell from the sky. Clang, clang. He used the purple cloud sword in his hand to support himself on the ground and barely managed to stabilize his body. Pucci at the same time his body surged and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and bitterly smiled. It seems that the spiritual qi required for the purple cloud divine beam isn't something that I can use as I wish. However, when he looked at the deep pit, a trace of coldness flashed across Qin Hao's face. Su Yan, you're only in the spirit realm, but you forced me to use the purple cloud divine beam. You died a worthy death. As Qin Hao spoke, he activated his cultivation method and a strand of spiritual qi entered his body from the air. At the same time, Qin Hao slapped his storage bag and swallowed a spirit pill. His pale face regained some color and he slowly stood up. His cold and arrogant expression returned to his face. He no longer looked at the deep pit and turned to leave. At this moment, cough, cough, cough. Suddenly a coughing sound came from the deep pit covered in fog. Although the cough was weak, it reverberated in the ancestor pagoda like a muffled thunder. Su Yan, it's Su Yan. It was unknown who among the inner court disciples was the first to shout, but everyone immediately became excited. Su Yan, that's right, it's definitely Su Yan. He didn't die. Didn't die, that's great. Su Yan didn't die, he didn't die. Everyone started to shout excitedly, especially the female disciples. They were so happy that they started to shout and shout. In their eyes, Qin Hao was no longer the object of admiration in the inner court, but rather Su Yan, who was only in the spirit realm. Chapter 105. Su Yan, you didn't die. Qin Hao's expression was ugly as he looked at the young man who had climbed up from the deep pit. His entire face was twisted because of his unsightly expression. You want to kill me? How could it be so easy? Su Yan looked at Qin Hao's ugly expression and sneered with difficulty. He couldn't help coughing again. Pucci at the same time. There was a sweet taste in his throat and a mouthful of blood spurted out. This Qin Hao really has some strength. Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and thought to himself. When he looked at Qin Hao again, his eyes immediately became cautious. Although Su Yan was conceited, it didn't mean that he didn't know his own limits. Just now, Qin Hao had released the great power of the purple light beam and forced him to use the invincible golden body. The invincible golden body had been strengthened by the blood of Buddha Slayer and the blood of Jian Jing. It was no longer comparable to when Su Yan was in the Su family's ancestral pagoda. It was also because of the two strengthening of the invincible golden body that Su Yan's invincible golden body was able to withstand the purple light beam that Qin Hao had released. However, because of the strengthening of the invincible golden body, the amount of spirit energy required to activate the invincible golden body was not something that Su Yan could maintain at the moment. After just one use, Su Yan felt as if his body had been emptied. Su Yan looked at Qin Hao and hurriedly took out a spirit-raising pill from his storage bag and swallowed it. Only then did his body recover a wisp of spirit energy and barely support his body. Looking at Qin Hao's current appearance, it seems that he can't withstand the power of the purple light beam of the profound level sword technique. Now he's not much better off. After recovering a wisp of spirit energy, Su Yan stared at Qin Hao. At this moment it was no longer about the problem of Lin Huatu, but the arrogance between men. Today it would definitely be a fight to the death. Today he had to defeat this Qin Hao. As Su Yan thought about this, a bright light immediately appeared in his eyes as he looked at Su Yan. The cultivation method in his body slowly began to circulate. Within his storage bag, an unremarkable-looking sword case appeared in Su Yan's hand. At the same time, Qin Hao's eyes became increasingly gloomy as he looked at Su Yan. The cold and arrogant expression from before had long disappeared, and in exchange, there was only killing intent. Su Yan, you must die today. Qin Hao looked at Su Yan and shouted coldly. Immediately, the cultivation method in his body circulated quickly. He immediately stepped out and aimed his sword at Su Yan. Although this sword didn't have the might of the purple light godly beam from before, its speed was still very fast. In an instant, the sword shot down like a long dragon and violently surged out. When the inner disciples saw this, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. At this moment, they no longer had any intention of mocking Su Yan. Instead, they all hoped that Su Yan could win. This was because they no longer looked at Qin Hao with admiration but disdain. In their eyes, Qin Hao was an unjust person who used his strength to bully the weak. They really wanted to help Su Yan, but due to Qin Hao's reputation in the hidden sword tomb, They didn't dare to casually make a move. They could only look at Su Yan with anticipation in their eyes. They were looking forward to Su Yan being able to create another miracle. 10,000 sword attack. Under everyone's expectant gaze, how could Su Yan disappoint them? With a shout, 3 spiritual swords suddenly floated in front of Su Yan. The moment the 3 spiritual swords floated in the air, they suddenly emitted a demonic light. The light overflowed and the 3 spiritual swords shot down at the same time, directly attacking Qin Hao's body. What is this? When Qin Hao saw the 3 spiritual swords attacking him, he couldn't help but panic. In a hurry, he put away the purple cloud sword and blocked in front of him to block the 3 spiritual swords. However, the 3 spiritual swords were surging. Even though Qin Hao's reaction was fast and blocked 2 of the spiritual swords, he still missed a long sword. That long sword directly attacked Qin Hao's head. Qin Hao was startled and hurriedly rushed to the side. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. The long sword attacked Qin Hao's bun, and his long hair suddenly fell down. His long hair draped over his shoulders, covering his cold and arrogant face. At this moment, Qin Hao no longer had his usual handsome appearance. His long hair was messy, and his clothes were tattered. He was in a sorry state. You still can't. When Su Yan saw that the 3 spiritual swords didn't hit Qin Hao, the spiritual qi in his body finally couldn't support his body. Bang! Su Yan knelt on the ground. Only the Buddha sword in his hand barely supported his body and prevented him from falling to the ground. It seems that it's still too difficult for me to fight against a saint bloodline saint with my current strength. Although Su Yan was unconvinced, he had no choice but to admit that his spiritual qi was lacking. Only his eyes, which were looking at Qin Hao, revealed an unchanging light. Pfft. At this moment, Su Yan spat out another mouthful of blood. Using the invincible golden body had already caused his spiritual qi to be lacking. Although he had swallowed a spirit-amassing pill, how could such an ordinary pill support his spiritual qi? Although there were only 3 spiritual swords, it was enough to exhaust all the spiritual qi in Su Yan's body. This time Su Yan really couldn't muster any strength. On the contrary, Qin Hao wasn't much better off. His long hair was messy and his robes were ragged. He was in an indescribable sorry state, but Qin Hao could still barely stand. His eyes that were looking at Su Yan were filled with intense killing intent. Su Yan, die. Qin Hao didn't want to waste any more words with Su Yan. Only by killing Su Yan could he vent the hatred in his heart. With a cold shout, he immediately stepped towards Su Yan. He no longer had the arrogant aura from before, nor did he leap up. Instead, he walked step by step towards Su Yan. Clearly, he was also heavily injured. When everyone saw Qin Hao walking towards Su Yan step by step, they recovered from the shock of seeing the 3 flying swords erupting from Su Yan's body. Su Yan had given them too many miracles. When they saw Su Yan, they no longer had the contempt they had when they first arrived. Instead, they admired him. Senior brother Qin, you've gone too far. At that moment, a young girl with a 5th-level fate soul jumped out and stood in front of Su Yan. When Qin Hao saw this young girl, his cold and arrogant face couldn't help but crack into a cold smile. You, a 5th-level fate soul, want to stop me? Although Qin Hao looked like he was in a sorry state, his saint bloodline aura didn't dissipate. His disdainful words carried an unquestionable dignity. When the young girl with a 5th-level fate soul heard Qin Hao's words, her face couldn't help but redden. Suddenly, she didn't know how to respond. At that moment, another inner disciple stood out. This time it was a young man. The spiritual qi on his body was slightly more obvious. He was clearly stronger than the young girl. The young man looked at Qin Hao, neither servile nor overbearing. He faintly smiled and said, Senior brother Qin, Su Yan is only in the spirit realm, yet he almost killed you. We are in the fate soul realm, why can't we stop you? These words were said with great skill, piercing deeply into Qin Hao's heart. Qin Hao was an expert in the saint bloodline realm, yet he couldn't do anything to a spirit realm martial artist. If this were to spread, it would definitely be a huge joke. When Qin Hao heard this person's words, he immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He angrily shouted, Do you want to die? You want to die? The young man coldly smiled and said, Senior brother Qin, you are a true disciple and we all respect you. However, if you want to bully the weak, we definitely won't let you. Brothers, what do you say? This person was clearly a smart person. He knew that he wasn't Su Yan, so he definitely couldn't do something as monstrous as Su Yan. Thus, when he spoke, he immediately summoned all of the inner disciples standing here. When every inner disciple saw Su Yan, they only had worship in their hearts. Naturally, they didn't want to see Su Yan fall here. When they heard the young man's words, all of the inner disciples stood out and shouted, "That's right, senior brother Qin Hao. Could it be that you can only bully the weak? You. When Qin Hao heard the words of the inner disciples, he became even more furious. After a short moment of anger, Qin Hao suddenly calmed down. A cold smile appeared on his face as he looked at Su Yan and said, "Haha, Su Yan, do you really think that these people can stop me? Su Yan, do you really think that I don't have any trump cards?" As Qin Hao spoke, his expression became even more ferocious. He slapped his storage bag and took out a pill. When the pill appeared, it immediately exploded with a dazzling light. Rank 6 Demonic Frenzy Pill. When Su Yan saw the pill that Qin Hao took out, his expression immediately became twisted. When he was in the Su family, he had obtained a Demonic Frenzy Pill. However, that Demonic Frenzy Pill was only rank 4, while the one in Qin Hao's hand was rank 6. The Demonic Frenzy Pill could temporarily allow a person's spirit energy to erupt, but it couldn't absorb spirit energy for a period of time. However, if it was a rank 6 Demonic Frenzy Pill, then the side effect of not being able to absorb spirit energy would no longer exist. Not only that, when swallowing this Demonic Frenzy Pill, not only would it allow one's spirit energy to erupt for a short period of time, it would also increase one's strength. A rank 6 pill was definitely a unique treasure between heaven and earth. Not to mention a Demonic Frenzy Pill. In the entire hidden sword tomb, one might not be able to find a rank 6 pill. Who would have thought that Qin Hao would actually have a rank 6 Demonic Frenzy Pill? Among the inner disciples there were also knowledgeable people. When they saw the pill in Qin Hao's hand, their expressions couldn't help but twitch. Qin Hao looked at everyone's expression and suddenly laughed. "Haha! A bunch of trash want to stop me? Humph." Qin Hao suddenly snorted as he looked at Su Yan with a strong killing intent. He slowly raised the Demonic Frenzy Pill in his hand. "Su Yan, today you can force me to take this rank 6 Demonic Frenzy Pill. Consider it your fortune." Chapter 106. The moment Qin Hao swallowed the Demon Frenzy Pill, the effects of the pill were immediately unleashed. The surrounding spirit qi inside the Ancestor Pagoda formed a powerful vortex that attacked Qin Hao's body. Roar at the same time, Qin Hao let out a low roar. This roar shook the heavens and the earth. The many inner sect disciples standing in front of Su Yan were all stunned. Their hearts were filled with terror. Some people even wanted to dodge out of fear. The youth that stood up for Su Yan also had a twisted expression as he used his cultivation method to resist. Fellow disciples, today Qin Hao swallowed the Demon Frenzy Pill. In the future, he will definitely kill all of us. Today we must work together to kill this person. This youth was clearly a smart person. He knew that if everyone retreated today, not only would he not be able to protect Su Yan, he would also not be able to escape. So what he needed to do now was to have all the inner sect disciples here fight against Qin Hao. Only then would he have a chance to survive. Especially when his gaze swept past Su Yan, his eyes became even more determined as he shouted. "Su Yan is only at the spirit realm, yet he can fight against Qin Hao. We are all at the Fate Soul realm, so why can't we?" The moment he said this, everyone's hearts trembled. That's right. Su Yan is only at the spirit realm, yet he can do it. Why can't we do it? Why can't we do it? Everyone roared in their hearts. At the same time, the blood in their bodies began to boil. They no longer retreated, but instead stood in front of Su Yan. When they looked at Qin Hao, there was no longer fear in their eyes. Instead, they were filled with determination. At this moment, the effects of Qin Hao's Demonic Frenzy Pill were fully unleashed at this moment, and the strength of the Saint Bloodline expert also recovered at this moment. "Ha ha ha! You think you can stop me with just these people?" Qin Hao recovered his strength and looked at the inner sect disciples with disdain. At the same time he waved his hand, and a burst of majestic spirit qi pressure swept out like a violent storm in stormy sea. All the inner disciples who were standing couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. Their entire bodies were trembling because of the powerful spiritual pressure. All of you, why haven't you retreated yet? Qin Hao coldly shouted. No, brothers, we must not retreat. The young man gritted his teeth and shouted. Yes, we can't retreat, we can't retreat. The other disciples also began to shout one after another, forming a united force of will. Air disciples were originally filled with disdain towards inner disciples. However, considering that they were fellow disciples, Qin Hao did not want to make things difficult for them. At this moment, however, these people were actually standing up for Su Yan. A wave of anger immediately surged within Qin Hao's body. He no longer cared about the feelings of being from the same sect as he sneered. Fine, since it's like this, I want to see which one of you can stop me. After Qin Hao swallowed the Mad Devil pill, under the effects of the Mad Devil pill, his strength was even greater than when he was at his peak. The inner disciples couldn't help but take a few steps back. Some of the weaker ones even spat out a mouthful of blood under the pressure of the spirit qi. Just now, Qin Hao had been forced into such a sorry state by Su Yan, a martial artist in the spirit realm. This caused him to be greatly affected, and he even thought that his saint bloodline strength was inferior to a martial artist in the spirit realm. Now that he saw these inner disciples, martial artists in the life-soul realm, being forced to retreat under his spirit qi pressure, Qin Hao's confidence was restored. Looking at the twisted expressions of the inner disciples, his eyes shined with a mocking light. You want to stop me with just the few of you? You're courting death. As Qin Hao spoke, a majestic spirit qi burst out once again. Although the inner disciples' hearts were as firm as a rock, in front of absolute strength, they were indeed very weak. Haha. I want to see how you're going to stop me. Qin Hao gazed at the numerous inner court disciples retreating in defeat, and a cold, arrogant, and mocking expression surged onto his face once again. They can't stop you, but I can. At this moment, a voice that was like the sound of nature came. Then a red dress flashed, and a gentle and beautiful figure appeared in front of the inner disciples. As the red dress fluttered, the pair of clear eyes on the frosty face flashed. Her beautiful body moved slightly, and immediately, a wave of spirit energy surged out and suppressed the spirit energy emitted from Qin Hao's body. At this moment, all the inner court disciples who were pressured by Qin Hao's spiritual qi immediately felt a sigh of relief in their bodies. When they saw the beautiful figure in red, a wave of excitement surged in their bodies. Senior Sister Lin, it's Senior Sister Lin. Senior Sister Lin is mighty. Although Lin Huatu was usually as cold as ice, everyone knew that Lin Huatu was always thinking about the disciples in the hidden sword tomb. At this moment, when Lin Huatu appeared, the inner disciples immediately saw hope in their hearts. When Su Yan saw the red dress fluttering body, his eyes narrowed slightly. When he thought of what happened at the bottom of the sword well, a complicated expression surged in his body. When Qin Hao saw Lin Huatu, he was also stunned. Then the gloomy expression on his face immediately eased up. He looked at Lin Huatu and smiled. Junior Sister Lin, why are you here? Lin Huatu did not answer Qin Hao's question. Instead, she turned around and glanced at Su Yan. When their eyes met, Lin Huatu suddenly thought of the day when she was with Su Yan at the bottom of the sword well, and her face immediately flushed red. Although the blush only lasted for a moment, it was caught by Qin Hao's eyes. Today's matter was originally caused by Qin Hao's jealousy of Su Yan and Lin Huatu's friendship. At this moment, when Qin Hao saw Lin Huatu looking at Su Yan, her face flushed red. A wave of anger immediately surged in his body. However, he did not dare to vent his anger on Lin Huatu. He could only vent all his anger on Su Yan. He pointed his long sword at Su Yan and shouted, Su Yan, no matter who protects you today, you must die. Before Su Yan could reply, he saw Lin Huatu's body move and block in front of Su Yan. The blush on her face had already been covered by her, and only a faint coldness remained. Senior Brother Qin, you are a Saint Vein expert. Why bother with Su Yan, who is only at the spirit realm? Lin Huatu said calmly. However, her words caused a huge ripple in Su Yan's heart. Weakling. I'm actually a weakling in her eyes. Su Yan looked at the floating enchanting body in red with mixed feelings. Although he was only at the spirit realm, how could she know that he was at the 12th layer of the spirit realm? This was a completely new realm. I can't let her look down on me, Su Yan thought. The cultivation method in his body quickly revolved and suddenly condensed. The great sun-colored glass sword manual seemed to have been activated by his anger. It revolved faster than usual. As it revolved, the surrounding spirit chi instantly condensed into a whirlpool and continuously surged into Su Yan's body. The blood water that had been absorbed under the well of swords also began to gush at this moment. A burning sensation instantly spread throughout Su Yan's body. The Tao of the heart also began to emit countless rays of light at this moment, constantly attacking Su Yan's dantian. The majestic spirit chi rushed up. Its power was even stronger than when Qin Hao had taken the demonic frenzy pill. Everyone who saw this couldn't help but be stunned. Even Su Yan was slightly stunned. However, as the cultivation method in his body revolved, Su Yan, who hadn't touched the 13th layer of the spirit realm for several days, suddenly felt that the moment the Tao of the heart tugged at him, he touched the spirit wall. Is it going to level up? Why is it at this time? Su Yan muttered to himself. A complicated light appeared in his eyes. Weakling, perhaps he didn't care if others called him a weakling. But when it came from Lin Hualu's mouth, Su Yan didn't know why he felt an unprecedented anger. It was because of this anger that stimulated Su Yan's Tao of the heart. Under the influence of the great sun-colored glass sword manual, Su Yan felt the barrier of the 13th layer of the spirit realm. But Su Yan was clear that the 13th layer of the spirit realm required a huge amount of spirit chi. It wasn't something that could be leveled up in a day or two. If it was under normal circumstances, Su Yan could slowly spend time absorbing the spirit chi around him. But now he still had to face Qin Hao. If he leveled up at this moment, if he used his strength recklessly, he would definitely go crazy. Su Yan really wanted to suppress the great sun-colored glaze sword sutra that was revolving in his heart. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried to suppress it, the great sun-colored glaze sword sutra seemed to have gone crazy. It kept surging up and could not be stopped. Why is the great sun-colored glass sword manual out of control today? The moment he obtained the great sun-colored glass sword manual, Su Yan knew that this cultivation technique was extraordinary. But he wasn't sure what was so special about this great sun-colored glass sword manual. During this period of time in the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan had always wanted to enter the sword well. He also encountered many strange things, so he didn't have the time to study it. Now that the great sun-colored glass sword manual's strange behavior, Su Yan couldn't help but be suspicious. This great sun-colored glass sword manual was left behind by my physical body's father. Could it be that there is something mysterious about it? Su Yan kept absorbing the spirit chi around him. At the moment, he began to study the characteristics of the great sun-colored glass sword manual in his mind. His entire body was no longer standing. Instead, he sat cross-legged. His body faintly emitted a light that wrapped around him. He was absent-minded to the people around him. It wasn't that Su Yan was peacefully cultivating here, but that the great sun-colored glass sword manual in his body couldn't stop. The spirit chi kept gathering, so Su Yan had no choice but to cultivate here. As for Qin Hao's covetous eyes, Su Yan could only resign himself to fate at this moment. After all, if he moved recklessly now, the great sun-colored glass sword manual in his body wouldn't stop. What awaited him was only chi deviation, and in the end death. Since it's like this, why don't I take this opportunity to break through to the 12th layer of spirit realm? As long as I reach the 13th layer of spirit realm, will I still need to fear Qin Hao? Chapter 107. What's going on? Could it be that Su Yan is going to level up? How is this possible? Su Yan clearly lacked spirit chi just now, so how could he level up? Seeing Su Yan sitting down cross-legged to cultivate, the faces of all the inner sect disciples were filled with shock. Su Yan had given them too many surprises. They clearly saw that Su Yan's spirit chi was lacking and that he couldn't even stand up, so how could he suddenly level up? It had to be known that leveling up was so difficult that under normal circumstances, one might not even be able to touch the barrier of one level up, let alone in the middle of a battle. And the spirit chi that circled around Su Yan was even denser than when Qin Hao swallowed the demonic frenzy pill, causing them to tremble even more. Not only that, they seemed to feel that the long swords in their hands were trembling along with the surge of spirit chi. While everyone was puzzled, they could only hope to see Su Yan's eyes and come to a conclusion. A monster. When Lin Hualu and Qin Hao saw this scene, they couldn't help but frown. The two of them were true disciples, so their horizons were naturally higher than the other inner sect disciples. When they saw Su Yan's situation, they immediately sensed that the spirit chi in Su Yan's body was different from that of the spirit realm. But when they carefully sensed it, it was indeed only the aura of the spirit realm. What is going on? Lin Hualu looked at Su Yan's appearance and also frowned. But in the next moment, Lin Hualu felt that Su Yan's spirit chi was different from that of the spirit realm. Her body suddenly trembled. Could it be that this brat has stepped into that legendary existence? Lin Hualu thought as she looked at Su Yan with a gaze of disbelief. A legendary existence. Since it was a legend, then it was unknown whether it existed or not. Lin Hualu had only seen records of the 10th layer of the spirit realm in her heavenly sword peak. At that time, when Lin Hualu saw this existence, he only laughed it off. 10 levels of spirit realm. There were only 9 levels of spirit realm in the world, so where did the 10 levels come from? At this moment, when he saw the spiritual energy floating around Su Yan's body, Lin Hualu's cold face was filled with shock. He could not believe that everything before him was real. Although Qin Hao also knew about the existence of this legend, he was currently blinded by anger, and did not consider this aspect. His gaze was completely focused on Lin Hualu. When he saw Lin Hualu staring at Su Yan with an uncertain expression, the anger in his body grew stronger. However, when he saw that Su Yan still dared to cultivate at this moment, his anger surged. He shouted, "Su Yan, you still dare to cultivate when death is right in front of you. Die!" Qin Hao roared and immediately moved his body. The purple cloud sword in his hand turned into a purple ray of light and shot towards Su Yan. Although Qin Hao only had the strength of a 2 meridian saint in the saint bloodline realm, after consuming the demonic frenzy pill, he now had the strength of a 3 meridian saint in the saint bloodline realm. The speed of the sword was so fast that it immediately stirred up countless gales and waves. The gravel that exploded from the deep pit also rolled up at this moment, producing countless sharp sounds. "Senior brother Qin, don't hurt him." When Lin Hualu saw Qin Hao's attack, her heart trembled. However, her reaction was not slow at all. She immediately shouted and took out her sword at the same time. She leaped and blocked in front of Qin Hao. Although Qin Hao's attack was fierce and had the effect of the demonic frenzy pill, he was only a 2 meridian saint after all, while Lin Hualu was a 3 meridian saint. When Lin Hualu waved her sword, Qin Hao's attack was blocked. When Qin Hao saw Lin Hualu blocking his attack, he immediately roared, "Junior sister Lin, I want to kill an ordinary disciple. Why are you stopping me?" "Senior brother Qin, you're a true disciple. Why are you so calculative with an ordinary disciple?" Lin Hualu said expressionlessly. She did not even look at Su Yan. Just when the two of them were talking about ordinary disciples, an inner court disciple suddenly shouted, "Junior brother Su Yan is no longer an ordinary disciple. He's the same as senior sister Lin and senior brother Qin Hao. He's a true disciple." Lin Hualu and Qin Hao were both stunned when they heard this. The two of them came to their senses. They kept saying that Su Yan was an ordinary disciple, but how could Su Yan be an ordinary disciple? Su Yan was also a true disciple. In terms of status, he was on the same level as the two of them. When Qin Hao heard that Su Yan was a true disciple, he was furious. However, he quickly calmed down. He looked at Lin Hualu and sneered, "Junior sister Lin, you heard it too. Su Yan is no longer an ordinary disciple. He's a true disciple. Since he's a true disciple, I won't bully the weak. Why can't I teach him a lesson today?" When Lin Hualu heard Qin Hao's words, she did not know how to reply. Just now she wanted to use Su Yan's identity as an ordinary disciple to remind Qin Hao not to forget his own identity, and not to bully the weak. However, now that Su Yan was also a true disciple, this problem no longer existed. Lin Hualu did not know how to reply at that moment. Looking at Qin Hao's surging spirit qi, Lin Hualu gritted her teeth and said, "Senior brother Qin, no matter what, you can't hurt Su Yan today." "Why can't I?" When Qin Hao heard Lin Hualu's words, the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. The amethyst sword in his hand trembled because of his anger. "There is no reason." Lin Hualu regained her cold and elegant expression and coldly said. Only when she looked at Su Yan, her eyes emitted a resplendent light. "There is no reason." When Qin Hao heard Lin Hualu's words, he instantly burst into laughter. "Haha, junior sister Lin, I think it's not that you don't know the reason, but that you have an affair with this brat." This was the world of martial artists. Everyone only obeyed the strong, and there was no discrimination between men and women. However, as a woman, she still valued her reputation very much. When she heard Qin Hao's slander, Lin Hualu's cold expression turned gloomy. She pointed at Qin Hao and shouted, "Senior brother Qin, I have always been on good terms with you. Why do you say such filthy words?" Qin Hao looked at Lin Hualu's expression and could not help but laugh. "Junior sister Lin, you said that you have always been on good terms with me. Then you should also know that I have feelings for you." Lin Hualu naturally knew Qin Hao's feelings for her. However, she only had feelings for Qin Hao as a fellow disciple, and did not have any other thoughts. Now that she heard Qin Hao's words, Lin Hualu did not know how to reply. When Qin Hao saw that Lin Hualu did not know how to reply, he took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. He no longer hid his feelings for Lin Hualu in his heart. "Lin Hualu, I Qin Hao like you. I have always liked you," Qin Hao shouted. The killing intent in his eyes had actually disappeared. Looking at Lin Hualu, his eyes were filled with a deep sense of love. When Lin Hualu heard this, she was stunned and did not know how to reply. Lin Hualu had always been on good terms with Qin Hao. When she went in and out of the sect, they often went in and out together. At that time, Lin Hualu already knew about Qin Hao's feelings for her. At that time, Lin Hualu also felt that she might be together with Qin Hao in the future. After all, the two of them were both true disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb. They were both geniuses of the Hidden Sword Tomb. The two of them could be considered a perfect couple. However, when Lin Hualu heard Qin Hao's words, she did not know why she looked at Su Yan. When she thought of that day at the Sword Well, a complicated feeling surged in her heart. When Qin Hao saw that he had expressed his love for Lin Hualu, but Lin Hualu looked at another man, he was instantly furious and said, "Lin Hualu, I already said that I like you. Why don't you have any reaction?" Lin Hualu struggled for a while. Then she put on a cold expression and said, "Senior Qin, I am sorry. My heart is focused on the Tao. I have never cared about the matters between men and women." "Never cared about anything? Ha ha ha." When Qin Hao heard this, he suddenly laughed out loud. Looking at Lin Hualu, his expression became ferocious. "Lin Hualu, I think it's not that you don't care about anything. You only care about Su Yan." When Lin Hualu saw Qin Hao's crazy expression, she knew that it was useless for her to say anything now. She did not bother to explain and maintained her cold expression. When Qin Hao saw that Lin Hualu did not reply, he was even more furious. He roared, "Lin Hualu, since you said that you are unconcerned about the matters between men and women, Su Yan has nothing to do with you. I will kill him today." As he spoke, Qin Hao immediately raised his sword and stabbed towards Su Yan. Lin Hualu was shocked. She hurriedly chased after Qin Hao and stopped him. Qin Wu's actions were merely to test Lin Huatu. When he saw Lin Huatu blocking him, he immediately laughed out loud in a sinister manner. "Haha, Lin Huatu, you still dare to say that you don't care about the matters between men and women? Then why are you protecting this Su Yan? Could it be that your relationship with him is even deeper than the relationship between you and me?" Lin Hualu did not know how to reply to Qin Hao's words. She could only look at Su Yan with a bright light in her eyes. After a long while, she opened her mouth and said, "Senior Qin, no matter what you think, Su Yan saved my life. I will not let you kill him." "Saved your life?" Qin Hao laughed even more crazily. "Haha, Lin Hualu, do you think that I will believe your nonsense? How powerful is Su Yan to be able to save you? And when did you fall into danger?" Lin Hualu naturally did not have the face to talk about what happened in the Sword Well. Only the bright light in her eyes grew brighter. "Senior Qin, I am speaking the truth. It is up to you to believe it or not." Lin Hualu was not only comforting Qin Hao, she was also comforting herself at the same time. She did not know why she was protecting Su Yan. Thinking about it, it could only be because Su Yan had saved her that day. Therefore, she could not watch Su Yan be killed by Qin Hao. "That's right, it must be like that. I am repaying Su Yan's kindness," Lin Hualu secretly thought in her heart. When she looked at Su Yan, there was no longer that complicated look in her eyes. Chapter 108. However, how could Qin Hao believe Su Yan's words? He only thought that Lin Hualu had an affair with Su Yan. In Qin Hao's heart, Lin Hualu had already been decided to be his wife. Now that Lin Hualu said this, Qin Hao suddenly felt that he had been cuckolded by Su Yan. The anger in his heart was self-evident. Both of his eyes turned red because of anger. He looked at Lin Hualu and asked word by word, "Lin Hualu, are you really not going to let me go?" "That's right." Lin Hualu nodded slightly. Her eyes were filled with determination. All right. Since that's the case, don't blame me for not being courteous." Qin Hao smiled coldly. Immediately, a strong spiritual energy exploded. The long sword in his hand was directed downwards. This time it was not aimed at Su Yan. Instead it was aimed at Lin Hualu. Lin Hualu did not expect that Qin Hao, who had always been on good terms with her, would actually attack her. Instantly she shouted coldly, "Qin Hao, you're crazy." "I'm crazy. I'm really crazy." Qin Hao burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha ha, Lin Hualu. I'm being driven crazy by you today. Since I can't get your heart, I'll get your body. Today I'll defeat you and make you mine. Haha, Lin Hualu, do you know? I've been spying on you for a long time." Qin Hao's words were getting more and more unpleasant. Initially, Lin Hualu was still thinking about the relationship between the two of them. At this moment, anger could not help but surface on her face. She shouted, "Qin Hao, you've gone too far. If you continue to act like this, don't blame me for not thinking about the relationship between us." Thinking about the relationship between us. Qin Hao laughed out loud once again. His messy long hair and tattered clothes, coupled with his sinister laughter, made him look like a lunatic. And it was precisely this lunatic that emitted a strong spiritual energy from his body. It was like a storm that swept out. The surrounding inner sect disciples all took a few steps back. When Lin Huatu saw Qin Hao's boundless spirit qi, she couldn't help but frown slightly. She had a good relationship with Qin Hao, so she was naturally aware of Qin Hao's strength. However, the strength that Qin Hao was currently displaying was never something that he would normally display. Lin Hualu couldn't help but look at Qin Hao with worry in her eyes. She hurriedly reminded him, "Senior brother Qin, please don't do anything foolish." Lin Hualu was a successor disciple, and was naturally very knowledgeable. He knew that there was a special battle technique that could allow one's strength to suddenly increase by several folds. This characteristic was somewhat similar to the demonic frenzy pill, but while it increased one's strength, the consequence was that one would never be able to step into the next realm. That was why no one would pay such a high price. In fact, they would rather die than use this battle skill. It was also because of the strangeness of this battle skill that it was listed as a forbidden technique. However, Lin Huatu knew that Qin Hao had seen this forbidden technique when he was at the Earth Sword Peak. Now that he saw Qin Hao's spirit qi suddenly become stronger, Lin Hualu was really afraid that Qin Hao would use this forbidden technique. If that happened, Qin Hao would be destroying his own future. Although Lin Hualu was enraged by what Qin Hao had just said, he was still worried because they were from the same sect. "Ha ha ha, Lin Hualu. Do you think that you're worthy of me using this forbidden technique? You're not worthy." At this moment, Qin Hao had already completely entered into a state of madness. With regards to Lin Hualu's concern, he only felt that Lin Hualu was insulting him. Qin Hao immediately laughed malevolently. "Lin Hualu, do you really think that you're stronger than me? Don't forget, my surname is Qin." Roar. As Qin Hao spoke, he suddenly raised his head and let out a bestial roar. That's right, it was a bestial roar. Following that, Qin Hao's body started to tremble and countless scales actually grew out from his body. At the moment when the scales grew out, Qin Hao's face became more and more malevolent. He looked at Lin Hualu and laughed mockingly. "Haha, Lin Hualu, you want me to use this forbidden technique for you? Impossible." "Haha, Lin Hualu, you've always thought that you're stronger than me. Let me tell you, that's just on the surface. Lin Hualu, do you still want to save this kid now? Let me tell you, there's no way. Lin Hualu, you're destined to be mine today." Roar. Roar. As Qin Hao spoke, he let out a few roars. Suddenly, the scales on his body covered his entire body. Qin Hao was no longer standing. Instead, he stood on all fours like a demonic beast. Not only that, his clothes burst open at this moment. His entire body was covered by countless scales. If it wasn't for Qin Hao's head, he would be a demonic beast now. "What's this? Senior brother Qin, how did he become like this?" When all the inner sect disciples saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. When Lin Hualu saw this scene, her heart couldn't help but tremble. She carefully thought about what Qin Hao said about him being a member of the Qin clan. She suddenly understood. Qin clan, that hidden clan that can establish bloodlines with demonic beasts. Qin Hao is actually a member of that clan? Why haven't I heard him mention it before? Lin Hualu thought. Her eyes that were looking at Qin Hao no longer had the previous look of worry. In exchange, there was only a strong sense of disgust. Now she clearly knew that the reason why Qin Hao didn't tell her about the Qin clan was that he must have planned for this day to come. For the first time, Lin Hualu felt that Qin Hao, the senior brother Qin that she had been interacting with day and night, was actually so despicable. Lin Hualu didn't want to be enemies with him just now. However, at this moment, Lin Hualu held onto her sword tightly. When Qin Hao saw Lin Hualu holding onto her sword tightly, he laughed sinisterly. Haha, Lin Hualu, do you think you can stop me? Ayo. As he spoke, Qin Hao suddenly let out a beastly roar. At the same time, his demonic beast-like body immediately jumped up. His entire body suddenly pounced towards Lin Hualu like lightning. His speed was so fast that only an afterimage was left in the air. When Lin Hualu saw this, she was shocked. Before she could react, she felt a huge force attacking her. Lin Hualu instantly felt a huge pain in her entire body. With a loud bang, her entire body was directly sent flying and fell onto the ground. Poochie, a mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. When the various inner sect disciples saw this scene, they were all shocked. Most of them didn't understand. What exactly is going on? Why? Senior sister Lin's strength is clearly much stronger than Qin Hao. Why can't she even block one of his attacks? Why did Qin Hao become like this? While the crowd was shocked, under the pressure of the majestic spiritual qi on Qin Hao's body, they continuously retreated. Lin Hualu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at the demonic Qin Hao. She thought to herself, I didn't expect Qin Hao to be so powerful in his demonic state. Lin Hualu, you are mine. Qin Hao looked at Lin Hualu's seductive body. Suddenly, a greedy look appeared in his eyes. Immediately, he pounced towards Lin Hualu again. Lin Hualu was shocked and hurriedly jumped up. The long sword in her hand was raised horizontally and directly attacked Qin Hao's body. Her speed was so fast that it was like a long rainbow. However, when Qin Hao saw this, he burst out laughing. Haha, Lin Hualu, do you think it will work? You are only a saint with 3 meridians. Now, I am at least a saint with 5 meridians. So, you should obediently wait to be mine. Oh, as Qin Hao spoke, he suddenly let out a low roar. His front claw slapped across and directly slapped Lin Hualu's long sword away. Not only that, Qin Hao suddenly opened his huge claw and directly hugged Lin Hualu between his body. The strong spiritual qi directly pressed on Lin Hualu's body. Lin Hualu instantly felt the qi and blood in her body tumbling. Poochie, another mouthful of blood gushed out. Qin Hao looked at Lin Hualu without any pity. He laughed sinisterly and said, Ha, Lin Hualu, you can't escape. Now I will kill your little lover first. Let's see what other thoughts you have. As he spoke, Qin Hao's body moved and directly arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan was currently using all his strength to break through to the 13th level of the spirit realm. Although he was distracted, he heard every word that Qin Hao and Lin Hualu said. Similarly, from these words, Su Yan also knew that Lin Hualu was in danger. However, Su Yan knew that he couldn't move right now. He could only continuously break through to the 13th level of the spirit realm. Only by reaching the 13th level of the spirit realm would he and Lin Hualu be able to escape this calamity. When Qin Hao leaped down, Su Yan also felt the strong spiritual qi sweep over. However, Su Yan didn't move. Only the cultivation method in his body quickly circulated. The continuous absorption of spiritual qi condensed in Su Yan's dantian, and the barrier to the 13th level of the spirit realm slowly appeared. Now is the time. Su Yan let out a low roar in his body and tried to break through to the 13th level of the spirit realm. However, after a few tries, he failed. The barrier to the 13th level of the spirit realm was like an iron wall. Couldn't be broken through at all. How do I break through? How do I break through? Su Yan's heart was burning with anxiety. The Virokana-colored glaze sword manual in his body continuously circulated. Suddenly, a strong sword qi came over. Su Yan's heart suddenly shook. Could it be that the Virokana-colored glazed sword manual can absorb the sword chi between heaven and earth? While thinking, Suyen suddenly understood something. He immediately freed a hand and patted his storage bag. Suddenly, the scarlet fire sword case appeared in front of him. At the same time, countless sword chi surged out from the sword case and flowed into Suyen's body. At that moment, the impenetrable barrier to the 13th level of the spirit realm seemed to have loosened a little. Haha, Suyen, you brat, you really think you can defy the heavens? You dare to break through in front of me? Go die. Qin Hao looked at Suyen's continuously condensing spiritual qi and laughed ferociously. He immediately opened his hand and slapped towards Suyen. Chapter 109. Haha, Lin Hualu, watch how your little lover is killed by me. Qin Hao looked at Suyen with a ferocious expression. With a wave of his beast claw, he threw Lin Hualu out. He wanted Lin Hualu to watch Suyen die. This was the only way to satisfy the twisted feeling in his heart. Qin Hao was no longer the genius of the hidden sword tomb. He was a wild beast. That's right, a wild beast. Qin Hao, if you kill him, I will not rest until you are dead. Lin Hualu looked at Qin Hao's ferocious expression and hurriedly shouted. The cultivation technique in her body quickly circulated. Although she was severely injured, she was still a true disciple of the hidden sword tomb, a genius of the hidden sword tomb, and a saint with 3 meridians. How could she not have some tricks up her sleeve? Haha, you want to use that move? Do you think you can stop me? Qin Hao felt the fluctuation of Lin Hualu's spiritual energy, and immediately revealed a mocking smile. As for the threats that Lin Huatu had just uttered, it was even more indifferent. With a tremble, its body that was like a demonic beast seemed to have grown a little, and a dense spirit qi instantly erupted from it. Suyen, die. Qin Hao let out a ferocious roar. The 4 corpses suddenly surged and directly pounced towards Suyen's body. Although this move was simple, it had to be known that Qin Hao, who was currently in his monstrous form, each and every one of his movements carried the power of 1,000 jin. If this pounce landed on Suyen, Suyen would definitely be pounced on. When all the inner disciples saw Qin Hao pounce, their entire bodies shrunk together. Although they could not feel the powerful force, they knew that if this attack landed on Suyen would definitely die. Stop! Lin Hualu had personally experienced how powerful Qin Hao was after his demon form. When she saw Qin Hao pounce on Suyen, her heart immediately filled with sorrow. That's right, it was sorrow. She did not know why she felt this way. Under the sorrow there was more anger. She looked at Qin Hao with a glint in her eyes. Qin Hao, if you kill Suyen today, I will definitely be buried with you. I want you to be buried with me. Lin Hualu's heart was constantly roaring. The cultivation technique in her body was also constantly condensing. In her heart, she was constantly urging herself, faster, faster. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Lin Huatu tried, she could only watch helplessly as Qin Wu's huge body pounced towards Suyen. She was unable to do anything. Suyen will definitely die today. That was the thought in everyone's mind. Boom! At this moment, a huge muffled thunder suddenly came from the horizon. The thunder resounded through the heavens and earth. Suddenly, a dazzling lightning bolt struck down. It was so fast that Qin Hao did not even have time to react. The lightning bolt just happened to hit Qin Hao's body. Roar! Qin Hao let out a miserable cry. At the same time, he quickly reacted and looked at the lightning bolt that was constantly resounding in the sky. Qin Hao was furious and shouted, "Damn it, where did this lightning come from?" Boom! At this moment, another loud sound was heard. The lightning bolt struck down and directly hit Qin Hao's scale-like body. The power of the lightning bolt was so fierce that Qin Hao did not have time to block it. He was directly hit a few more times. His body, which was about to pounce on Suyen, was also forced to retreat. What is this? When Lin Hualu saw the sudden lightning bolt, she was stunned at first. Then, a trace of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Under this smile, a ray of red light blossomed from her body. Now is the time. Lin Hualu looked at Qin Hao's retreating body and narrowed her eyes. Her entire body was like the lightning bolt just now and attacked directly. In an instant, a red shadow glided across the sky. Heavenly maiden scattering flowers. At the same time, Lin Hualu's delicate voice rang out in the sky. While shouting, Lin Hualu's body seemed to be dancing as she leaped up. The red light on her body continued to blossom, like countless flowers falling down. The flowers fell down and attacked Qin Hao's body directly. Although the flowers were beautiful, when they streaked across the sky, they immediately formed a terrifying sword shadow and directly pierced through Qin Hao's body. Qin Hao was originally struck by lightning. Now that he was hit by Lin Hualu's heavenly maiden scattering flowers, he instantly let out a miserable cry. The flowers turned into countless sword shadows and pierced through Qin Hao's body and the scales on his body. Qin Hao also continuously let out miserable cries. Cries of pain resounded throughout the entire ancestor pagoda. Qin Hao's body twisted together and the scales on his body continuously fell off at this moment. Qin Hao's battered body slowly appeared. He no longer had the cold appearance of the past. His long hair was messy and his clothes were tattered. There were also countless bloodstains on his body. Pucci. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Qin Hao's pupils immediately contracted and he looked at Lin Hualu in disbelief. You actually killed me. Lin Hualu no longer felt the slightest bit of pity for Qin Hao. Even her cold face did not have any fluctuations of emotions. She only looked at Qin Hao and waved the long sword in her hand, directly piercing through Qin Hao's body. Qin Hao instantly let out a miserable shriek. He widened his eyes and stared at Lin Huatu. Unwillingness continuously gushed out from within his eyes. As his gaze blossomed, his pupils gradually shrunk together. Not a moment later, there was no longer any trace of light. Pudong Qin Hao's body directly fell to the ground and he died. Is he finally dead? When Lin Hualu saw that Qin Hao was finally dead, her heart heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, the side effects of using the heavenly flower scattering petals came over her. Pucci. Immediately, a mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Lin Hualu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled bitterly. It seems that it is still difficult for me to control the heavenly flower scattering petals with my current strength. Pudong. At this moment there was suddenly a loud sound. This loud sound immediately woke everyone up from the news of Qin Hao's death. What is that? Why is there suddenly lightning? Look, that lightning seems to be striking towards Su Yan's body. Yes, it is striking Su Yan. When the crowd saw the lightning continuously striking towards Su Yan, they immediately became excited. In the midst of this excitement, it also attracted Lin Hualu's attention. When Lin Hualu saw the constantly flashing lightning, she frowned slightly. Very quickly she reacted. Not good, this is very likely a lightning tribulation. Lin Hualu thought. Without hesitation, she patted her storage bag and swallowed a spirit-gathering pill. Ignoring the injuries in her body, she flew towards Su Yan. Bang! At this moment, a bolt of lightning directly struck towards Su Yan. In a moment of panic, Lin Hualu did not care whether she could block this bolt of lightning. Her entire body floated up and directly blocked in front of Su Yan. Bang! That huge bolt of lightning directly struck down, striking towards Lin Hualu. Even though Lin Hualu used her spirit energy to protect her body, she still felt her entire body tremble under this bolt of lightning. Her entire body directly fell to the ground. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Unfortunately, the lightning did not stop because of this. When Lin Hualu saw the continuous lightning striking towards Su Yan, she knew that if she did not help Su Yan block it, Su Yan would definitely not be able to escape death today. Lin Hualu looked at the constantly flashing lightning. She clenched her teeth and patted her storage bag lightly. Immediately, a crystal-colored stone appeared in her hand. Rainbow Thunderstone. Although Su Yan was still in a state of cultivation, he had not completely lost his senses. Instead, his eyes were now open and he could see everything clearly. When he saw Lin Hualu take out the crystal-colored stone, he immediately recognized that it was a Rainbow Thunderstone. It had the effect of absorbing the lightning power of heaven and earth. Not only that, but the greatest effect of the Rainbow Thunderstone was to refine spiritual swords. If the Rainbow Thunderstone was used to refine a spiritual sword, then the spiritual sword that was refined would definitely be an immortal weapon. A material that could be used to refine an immortal weapon was enough to show the preciousness of the Rainbow Thunderstone. Just now, when Lin Hualu blocked the next lightning strike for him, Su Yan was already very touched. He did not expect that Lin Hualu would even take out such a precious material to refine a sword like the Rainbow Thunderstone for him. Others did not know what was going on with the lightning, but Su Yan knew very well that this was the heavenly tribulation for him to enter the 13th level of the spirit channeling realm. The 10th level of the spirit channeling realm was originally a place that surpassed heaven and earth. It broke the rules, so it would trigger heavenly tribulation. Su Yan avoided the first heavenly tribulation because of the divine sword. The other two heavenly tribulations were in the sword well and in the Buddha pagoda, where they were broken by the restrictions of the Buddha pagoda. Su Yan did not truly feel the power of the heavenly tribulation. But this time in the Ancestor Pagoda, because the Ancestor Pagoda was open, the restrictions outside the Ancestor Pagoda could not block the lightning strikes of the heavenly tribulation. Countless lightning bolts fell, wantonly exploding in the Ancestor Pagoda, making Su Yan truly feel the power of the heavenly tribulation. If it was up to Su Yan to block it, he would definitely not be able to do so. Seeing Lin Hualu take out the Rainbow Thunderstone, Su Yan did not say anything. Only his eyes kept condensing and a bright light surged out. He secretly swore in his heart, "After this tribulation, Su will definitely not let you down." Lin Hualu naturally did not know what Su Yan was thinking. She only noticed Su Yan's gaze and could not help but frown. She said, "Su Yan, today I did these things for you only to repay your kindness in the sword well." As she spoke, Lin Hualu thought of what happened in the sword well that day, and her face could not help but blush. Su Yan looked at that blush, and a ripple appeared in his heart. But as the lightning flashed, Lin Hualu quickly put away the distracting thoughts in her heart. She urged the Rainbow Thunderstone to move closer to Su Yan. Chapter 110. After the Rainbow Thunderstone absorbed the lightning, the light it emitted became even more dazzling, forming countless waves that swirled in the void. As the light became even more dazzling, Lin Hualu's body also began to tremble. When Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. He wanted to shout, but unfortunately, the cultivation technique in his body was still circulating. He couldn't move at all now, and he couldn't even speak. He could only shout in his heart, "Senior Sister Lin, quickly throw away the Rainbow Thunderstone, quickly." Bang! While Su Yan was shouting in his heart, there was a sudden loud sound, and the Rainbow Thunderstone exploded. Although the Rainbow Thunderstone could absorb the power of lightning, it couldn't absorb too much. As Lin Hualu was injured, the spiritual energy in her body wasn't enough to support the Rainbow Thunderstone. Su Yan felt his body shake. Countless spiritual energy surged out instantly. He stretched out his palm. It was a breakthrough. The Rainbow Thunderstone exploded, and a huge force spread out. Lin Hualu's body was directly sent flying. No! When Su Yan saw this scene, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. With a shout, a powerful force gushed out. Su Yan's body suddenly leaped up and directly flew towards Lin Huatu. Before Lin Huatu fell to the ground, Su Yan caught Lin Huatu. Hugging Lin Hualu's delicate body, Su Yan didn't have the slightest bit of distracting thoughts. There was only pity in his heart. Gazing at Lin Hualu's beautiful face, Su Yan slowly said, "Senior Sister Lin, why are you so foolish?" "I, Lin Hualu, don't owe you anything in this life," Lin Hualu said softly and then fainted. When Su Yan heard Lin Hualu's words, he didn't know why. But when he saw Lin Hualu faint, he didn't say anything. The cultivation technique in his body circulated, and suddenly, a wisp of spiritual energy surged into Lin Hualu's body. Under the continuous transfer of spiritual energy, Lin Hualu gradually opened her eyes. When Lin Hualu saw that Su Yan was still hugging her, she immediately jumped up. Because of the lack of spiritual energy in her body, the moment she jumped up, her delicate body went soft and fell to the ground. Su Yan reacted quickly. He immediately hugged Lin Hualu and said gently, "Senior Sister Lin, you haven't recovered yet. Su Yan, let me go." "Su Yan." Lin Hualu looked at Su Yan and said softly. When Su Yan heard Lin Hualu's words, he let go of her reluctantly. However, when he looked at Lin Hualu's seductive body, he seemed to have understood something. He smiled and said, "Senior Sister Lin, I swear that I will not let you down in the future for what you have done for me today. There's no need, Su Yan. I'm only doing this to repay you for saving me in the well. Don't think too much." Lin Hualu didn't wait for Su Yan to finish his sentence and interrupted her. When Lin Hualu finished speaking, she turned around and walked out. Lin. Su Yan wanted to stop her, but when he thought of her cold face, he didn't say anything. He only felt a bitter taste in his heart. As for the other inner sect disciples, they had already left while Lin Hualu and Su Yan were talking. They were all inner sect disciples and geniuses of the hidden sword tomb. Naturally, they were smarter than others. They already knew that the fight between Su Yan and Qin Hao today was because of Lin Hualu. Just now, Lin Hualu had risked her life to block the lightning calamity for Su Yan. Everyone also understood Lin Hualu's feelings for Su Yan. Although all the male disciples in the hidden sword tomb had feelings for Lin Hualu, they knew that senior sister Lin wasn't someone they could match up to. Only a genius like Su Yan was worthy of Lin Hualu. Therefore, they tactfully created some space for this pair of lovebirds, who had just returned from the gates of hell to be alone. How could they have known that this was the outcome? Even Su Yan didn't expect this outcome. He only felt bitter in his heart. When Qin Hao asked him, Su Yan probably didn't know what kind of feelings he had for Lin Hualu. Now, he finally understood. Unfortunately, Su Yan looked in the direction Lin Hualu left and laughed at himself. He suppressed the complicated feelings in his body. Since senior sister Lin doesn't have any feelings for me, then there's no reason for me to stay in the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan originally wanted to find a chance to leave the hidden sword tomb. However, he never thought of when to leave. Now, after hearing Lin Hualu's words, Su Yan was determined to leave. Su Yan originally planned to leave when he reached the Saint Bloodline realm. However, now that he had reached the 13th level of spirit channeling realm, Su Yan could feel the majestic spirit qi. Although he might not be able to defeat Qin Hao with such strength, Su Yan was confident that he would definitely be able to remain in an invincible position when facing Qin Hao. If a 13th level of spirit channeling realm could fight against a saint with 2 bloodlines in the Saint Bloodline realm, Su Yan thought that it was time to leave the hidden sword tomb. Someone from another sect dares to enter my hidden sword tomb's ancestral pagoda. Just as Su Yan was about to leave, he suddenly heard a loud boom. A strong spirit qi came directly at him. Su Yan didn't even have time to react. His entire body was sent flying by the majestic spirit qi. What the hell is going on? Su Yan was shocked. He only felt his vision go black. When he opened his eyes, he was already out of the ancestral pagoda. Standing in front of the 5-colored boulder in the martial arts field, he wasn't the only one. The rest of the people in the ancestral pagoda also appeared on the ancestral pagoda at this moment. What the hell is going on? The elders who were guarding outside all noticed this strange phenomenon and came up one after another. Not only the elders of the hidden sword tomb, but even the sect master Sky Sword Sage also noticed this strange phenomenon at the same time and hurried to the martial arts field. How can the hidden sword tomb's ancestral pagoda allow outsiders to enter? At this moment, a loud and clear voice resounded. A bright light surged out from the 5-colored boulder. As the huge light spread out, it immediately condensed on the 5-colored boulder. A huge figure appeared on the boulder. The figure was an old man. He had a kind face, but there was an irresistible pressure between him. The powerful spiritual pressure was so strong that no one in the hidden sword tomb dared to breathe. Only Sky Sword Sage and the elders trembled when they saw this figure. They all knelt down and said, "Greetings, old ancestor of the hidden sword tomb." The old ancestor's expression didn't change at all when he saw Sky Sword Sage kneeling down. His gaze swept across Su Yan. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual pressure came over. Puchi. Under this powerful spiritual qi, Su Yan did not have any ability to resist. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "You entered my hidden sword tomb sect and joined another sect. You even dare to enter my ancestral pagoda. Today, I'll punish you to leave the mountain immediately." The old ancestor said slowly. It was like a muffled thunder that exploded in the hidden sword tomb. "This boy is no longer a member of our hidden sword tomb." As he said that, a powerful spiritual pressure rushed towards Su Yan. Su Yan suddenly felt the qi flow in his body reverse. His whole body was in great pain. This pain was even more painful than the double dragons that entered his eyes and blood that entered his body in the well of swords. Su Yan couldn't help but scream. At this moment, the figure of the old ancestor disappeared from the 5-colored boulder. However, no one saw the smile in the old ancestor's eyes. Although the old ancestor of the hidden sword tomb only appeared for a few breaths of time, it brought an unprecedented shock to everyone in the hidden sword tomb. Especially the last sentence that the old ancestor left. This boy was no longer a member of the hidden sword tomb. Although the old ancestor didn't mention a name, everyone knew that he was talking about Su Yan. The entire square was immediately filled with excitement. They were all discussing what the old ancestor of the hidden sword tomb had said. Only the hidden sword tomb sect master, Sky Sword Sage, looked at Su Yan with a melancholy expression. After thinking for a long time, he smiled bitterly and said, "Fine, fine. Anyway, the hidden sword tomb can't keep this person. If he's kicked out of the hidden sword tomb, then so be it." Thinking about this, Sky Sword Sage immediately jumped up and shouted, "Su Yan, you have violated the hidden sword tomb sect rules. From now on, you are no longer a member of our sect. I order you to leave the mountain today." After saying this, Sky Sword Sage's body disappeared, leaving behind a majestic voice that reverberated in the square. However, Sky Sword Sage's face was full of smiles. The 13th layer of the spirit realm shouldn't be bound to the hidden sword tomb. With this order, the entire square was immediately filled with excitement. Su Yan has been kicked out of the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan has actually been kicked out of the hidden sword tomb. How is this possible? Among the disciples in the square, some were happy, some were sad. Su Yan, on the other hand, felt bitter in his heart. Although he had already planned to leave the hidden sword tomb, he didn't expect that he would be kicked out of the hidden sword tomb. Fine, fine. Su Yan was melancholy for a while, then shook his head with a bitter smile. He didn't say anything else and walked down the mountain alone. Su Yan. At this moment a hoarse voice sounded. Su Yan didn't need to turn around to know that it was Lu Fei. I. Lu Fei looked at Su Yan and wanted to say something, but at this moment, he couldn't say a word. He didn't know what to say, and only his eyes were filled with confusion. Seeing his appearance, Su Yan smiled and patted Lu Fei's shoulder. "Fatty, after I leave, you have to take good care of yourself. Woo." When Su Yan said this, Lu Fei finally burst into tears. When Su Yan heard Lu Fei's cries, he felt a burst of sadness in his heart. However, he didn't show it. He just took a deep breath and said, "Fatty, it's okay. We will meet again." "No, Su Yan, I don't want you to leave. I'm going to reason with the sect master," Lu Fei said and was about to walk inside. Su Yan grabbed him and said, "Fatty, it's useless. This is an order from the hidden sword tomb ancestor in the ancestral pagoda. Even the sect master can't make the decision." When Lu Fei heard Su Yan's words, he was stunned. He just looked at Su Yan with tears in his eyes. "It's okay, Fatty. If you enter the sacred bloodline realm in the future, just leave Jingzhou City to find me." Su Yan comforted Lu Fei. Chapter 111. A few of Su Yan's good friends also came up to say their goodbyes. Among them were Ouyang Tiancheng, Qiao Linglong, Pu Tiandao, Jingyi, and others. Su Yan said his goodbyes to them one by one. Not only them, but the other inner sect disciples also said their goodbyes to Su Yan. In the end, Su Yan turned around and went down the mountain. The moment he went down the mountain, he came to the stone tablet in the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan sighed in his heart. At that time he entered the hidden sword tomb for the sword well. He didn't expect so many things to happen. And now, I've been expelled from the hidden sword tomb. Although Su Yan would have to leave the hidden sword tomb sooner or later, he still couldn't help but feel bad for being expelled. After all, Su Yan had stayed in the hidden sword tomb for a long time. He had already built up feelings for the place. Su Yan stroked the huge stone tablet. After a long time he smiled and said, "Fine, fine. Since I'm out of the hidden sword tomb, I don't need to bear the name of the hidden sword tomb anymore. I will be a member of the Buddha sword sect from now on." When Su Yan thought of this, his heart relaxed a lot. However, when he looked at the hidden sword tomb and the sky sword peak, Su Yan couldn't help but think of the graceful figure in red. Su Yan thought of that figure and couldn't bear to leave. After waiting for a long time, Su Yan showed a self-deprecating smile. "It seems that she won't be coming to see me off." Su Yan smiled bitterly and did not linger any longer. Since he carried the fate of the Buddha sword sect on his shoulders, he could not indulge himself in this. Farewell to the hidden sword tomb. If you are in trouble in the future, I will definitely help you, Su Yan said deeply as he looked at the stone tablet in the hidden sword tomb. He did not linger any longer and turned to leave. He resolutely stepped out of the boundary of the hidden sword tomb without the slightest hesitation. However, he didn't expect that the moment he left, a figure in red would immediately appear where he was standing and stare at him for a long time. Su Yan left the hidden sword tomb. Although he had decided to leave the hidden sword tomb at that time, he didn't plan where to go. All of a sudden, he became melancholic. Glory to the Buddha sword sect. Where should I go now? Su Yan had stayed in the Immortal Sword Peaks Sutra Pavilion for a long time, so he naturally knew how big the heaven realm was. For a moment he was at a loss, not knowing where to go. Su Yan thought for a long time. Suddenly he remembered every detail of the Su family. Before Su Yan left, he had already said that the Su family would have nothing to do with him. However, Su Yan's surname was still Su. It's been a few years since I left the Su family. I wonder how Su Yan, Su Kuang, and Su Tiantu will react when I return. Su Yan thought about what Su Tiantu and the others did to him and couldn't help but smile. Originally he didn't know where to go, but now he had a purpose. That was to return to the Su family. Su Yan didn't think too much about it. He stepped on the sword dragon and flew toward Celestial Twin City. Celestial Twin City was a small city in the 5 counties. However, there were no forces like the hidden sword tomb in this city. This caused Celestial Twin City to be unknown in the 5 counties. However, there were many cultivators in Celestial Twin City. For example, the Su family and the several large families nearby were all cultivators. A few years ago, the Su family produced a disciple who ranked first in the hidden sword tomb trial. This absolutely shocked the entire Celestial Twin City, and the Su family's status in Celestial Twin City also skyrocketed. Unfortunately, Su Tiantu, Su Kuang, and the others were ignorant. They made the first place in the hidden sword tomb trial Su Yan into Su Yan. Not only that, they also suppressed Su Yan everywhere, causing Su Yan to be angry. After Su Yan left the family, Su Yan said that he would no longer have anything to do with the Su family in the future. This made the Su family become the target of all the forces in Celestial Twin City overnight. After a few years, the Su family was constantly pressured by the other families, causing their forces to become smaller and smaller. They had long lost their former glory. Although Su Tiantu was at the peak of the Fate Soul realm, and could be considered an expert in Celestial Twin City, unfortunately, under the encirclement of so many experts from the other families, he couldn't fight them all. He was heavily injured and suffered from a hidden illness, so he no longer had his usual pressure. The Su family was even worse. They had long lost their former prestige in Celestial Twin City. Every member of the Su family lived in fear, afraid that the other families would come and destroy their Su family. Su Tiantu spent his days in the Su family. Whenever he thought about his choice back then, he would feel a wave of regret in his heart. At that time, if I had trusted Su Yan and him, my Su family wouldn't have fallen to such a state today. Su Tiantu looked towards the hidden sword tomb with a blurred look in his eyes. Father, not good, not good. At this moment, a shout came from the outer courtyard. Not long after, a figure appeared in the inner courtyard. It was none other than Su Yan's uncle, Su Kuang. After Su Kuang went crazy for a while, Su Tiantu spent a lot of money to cure him. Although he was cured, his strength remained stagnant. As for Su Yan's matter, it was Su Kuang who planned it all. Su Tiantu felt irritated just by looking at him. Now that he saw his panicked appearance, Su Tiantu became even more furious and shouted, "What are you panicking for? I'm still alive and well, what's wrong with that?" Su Kuang naturally knew that his father had been holding a grudge against him because of Su Yan's matter. Hearing his father's angry shout, he immediately shrunk his body and whispered to the side, "Father, the Wang family is here again." What? Su Tiantu's body trembled when he heard this. At this moment, a burst of laughter came in from the outside. A few figures had already appeared in the Su family's courtyard. "Haha, Su family head, how have you been recently?" The leader of the Wang family was the head of the Wang family, Wang Hongyan. He was also at the peak of the Life Soul realm. Very well. As the saying goes, those who come do not come with good intentions. Su Tiantu naturally knew that the arrival of the Wang family today was definitely not good. Although the Su family's strength was not as strong as before, Su Tiantu's old face still maintained its arrogance. Looking at the many experts of the Wang family, he was fearless. Wang Hongyan looked at Su Tiantu's appearance and laughed out loud. Su family head, I'm here to visit. Why do you have such an expression? Visit. Su Tiantu immediately laughed and said, Wang Hongyan, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Do you know? Wang Hongyan smiled and touched his nose. Since you know, that's good. Su Tiantu, your Su family is already at its end. Obediently hand over the Su family's territory and get out of Celestial Twin City. Don't even think about it. This time, without waiting for Su Tiantu to speak, Su Kuang shouted first. Wang Hongyan, how is my family's end? You want us to leave Celestial Twin City? You're a fool. I'm a fool. Wang Hongyan suddenly laughed and said, Su Kuang, the entire Celestial Twin City knows how many people are left in the Su family. Do you think you have the strength to resist our Wang family? When Su Tiantu heard Wang Hongyan's words, his eyes suddenly widened and a ray of light burst out. He shouted, Wang Hongyan, don't be so arrogant. As long as my Su family doesn't fall, don't even think about touching our Su family's property. As Su Tiantu spoke, a majestic spiritual energy suddenly surged from his body. The strength of the peak life soul realm instantly erupted. Although Su Tiantu had some hidden injuries in his body, he was still an expert at the peak life soul realm. When the majestic spiritual energy came out, Wang Hongyan and the others immediately took a few steps back. However, Wang Hongyan's expression didn't change. He still maintained his sneer and said, Su Tiantu, I admit that you're very strong. However, do you think you have the strength to resist our two families? Two families. When Su Tiantu heard Wang Hongyan's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, several figures appeared in the courtyard. When Su Tiantu saw these people, his body couldn't help but tremble. Gao Ming, my Su family has always been on good terms with your Gao family. On good terms. Before Su Tiantu could finish his words, he was interrupted by the old man called Gao Ming. Su Tiantu, in the past, your Su family was famous in Tianchuang City. Naturally, my Gao family wanted to be on good terms with you. However, your Su family is just a stray dog. Why should my Gao family be on good terms with you? You. When he heard Gao Ming's words, Su Tiantu was instantly enraged. However, Gao Ming ignored him and laughed. Su Tiantu, cut the crap. Hand over your Su family's property and cripple your cultivation. Then get out of Tianchuang City. I can spare your Su family on account of our past friendship. Don't even think about it. Su Tiantu knew that he couldn't avoid a battle today. He coldly shouted and immediately floated into the air. Gao Ming, Wang Hongyan, let me tell you this. As long as I, Su Tiantu, am still alive, your two families can forget about having any ideas about my Su family. Su Tiantu, you're courting death. Don't blame us for being rude. Gao Ming and Wang Hongyan sneered at the same time. They looked at each other and channeled their cultivation methods at the same time. Immediately they charged towards Su Tiantu. Both of them were experts at the 8th level of Fate Soul. If they were to fight Su Tiantu alone, perhaps neither of them would have a chance of winning. However, with the two of them working together and Su Tiantu suffering from a hidden illness, it was hard to say who would lose. While Su Tiantu, Gao Ming, and Wang Hongyan were fighting, the disciples of the Su family, Wang family, and Gao family were also fighting. Although the Su family had many young disciples, such as Su Nian, who was once a heaven's pride, the Wang family and the Gao family had more people. In addition, the Su family had been in constant conflict with the other families in the past few years. Many of the Su family's disciples were suffering from hidden illnesses, so the three families were fighting. It became a one-sided situation. It didn't take long for all the Su family's disciples to fall to the ground. In the entire Su family, Su Tiantu was the only one who could stand up. Su Tiantu was indeed an expert at the peak of the Fate Soul realm. Facing Gao Ming and Wang Hongyan, he brandished his sword. He was old but strong, and did not show any signs of being defeated. Chapter 112. Unfortunately, the Su family's descendants were continuously defeated by the alliance of the Gao family and the Wang family. The Su family's status in Tianchuang City was originally quite high. First, there was Su Yan's father, Su Lin, who was an outstanding talent of his generation in Tianchuang City. This allowed the Su family to maintain a stable position in Tianchuang City. Then there was Su Nian, who was also an outstanding talent of the Su family. Unfortunately, the decline of the Su family was also due to Su Nian's existence, causing everyone to forget about Su Yan. Su Tiantu and Su Kuang had suppressed Su Yan countless times for the sake of the family's benefits. However, they did not know that Su Yan was the true genius of the Su family, the heaven's pride of Tianshuang City. Su Yan obtained the #1 position in the hidden sword tomb, but from then on, he and the Su family became estranged. Under Su Yan's suppression, Su Nian's cultivation path was hindered. After a few years, Su Nian's strength remained stagnant, and he became a complete waste. The Su family's two geniuses, Su Nian and Su Yan. Of the two geniuses, one became a waste while the other was forced out of the Su family by Su Tiantu and the Su family. The Su family's status in Tianshuang City was no longer the same as before. In the past few years, the Su family had been suppressed by other families several times. At this moment, the Su family was an arrow at the end of its flight. The Su family had lost its successor and was not far from extinction. When Su Tiantu heard Su Yan's words that day, he had already expected that the Su family would face such a day. Now that the Wang family and the Gao family had besieged them, this day had come ahead of time. Su Tiantu watched as his descendants were defeated one by the Wang family and Gao family. His heart was filled with grief. He knew that the Su family would end up like this on the day Su Yan left. However, when faced with such a day, Su Tiantu's eyes were still filled with unwillingness. At the same time, a wave of anger surged within him. Wang Hongyan Gao Ming, since the two of you want the Su family to perish, then even if I, Su Tiantu, die, I will drag the two of you down with me. As he spoke, Su Tiantu's entire body suddenly leaped up. As he circulated the cultivation method in his body, a burst of bright light suddenly erupted from his body. That light quickly curled up, and the surrounding Ling Qi, which was originally invisible and intangible, began to revolve along with the light. Unexpectedly, a visible fog appeared. That fog quickly condensed and surged into Su Tiantu's blood vessels, quickly converging under his dantian. The moment the Ling Qi surged, Su Tiantu's old face immediately showed a delighted expression. His entire face became ferocious because of his delight and anger. When Wang Hongyan saw Su Tiantu's appearance, his heart suddenly shook and he hurriedly shouted, "Not good, Su Tiantu wants to self-destruct, quickly retreat." "Retreat? Do you think I will give you this opportunity?" When Su Tiantu heard Wang Hongyan's words, a sneer slid across his ferocious and old face. At the same time his arms shook, and suddenly a majestic Ling Qi was emitted. The entire Su family's courtyard seemed to be wrapped in layers of fog at this moment. The Wang family and the Gao family wanted to retreat, but when they encountered the fog condensed by the Ling Qi, they were directly blocked by it. "Su Tiantu, you have to think clearly. If you self-destruct, your Su family's children are also here. Your Su family won't even leave behind the last trace of bloodline. Our Wang family and Gao family, on the other hand, are not all here today, and still have the bloodline of our family left behind." When Gao Ming saw the powerful Ling Qi emitted from Su Tiantu's body, his expression changed greatly. However, he was much calmer than Wang Hongyan, and he knew to tell Su Tiantu the pros and cons, the last trace of bloodline. Gao Ming's words really did cause Su Tiantu's entire body to tremble. His ferocious face immediately surged with a compassionate expression. Just as Gao Ming said, even if he self-destructed here today and perished together with Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming, his Su family wouldn't even leave behind a trace of bloodline. As for the Wang family and the Gao family, they would be able to survive and leave behind a bloodline. In the end, the ones who would be injured would still be his Su family. Ancient Dao inheritance, bloodline affection. Every family absolutely valued bloodline inheritance the most. This was especially true for the patriarch of the family. If his bloodline were to end under his rule, it would definitely be the greatest humiliation for the patriarch. Thinking that even the last trace of his Su family's bloodline couldn't be preserved, Su Tiantu's entire body couldn't help but tremble. The bright light emitted from his body also dimmed at this moment. Now is the time. At this moment, Gao Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed. He patted his storage bag and a golden cloak immediately flew out from it, directly covering Su Tiantu's body. In the midst of Su Tiantu's sorrow, he suddenly thought of Su Yan in the sword-hidden tomb. Although Su Yan had already said that he would no longer care about the Su family when he left that day, Su Yan had already said that he would no longer care about the matters of the Su family. Even so, the blood of the Su family flowed in Su Yan's body. This was an unchangeable fact. Su Yan's surname could not be erased in the end. Even if the entire Su family dies here today, my Su family's bloodline can still be preserved, Su Tiantu thought, and a bright light immediately condensed in his eyes. He no longer hesitated as before. He formed a seal with both hands and attacked his dantian. He didn't care about the golden cloak flying towards him. However, in just half a breath, Su Tiantu's face stiffened. He discovered that all the spirit qi in his body had been frozen. He couldn't move at all. Even his spirit qi had dried up, so how could he self-destruct? Only then did Su Tiantu truly notice the golden cloak. Looking at the light emitted by the golden cloak, Su Tiantu's eyes suddenly emitted a strong killing intent. He looked at Gao Ming and shouted, "Gao Ming, what kind of monster are you using?" When Gao Ming saw Su Tiantu's spirit qi slowly weaken, he knew that the person hadn't lied to him. This golden cloak could erase the spirit qi of any powerhouse at the life-soul realm. When Gao Ming saw the power of the golden cloak, he didn't hide it from Su Tiantu. However, when he looked at Su Tiantu, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Monster Su Tiantu, how can you recognize this spirit weapon? Golden spiritual pong? Spirit weapon, golden spiritual pong." When Su Tiantu heard that this seemingly ordinary golden cloak was actually a spirit weapon, his face turned even uglier. Although he was angry, the spirit qi in his body was blocked. He couldn't even self-destruct, let alone attack Gao Ming. "Su Tiantu, obediently hand over the Su family's seal and destroy your cultivation. Perhaps I will spare your life." Gao Ming might have been afraid of Su Tiantu's self-destruction earlier. However, now that Su Tiantu's spirit qi was suppressed, he wasn't afraid at all. He looked at Su Tiantu with disdain. To him, Su Tiantu and the Su family were just lackeys. Impossible. However, even so, Su Tiantu didn't retreat at all. He looked at Gao Ming and shouted, "Gao Ming Wangheng, and let me tell you, even if I die, I will not hand over the Su family's seal to you." Every family had a family token. This token not only represented the family, but also represented the family's status and territory in a city. If another family wanted to obtain the family's territory, they must obtain the seal. Only then could they truly obtain the family's territory. Otherwise, without the seal, even if the Su family was destroyed, the entire Su family's territory would be ownerless. Any family could snatch it. Of course, it didn't matter if they didn't obtain the seal. They could use their own family's power to snatch it and leave behind the trouble left behind by the destroyed family. However, Gao Ming was a smart person. The Su family was already at his mercy. He wasn't stupid enough to not let Su Tiantu hand over the seal and compete with other families for the Su family's territory. Not only that, but the entire Su family was just trash in Gao Ming's eyes. And a piece of trash dared to be so stubborn. Especially when Su Tiantu's mouth twitched. He faintly emitted the aura of someone at the peak of the Fate Soul realm. This made Gao Ming very unhappy. He was instantly enraged. He pulled out his sword and pointed at Su Tiantu. He coldly shouted, "Su Tiantu, if you don't hand over the seal today, then I will let the Su family's descendants die in front of you one by one." As Gao Ming spoke, whoosh, his sword came out and directly slashed at the third-generation disciple of the Su family who was closest to him. The third-generation disciple was already injured. Moreover, he was only at the third layer of the spirit realm. After being hit by Gao Ming, he immediately died with a cry, "My son!" At the moment of his death, the entire Su family's courtyard was immediately filled with cries of anguish. Su Tiantu watched his grandson die in front of him. His face couldn't help but twitch. Gao Ming looked at Su Tiantu's appearance and coldly smiled. He pulled out his sword and pointed at another Su family disciple. Seeing Su Tiantu's increasingly ugly expression, Gao Ming slowly raised his long sword. "Grandfather, save me, save me." The third-generation disciple of the Su family that was chosen by Gao Ming saw the long sword in Gao Ming's hand that was emitting a cold light. He was so scared that he kept shouting. Seeing his grandson's terrified expression, Su Tiantu's last bit of determination finally fell. His entire face seemed to have aged a lot at this moment. He looked at Gao Ming and said, "Enough, Gao Ming. I'll hand over the seal." Hand over the seal. When Gao Ming heard Su Tiantu's words, a smile immediately appeared on his face. However, when he saw Su Tiantu, his expression turned cold. He coldly smiled and said, "Su Tiantu, I just asked you to hand over the seal, but you didn't. Now it's too late. Today, I'm going to slowly exterminate your Su family." As he spoke, Gao Ming raised the long sword in his hand. The third-generation disciple of the Su family was so scared that he kept shouting, "Grandfather, save me, save me." Although Su Tiantu looked at his grandson's cowardly appearance with disdain, that person was still his grandson. Su Tiantu couldn't bear it. He looked at Gao Ming and said, "Gao Ming, what will it take for you to spare our grandson's life?" "Beg me," Gao Ming said with a smile. He had been friends with the Su family for many years. Even so, the Su family's strength had always been above his own. Su Tiantu's strength was even slightly above his own. In the past, Gao Ming always acted like a grandson in front of Su Tiantu. Now that he finally saw Su Tiantu acting like this, how could he let it go? "I beg you." When Su Tiantu heard Gao Ming's words, he suddenly felt a burst of anger. However, when he saw his own descendants in the Su family's courtyard begging for mercy one by one, Su Tiantu suddenly became weak and knelt on the ground with a plop. "I didn't expect the Su family to be so spineless in just a few years after I left." Chapter 113. Su Tiantu, don't you feel ashamed to be begging for mercy like this? When the voice rang out again, a white figure flashed past, and a young face appeared before the crowd. When they saw the white robes fluttering in the wind and the handsome face, the crowd was stunned. The disciples of the Su family recognized him and their hearts were filled with excitement. Su Yan. Su Yan is back. That's right, the person who came was Su Yan, who left the Su family for the Hidden Sword Tomb a few years ago. After Su Yan left the Hidden Sword Tomb, he didn't know where to go. Therefore, he thought of returning to the Su family to see what the Su family had become. He didn't expect to see Su Tiantu begging for mercy. Su Yan's face suddenly showed a trace of disdain. "Su Tiantu, are you still going to kneel and beg for mercy?" Su Yan looked at Su Tiantu, who was still kneeling on the ground, and shouted coldly. Suddenly a majestic aura spread out. Su Tiantu's face suddenly flushed. He hurriedly stood up and looked at Su Yan. When he thought of what he did to Su Yan in the past, his face became even redder. However, Su Yan ignored him and turned to look at Gao Ming and Wang Hongyan. "Haha, I didn't expect it to be nephew Su." When Gao Ming saw Su Yan, he was stunned at first. However, he reacted quickly. When he saw Su Yan looking at him, he immediately laughed and said, "Nephew Su, you have left the Celestial Twin City for a few years. I wonder how you are doing in the Hidden Sword Tomb. Why did you come back today?" While Gao Ming was talking, he saw that Su Yan didn't pay attention to him. He didn't care and smiled. "Nephew Su, I know that you have suffered a lot of humiliation in the Su family. Now, the Su family has received their retribution. You don't need to be angry, you don't need to do anything. Just watch." In the past, when the Su family produced a number 1 in the Hidden Sword Tomb, the heroes of the Celestial Twin City came to congratulate them. Everyone knew that in the end the Su family made a mistake. They actually thought that the number 1 in the Hidden Sword Tomb was just a useless Sun Yan. At that time, Gao Ming also heard Su Yan say that he was no longer a member of the Su family. Now, in his opinion, Su Yan must have returned this time to punish the humiliation he suffered in the Su family. Today he destroyed the Su family. It could be said that he had indirectly helped Su Yan. Therefore, when Gao Ming saw Su Yan, he didn't have a trace of fear. Instead, he was anxious to establish a relationship with Su Yan. After all, the Hidden Sword Tomb was the number 1 sect in the entire Jingzhou city. Establishing a relationship with Su Yan was equivalent to establishing a relationship with the Hidden Sword Tomb. With the Hidden Sword Tomb as a backer, not to mention the Celestial Twin City, even the entire Jingzhou city would have a place for the Gao family in the future. "Little nephew Su, I know that at that time it was Su Kuang who wanted to take your life, and it was also Sun Yan who almost killed you. Today, I will kill the two of them first to wash away the enmity of that day." While Gao Ming was speaking, he leaped forward and attacked Su Kuang and Yan. Su Kuang and Sun Yan were naturally aware of the mistakes they made in the past. If the heavens gave them a second chance, they would definitely not go against Su Yan. Instead, they would help Su Yan obtain a spot in the hidden sword tomb. It wasn't just the two of them. The one who regretted it the most was Su Tiantu. Su Tiantu wished he could kneel down and beg Su Yan to spare his family on account of the Su family. However, when he thought of that friendship before Su Tiantu could speak, he felt his face heat up. When had the Su family ever done anything to Su Yan? In the past, Su Yan's father Su Lin was the one who raised him. The Su family didn't do anything for Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan's cold expression, Su Tiantu didn't dare speak. Only his heart was filled with waves of regret. Although Gao Ming killed Sun Yan and Su Kuang, he had always been paying attention to Su Yan. After all, Su Yan was still a member of the Su family. He was really afraid that Su Yan would change his mind. However, when he made his move, he saw that Su Yan didn't have any change in expression, nor did he make any move. A smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that Su Yan believed in his words, so he didn't do anything. The long sword that was stabbing towards Su Kuang and Sun Yan also sped up. At the same time he shouted, "Su Kuang, Sun Yan, today I will avenge the humiliation you've suffered towards Su Yan." Sun Yan and Su Kuang looked at each other. They looked at Gao Ming's fast and fierce sword, and saw that Su Yan didn't make any move. Their hearts sank to the bottom. "Die!" Gao Ming shouted. He directly stabbed towards Sun Yan and Su Kuang's throats. In these few years, Su Kuang and Sun Yan knew that Su Yan was the real heaven's pride. They both regretted it. Every time they were cursed by Su Tiantu, they thought that death might be a relief for them. Now that they were facing death, they couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Their bodies trembled. Clang! At this moment, a clear sound suddenly rang out. A sword blocked in front of them. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Sun Yan and Su Kuang, who had almost stepped into the gates of hell, opened their eyes. They saw a person standing in front of them. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. When Gao Ming saw the person in front of him, he asked in disbelief, "Nephew Su, I'm helping you take revenge. Why are you stopping me?" "Revenge?" Su Yan smiled coldly. He waved his hand, and a majestic spiritual qi suddenly burst out. Gao Ming's body immediately flew out, but before he landed on the ground, Su Yan's figure once again appeared in front of Gao Ming. That speed was as fast as lightning. Everyone who saw it was stunned. Their faces were filled with horror, because everyone only saw a white shadow jump. They saw Su Yan's sword had already pierced through Gao Ming's body. Why? Gao Ming's eyes narrowed. He looked at Su Yan and asked unwillingly, "Why?" Su Yan smiled coldly. He directly put away his sword and swung it. Gao Ming's body flew out. Bang! Gao Ming's body hit the ground and died. Countless people were left in shock. They couldn't recover for a long time. Instant kill. Just a moment ago, Gao Ming was still majestic. He even stopped Su Tiantu from self-destructing. At this moment he was actually killed by Su Yan. He didn't even have the ability to defend himself. Just how strong was Su Yan? Under everyone's shocked eyes, Su Yan slowly turned his head to look at the outsiders. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Although I no longer have anything to do with the Su family is not for ants like you to bite." Although Su Yan's voice wasn't loud, it was very domineering when it rang in everyone's ears. Even when his voice fluctuated, everyone felt their hearts tremble. In the entire courtyard, all the focus was on Su Yan. Looking at Su Yan's white robe fluttering in the wind, no one dared to breathe loudly. Su Yan didn't want to care about the Su family's affairs and the various things that Su Tiantu and the others did to him. But no matter what, this was the place where he was born and raised. Su Tiantu and the others could be unrighteous, but Su Yan couldn't be unkind. Moreover, Su Yan was no longer the Su Yan of the Su family. After experiencing the tempering of the endless corridor for 100 years, Su Yan no longer cared about many things. Therefore, for the sake of the Su family, the family that gave birth to his father, Su Yan wouldn't ignore it. Su Yan wouldn't be polite to those who violated his family. The moment he saw Gao Ming die, Su Yan raised the shocking celestial sword in his hand and pointed. He said coldly, "Do you people want to end yourselves or do you want me to do it?" As soon as these words came out, the Wang family and the Gao family trembled. Putting aside Su Yan's identity as a disciple of the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan's speed was enough to suffocate everyone. And Gao Ming was dead. Wang Hongyan obviously became the leader of the two families at this moment. Everyone looked at Wang Hongyan. When Wang Hongyan saw the crowd's gazes, a cold smile emerged from the corners of his mouth. Under the fearful gazes of the crowd towards Su Yan, Wang Hongyan's eyes were like torches. He stared at Su Yan for a long while before he said, "Su Yan, what an arrogant aura. If my information is correct, you have already been expelled from the hidden sword tomb." Su Yan heard Wang Hongyan's words and his face couldn't help but darken. Although it wasn't a secret that he was expelled from the hidden sword tomb, it only existed in the hidden sword tomb. And it had only been a day. How could Wang Hongyan know that Su Yan was expelled from the hidden sword tomb? Wang Hongyan looked at Su Yan's expression and smiled. He didn't say anything more. Instead, he turned and walked in front of Gao Ming and pulled off the storage bag on his waist. Looking at the body that died with grievances, a look of disdain appeared on his face. "Gao Ming, when you were planning, did I really not know? Do you think you're the only one who received guidance from that person?" Wang Hongyan's words to Gao Ming immediately caused the entire Su family to fall into an uproar. No one understood why Wang Hongyan said these words. Even Su Yan didn't know. Wang Hongyan slowly turned and walked towards Su Yan under everyone's astonished gazes. He looked at Su Yan and sneered. "Su Yan, do you really think you can save the Su family?" When Su Yan heard Wang Hongyan's words, his eyes were filled with disdain. If it was a moment ago, Su Yan definitely wouldn't hesitate to take Wang Hongyan's life. However, after hearing what Wang Hongyan said to Gao Ming, Su Yan was quite interested in the meaning behind Wang Hongyan's words. Therefore, Su Yan didn't immediately take Wang Hongyan's life. Instead, he looked at him calmly. Wang Hongyan looked at Su Yan and didn't panic. Instead, he smiled and said, "Su Yan, do you really think I'm as childish as Gao Ming? Do you believe what you said back then?" Chapter 114. And then, Su Yan faintly smiled. He didn't care about Wang Hongyan's words at all. For Su Yan, Wang Hongyan was only a dead man in his heart. For him, the only value he had left was what he said to Gao Ming that could arouse Su Yan's interest. Otherwise, Wang Hongyan would already be a dead man. And then, Wang Hongyan looked at Su Yan with a faint smile, but he didn't rush to answer. Since he could become the patriarch of the Wang family, he naturally wasn't a fool. Not only that, the Wang family was only a small and unknown family in the Celestial Twin City. It couldn't be compared to the Gao family or the Su family. And Wang Hongyan, in just a dozen years after taking over as patriarch, was able to let the Wang family occupy a place in the Celestial Twin City. One could see that Wang Hongyan was a capable person. Facing the disciples of the hidden sword tomb that everyone in the Celestial Twin City was afraid of, Wang Hongyan was very calm, especially when he saw Su Yan's indifferent expression. He stared at Su Yan for a long time, but he couldn't see through Su Yan's strength. Then he continued, "Su Yan, since I have calculated that you would take action when the Su family is in trouble, it proves that I have already included you in my plan." And then, Su Yan still maintained his calm expression and smiled at Wang Hongyan. His eyes were full of disdain. Wang Hongyan was looked at with disdain by Su Yan. Even if he had a good mind at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. However, he was able to maintain his composure. He didn't get angry. Instead, he retorted, "Su Yan, you were able to enter the Hidden Sword Tomb as the first place in the Celestial Twin City's Hidden Sword Tomb trial. I have no choice but to admit that you are a heaven's pride of the Celestial Twin City." However, Wang Hongyan's expression suddenly changed as he sneered. "Su Yan, if you were still a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb, perhaps I wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Unfortunately, you are no longer a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb." And then, Su Yan asked again as if it was a matter of course. Although these three simple sentences seemed ordinary, Wang Hongyan felt that they were extremely sarcastic. He had said so much to make Su Yan back off. He wanted to let Su Yan know that everything was under Wang Hongyan's control. Perhaps the first two times that Su Yan said. And then, Wang Hongyan thought that Su Yan didn't understand what he meant. However, Wang Hongyan had already said it so bluntly. Su Yan still had the same expression and asked the same question as before. This made Wang Hongyan feel a deep sense of irony. Originally, Wang Hongyan only wanted to make Su Yan back off. Although Wang Hongyan wasn't afraid of Su Yan was still a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Although Su Yan had been expelled from the Hidden Sword Tomb, Su Yan had stayed in the Hidden Sword Tomb for a long time. However, Su Yan had stayed in the Hidden Sword Tomb for so long, and Wang Hongyan did not know how much Su Yan had grown, so he did not want to provoke this trouble. Not wanting to get into trouble didn't mean that Wang Hongyan was afraid. At this moment, being looked at with such contempt by Su Yan, Wang Hongyan's calm expression began to surge with anger. He took out the long sword in his hand. As soon as the long sword was taken out, sword energy surged and a bright light shone. The strong sword intent that was emitted went straight to the heart. The surrounding people couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the long sword. Even Su Yan's eyes condensed a bright light. Although this sword couldn't compare to his pagoda sword and ghost howl sword, it couldn't compare. However, one could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary item. Su Yan was a sword cultivator, so he was naturally obsessed with swords. Not to mention, Su Yan now had the Scarlet Fire sword box, which could hold thousands of swords in the world. Su Yan really didn't mind having more swords. So when Su Yan saw the sword, his eyes immediately surged with light. That light was his admiration for the sword. However, when Wang Hongyan saw the light in Su Yan's eyes, he thought that Su Yan was shocked by his sword. He smiled and raised the long sword in his hand. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, I'm sure you know how the Su family treated you in the past. I advise you not to get involved in this mess." "Don't get involved in this mess?" Su Yan looked at Wang Hongyan. Finally, he no longer looked like he was looking at a dead man. He lazily stretched. Wang Hongyan saw the change in Su Yan's expression and thought that Su Yan was afraid. He secretly rejoiced. Even though he wasn't afraid of Su Yan, he still couldn't see through Su Yan's strength. He was still somewhat afraid. Now that Su Yan was willing to admit defeat, he was naturally happy. He smiled and said, "Su Yan, as the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances." "You?" "Wang Hongyan, I originally wanted to hear about the person you mentioned to Gao Ming, but it seems there's no need for that now." Su Yan didn't wait for Wang Hongyan to finish and interrupted him. Wang Hongyan couldn't help but be stunned. Then he shouted, "Su Yan, what do you mean by this?" Su Yan didn't answer Wang Hongyan's words. Instead, he smiled and suddenly rushed out like a ghost. The frightening immortal sword in his hand suddenly attacked. Suddenly, like an arrow leaving the bow, it went straight for Wang Hongyan's throat. Wang Hongyan didn't expect that Su Yan would suddenly attack. He was shocked, but he reacted quickly. While operating the cultivation method in his body, he quickly moved back and avoided Su Yan's attack. He dodged it. Su Yan saw that Wang Hongyan could actually avoid his attack. He couldn't help but frown, but then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Interesting. No wonder you keep saying that you're not afraid of me. Su Yan, what do you mean by this?" When Wang Hongyan dodged Su Yan's attack, he immediately became angry. He clearly saw that Su Yan had admitted defeat. When he took out his sword, he obviously didn't have the same look of contempt as before. It was as if he was looking at a dead man. Why would he suddenly attack him? Little did he know that the reason why Su Yan no longer looked at Wang Hongyan like a dead man was because Wang Hongyan was still a dead man. Since he was a dead man, how could Su Yan be willing to look at him? In Su Yan's eyes, the only value on Wang Hongyan's body was the sword in his hand. "Su Yan, I was afraid that you were once a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb, but since you're courting death, then don't blame me for being impolite." Wang Hongyan coldly shouted. Suddenly, all the spiritual energy in his body bloomed, and the majestic spiritual energy immediately emitted a sense of pressure. Not only that, when Wang Hongyan's spiritual energy bloomed, Wang Hongyan's entire body also exploded, forming a vortex above his head. The vortex spiraled and instantly surged into Wang Hongyan's body. The spiritual energy in Wang Hongyan's body suddenly increased a little, and at the same time, it emitted a bright light. When the people standing around the Su family's courtyard saw this scene, they were all shocked, including Su Qiantu. Su Qiantu looked at the spiritual energy leaping around Wang Hongyan's body, and his eyes were filled with surprise. This Wang Hongyan is actually not at the 8th level of the Life Soul realm but at the peak of the Life Soul realm. How did he manage to hide his strength? Su Tiantu looked at Wang Hongyan with surprise in his eyes. When he turned back to look at Su Yan, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all, Wang Hongyan was at the peak of the life-soul realm. When Su Yan left, he was only at the 5th level of the spirit realm. Although a few years had passed, to reach the peak of the life-soul realm from the 5th level of the spirit realm would take at least 10 years, even if he entered the hidden sword tomb. Then will Su Yan be a match for Wang Hongyan? Su Tiantu looked at Su Yan with a worried expression. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Su Yan's calm expression, he didn't say anything in the end. Su Yan looked at Wang Hongyan's sudden increase in strength. His expression was still calm, but the corner of his mouth curved slightly. He said, "Interesting, interesting. Su Yan, if you know what's good for you, I won't stop you if you leave now." Wang Hongyan looked at Su Yan and shouted. At that moment, the spirit qi in his body surged, and his every move was dignified. But this dignified look in Su Yan's eyes was so laughable. At the same time, Su Yan suddenly had a childlike playfulness in his heart. The peak of the life-soul realm. I wonder if I can withstand it with my current strength. Su Yan smiled with interest. At the same time, his eyes suddenly shrank and he leaped out. The awakening celestial sword in his hand struck out at the same time. His speed was like that of a hunting beast. The moment the awakening celestial sword struck out, the sword hummed loudly. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their hearts trembled. Only Wang Hongyan saw this scene, and a disdainful look appeared at the corner of his mouth. So the hidden sword tomb is only SOSO. As he spoke, Wang Hongyan's body followed the attack. His speed was as fast as lightning, and the unknown long sword in his hand suddenly moved like a long dragon. All of a sudden, the surrounding air swept up like a storm, sweeping towards Su Yan. "Su Yan, be careful." Su Tiantu saw this scene and could not help but remind him. Unfortunately, it was too late. When Wang Hongyan's body rushed out, the long sword in his hand had already landed on Su Yan's neck. Seeing that Su Yan was about to be cut to death, the Su family looked at Su Yan with pity in their eyes. One had to know that Su Yan was their family's hope at the moment. The Su family did not dare to watch the bloody scene and closed their eyes. When the rest of the Wang family and Gao family saw this scene, their eyes widened. Their faces were filled with unconcealable excitement. If Su Yan died, the Su family would be completely finished. Not only that, the rest of the people were not convinced that Su Yan could become a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. If Su Yan died today, they would feel some comfort in their hearts. Unfortunately, Su Yan would not let their twisted hearts get what they wanted. Chapter 115. While speaking, Su Yan's cultivation method suddenly changed, and a powerful spiritual energy gushed out. At the same time, a white shadow flashed, and Su Yan's body disappeared. What? Wang Hongyan's sword went straight for Su Yan. He originally thought that he would succeed, but now he saw that he had stabbed nothing. Moreover, Su Yan's figure was nowhere to be seen in front of him. His face immediately filled with shock. Not only that, when the Wang family and Gao family saw this scene, their eyes were also filled with shock. Some people even kept rubbing their eyes. Su Yan, where did he go? Su Yan, where did he go? Everyone was looking for Su Yan's figure. At this time, the Su family also reacted. When they saw that Su Yan's figure was nowhere to be seen in the Su family's courtyard, they were all shocked. Impossible, impossible. Wang Hongyan shook his head again and again. His body kept spinning and he shouted angrily, "Su Yan, get out here. Come out." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the horizon, and then a white shadow flashed by. Su Yan appeared in front of Wang Hongyan. This sudden appearance scared Wang Hongyan so much that he staggered back a few steps before stabilizing his body. If it wasn't for Wang Hongyan's amazing strength, he would have been embarrassed. However, even if he didn't fall, Wang Hongyan was still furious. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, what kind of sorcery did you use?" "Sorcery." Su Yan smiled slightly, and the spiritual energy in his body surged. He said, "This is not a sorcery. I just used spiritual energy." What? When everyone heard this, they were even more shocked. If what Su Yan said was true, then Su Yan's first attack and second attack did not use spiritual energy, but only his physical strength. His physical strength could reach such a ghostly speed. Then, everyone looked at Su Yan in horror, and there was no way for them to understand this phenomenon. Wang Hongyan was also shocked when he heard Su Yan's words, but he immediately reacted and shouted, "Su Yan, stop talking nonsense. How can you have that kind of speed with just your physical strength?" Su Yan couldn't be bothered with him. Originally, Su Yan had wanted to use his physical strength to compete with Wang Hongyan. However, after comparing with Wang Hongyan, he was able to verify his thoughts. His physical strength was not a match for Wang Hongyan, so he lost interest. He didn't waste any more words and activated his cultivation method, causing the boundless spiritual energy in his body to explode. Wang Hongyan was shocked by this boundless spiritual energy. He couldn't help but be shocked, but he could feel the dense spiritual energy. Wang Hongyan's mouth immediately cracked into a smile. "Haha, spirit realm. Su Yan, you've been in the hidden sword tomb for so long, but you're only in the spirit realm. How laughable." Before Wang Hongyan could finish his words, he felt a huge pain in his chest. When he opened his eyes, he saw blood continuously flowing out from his chest. Wang Hongyan collapsed and roared. The surrounding people were also stunned. This was because they didn't see when Su Yan attacked. They only saw that Su Yan had already passed through Wang Hongyan's body. They didn't see how this strange phenomenon happened at all. Only by the time they reacted, their faces were filled with shock. Is he still human? How is this the strength of a spirit realm cultivator? Just how strong is the hidden sword tomb? While everyone was shocked by Su Yan, they were also a bit fearful of the hidden sword tomb. They didn't know that there was only one such monster in the hidden sword tomb, and Su Yan was the only one. How is this possible? Su Yan's sword didn't take Wang Hongyan's life. Wang Hongyan looked at his chest that was constantly flowing with blood. His eyes no longer had the power from before, only fear. Su Yan looked at Wang Hongyan's appearance and faintly smiled. He held the thrilling sword in his hand and approached him step by step. When Wang Hongyan saw this, he immediately shouted in fear, "Su Yan, you can't kill me. Otherwise, that person won't let you go." "I don't know that person." Su Yan faintly smiled and slowly raised the startling celestial sword in his hand. "Ah!" When Wang Hongyan saw this, he screamed in fear and hurriedly shouted, "That person is in the Wang family. He is a saint bloodline expert. If you kill me, he definitely won't let you go." A saint bloodline expert. When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He was even more interested in what Wang Hongyan had just said. He raised the startling celestial sword in his hand and shouted at Wang Hongyan, "Wang Hongyan, if you don't want to die, then tell me about that person." "No, that's impossible." When Wang Hongyan heard this, his body suddenly trembled. He repeatedly shook his head and said, "If I tell you, that person definitely won't let me go. In that case, there's no value in your existence." As Su Yan spoke, the spiritual energy in his body suddenly gushed out. Just now, Su Yan could have taken Wang Hongyan's life with one sword. The reason why he didn't immediately take his life was because he wanted to get some information about the person Wang Hongyan had just mentioned. Although Su Yan was conceited, he wasn't arrogant. Moreover, now that he had left the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan naturally knew how many capable people there were in the entire Gan territory. Therefore, the moment Su Yan entered the hidden sword tomb, he knew that he had to be careful. And now, since Wang Hongyan didn't want to talk, then there was no value in his existence. This person offended the Su family, which was already a death sentence. When Wang Hongyan saw the killing intent in Su Yan's eyes, he was frightened and shouted, "Su Yan, I have no enmity with you. You have to think clearly. For the Su family, you have to become enemies with that person. Is it worth it? Is it worth it?" Su Yan faintly smiled. A trace of coldness flashed across his face. The startling celestial sword in his hand was no longer slow and slashed down. Wang Hongyan's entire head was immediately separated from his body. "The Su family's matters are not for you outsiders to decide," Su Yan coldly said. Only then did he put away the startling celestial sword in his hand. At the same time, he also put away Wang Hongyan's sword into his storage bag. Wang Hongyan was dead. Gao Ming was dead. This was definitely a fatal blow to the Wang family and the Gao family. The people of the two families looked at Su Yan with fear in their eyes. Of course, there was even more disbelief. Su Yan was only in the spirit realm. How could he kill two fate soul experts in a row? Of course, in the midst of their disbelief, some people quickly reacted. Run! Someone shouted. Immediately, the entire Su family's courtyard went into a frenzy. The people of the two families who had been wantonly killing each other in the Su family's courtyard all rushed out. When Su Yan saw this person leave, he didn't stop him. When Su Tianta saw this scene, he wanted to make them all stay here. He originally wanted to shout, but when he saw Su Yan, he fell silent. In the world of martial arts, the strong were respected. At this moment, Su Tianta knew that the Su family didn't have the power to make decisions for themselves. Moreover, Su Tianta knew that he owed Su Yan. Although Su Yan had saved the entire Su family, the relationship between the two had yet to be clarified. Who knew if Su Yan would make things difficult for them because of what happened back then? Therefore, when Su Tianta saw that Su Yan didn't stop them, he didn't dare to make a rash decision. He could only quietly look at Su Yan. However, Su Yan's mind wasn't on this matter. What he was interested in was the person Wang Hongyan had mentioned. That person was in the Saint bloodline realm. Su Yan was from Tianchuang City, so he naturally knew that there were no Saint bloodline experts in Tianchuang City. Even the strongest Tianchuang City lord was only at the peak of the Fate Soul realm. Moreover, due to the geography of Tianchuang City, there was a lack of materials and thin spiritual energy in Tianchuang City. It wasn't enough to attract the attention of other experts. So why would a Saint bloodline expert appear here? Moreover, from Wang Hongyan's words, it was obvious that the Saint bloodline expert was plotting something big. The beginning of everything seemed to be related to the Su family. Could it be that there's something in the Su family that's tempting? Su Yan frowned and looked at Su Tiantu. The moment he looked over, Su Yan was shocked. With Su Tiantu taking the lead, the rest of the Su family members, including the servants of the Su family, were all kneeling in front of Su Yan. Yan'er, I'm sorry for what happened in the past. Please forgive me, Su Tianta said respectfully when he saw Su Yan looking over. Yan'er, I'm sorry for what happened in the past. Please forgive me. At the same time, Su Kuang, who was behind Su Tiantu, also said respectfully. At the same time, he kept kowtowing to Su Yan. Not only that, even Su Yan, who had always been arrogant in front of Su Yan, kept kowtowing. There was no trace of pretense on his face. He was full of sincerity. After going through so many things, Su Yan had long seen through everything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned to the Su family this time. Now that he was being worshipped by the Su family, Su Yan didn't care about those things anymore. However, he didn't put down his pride. After all, this was the world of the strong. Only strength could decide everything. Get up, everyone. Su Yan waved his hand for everyone to stand up. Su Tiantu and the others then climbed up from the ground with trembling hands. The Su family for Su Yan could be important or not. After all, Su Yan wasn't really a member of the Su family. However, when he entered the Well of Swords, he received the inheritance of his physical father. Thinking that his father was a member of the Su family, Su Yan couldn't bear to see the Su family perish. Not only that, Su Yan also obtained the invincible golden body from the ancestor pagoda. He relied on the invincible golden body to escape death several times. Speaking of which, the Su family had been kind to him. Moreover, when he saw Su Tiantu, Su Kuang, Su Nian, and the others in dire straits, how could Su Yan bicker with them? Not only did he not bicker with them, but he also felt a little sad. Chapter 116. No matter what, the Su family was where Su Yan rose to power. If Su Yan didn't come back, it would have been fine. But now that he was back and saw the Su family in such dire straits, Su Yan couldn't just leave them be. After hesitating for a while, Su Yan thought that since he had just left the hidden sword tomb and didn't know where to go, he might as well stay with the Su family for a few days and help the Su family rise to power before leaving. Moreover, Su Yan was quite interested in the Saint Vein expert that Wang Hongyan mentioned. At the moment, Su Yan was at the 13th layer of the spirit realm. Although he was still in the spirit realm, Su Yan was still confident that he would be invincible against a Saint Vein expert. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the Saint Vein expert that Wang Hongyan mentioned. Not only was he not afraid, but he was even more interested. Stepping into the Saint Vain realm was truly entering the world of the strong. Only by entering the Saint Vain realm could one be considered an expert. In a sect, a Saint Bloodline realm cultivator was considered a genius. Su Yan really wanted to know what this Saint Bloodline realm cultivator was planning to do in Heaven Twin City. Thinking about this, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to leave. He looked back at Su Qiantu and asked, "Patriarch Su, now that the Su family has fallen to such dire straits, what do you plan to do?" Su Qiantu was flattered that he was called Patriarch Su, and his whole body shook. Although he was still the patriarch of the Su family, this world was a world of the strong. Only the strong could stand at the peak and become the leader of a family. The Su family was almost destroyed, and it was Su Yan who saved the entire Su family. Without a doubt, Su Yan was the strongest person in the Su family. Of course, Su Yan was the one who could truly support the position of the Su family's patriarch. Su Tiantu also thought the same. The moment Su Yan killed Wang Hongyan, Su Tiantu already thought that Su Yan was the patriarch of the Su family. Now that he heard Su Yan call him that, Su Tiantu didn't know how to respond. "Patriarch Su, the Su family has fallen to such a state. Have you thought of anything?" Su Yan asked again. Because Su Tiantu didn't answer his question, his expression became more serious than before. Su Tiantu couldn't help but tremble. His knees suddenly went soft, and he knelt in front of Su Yan. "Yan of the Su family was almost destroyed by my hands. How can I still talk about the Su family's matters?" Su Yan saw Su Tiantu's appearance as if he had lost all his backbone. He couldn't help but feel angry. He wanted to scold him, but then he saw the Su family's appearance. He couldn't help but shake his head and bitterly smiled. It seems that it's impossible to rely on Su Tiantu to support the Su family. Forget it, forget it. Su Yan helplessly shook his head. He didn't ask Su Tiantu anymore. Instead, he glanced at the Su family and directly said, "The Su family has been standing in Tianshuang City for hundreds of years. Although it's not a big family in Jingzhou City, it's still a family with prestige. Since that's the case, as a member of the Su family, you should have the pride of being a member of the Su family." Although Su Yan's voice wasn't loud, his words were filled with spirit energy. When it spread to everyone's ears, it was like thunder exploding in everyone's ears. Especially when Su Yan finished speaking, the pride of the Su family's people made everyone's body tremble. The depressed appearance from before also disappeared a lot. Su Yan saw this and felt quite satisfied. After all, the Su family couldn't rely on one person to support it. Instead, it relied on the efforts of all the Su family's children in order to hold up the sky in Tianshuang City. If the Su family's children lost their confidence and their pride, then even if Su Yan wanted to revitalize the Su family, it would be futile. Therefore, if he wanted to revitalize the Su family, he had to help all the family members and all the children of the Su family walk out of the haze that had been oppressed for the past few years. He had to help them regain the pride in their hearts. Remember, no matter what happens in the future, the Su family's people can die, but you must never submit. As the saying goes, there is gold under a man's knees. He must kneel to the heavens and kneel to his parents. Even if you die, you must never submit to the enemy. Only then will you be worthy of the Su family and the blood that flows in your body. Su Yan still maintained his neither servile nor overbearing expression as he spoke. However, such a simple sentence caused the Su family's children to tremble. Their dim eyes suddenly condensed into a bright light. Su Tiantu, who was still kneeling on the ground, also felt a burst of heat on his old face. He hurriedly got up from the ground. Su Yan saw this scene and nodded with satisfaction. He smiled and said, "This is the pride that only belongs to our Su family." Every single one of them carefully listened to Su Yan's words. The light that blossomed in their eyes became even more resplendent. In the end, an unknown disciple of the Su family suddenly shouted, "The Su family is mighty, Su Yan is mighty." As soon as this voice rang out, the Su family's children immediately followed and shouted. Their voices were like muffled thunder. This phenomenon and this momentum had not appeared in the Su family's courtyard for a long time. As for Su Yan, with just the return of Su Yan, the Su family was revived once again. Su Yan saw that the Su family's spirits were finally lifted. He smiled with satisfaction and repeatedly said, "Good, good. This is the spirit that the Su family's children should have." As Su Yan spoke, he turned his head to look at Su Tiantu. He saw that Su Tiantu was still entangled by the Jinling Peng. He slightly flicked the Jinling Peng in his hand, and immediately weakened the Jinling Peng from Su Tiantu's body. Su Tiantu saw this scene and immediately bowed again. He wanted to thank Su Yan. However, he was stopped by Su Yan. Patriarch Su, since you are the patriarch of the Su family, you naturally have to shoulder the heavy burden of the Su family. Why be so humble? Su Tiantu's face suddenly turned red after hearing Su Yan's words. However, when he looked at Su Yan's eyes that were constantly blooming with light, he seemed to have understood something. He nodded heavily, then turned to the Su family's children and said, "All the Su family's children, listen carefully. From today onwards, our Su family must take back everything that we have lost." While speaking, Su Tiantu's old face no longer had the same dejection as before. Instead, a pressure was projected from his brows. The Su family's children were slightly stunned when they saw this scene. At the same time, their faces surged with joy. The reason why the Su family had declined so quickly was related to the loss of many of the core members of the Su family. At the same time, Su Tiantu complained every day that he shouldn't have trusted Su Kuang's decision. Now that Su Tiantu had regained the prestige of the past, it naturally ignited the confidence of the entire Su family. Su Yan saw this and nodded with satisfaction. He smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he retreated to the back and quietly watched Su Tiantu manage the entire family. After all, if the Su family wanted to truly rise, they still had to rely on Su Tiantu and the Su family's children. Su Yan would leave sooner or later. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. What Su Yan wanted to do now was teach a man to fish, and he wanted the Su family to be able to truly stand on top of Tianshuang City even if they were to leave him. When Su Tiantu heard Su Yan's words, he seemed to have understood something. His face suddenly glowed, and his brows constantly emitted a majestic aura. At this moment, he no longer asked Su Yan anything. Instead, he directly issued an order to the Su family's children. All the Su family's children were to recuperate and wait until tomorrow to regain the face they had lost. Soon, the Su family's children also dispersed, leaving only Su Tiantu and Su Yan. Su Tiantu looked at Su Yan. Although he no longer had the humility from before, when he thought of the past, his face still had a bit of unnaturalness. When Su Yan saw his current appearance, the humiliation in his heart had long disappeared. He thought that Su Tiantu did so many things for the sake of the Su family. Since he was selfless, Su Yan no longer held any grudges. He smiled and said, "Patriarch Su, let's not talk about the past. Since I'm here today, I naturally won't stand by and do nothing about the Su family's matters." Although Su Tiantu had just regained his former dignity, he still wasn't confident in his heart. After all, the Su family had been stagnant for the past few years. Their influence wasn't as strong as before. If they really wanted to regain some face, they still needed Su Yan to hold the fort. Now that he heard Su Yan's words, Su Tiantu was completely relieved. He stroked the few white beard on his chin and smiled. "Yener, I've long known that you're a loyal person." Su Yan smiled in response to Su Tiantu's praise, but didn't say anything. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, "Patriarch, let's skip the pleasantries. I want to know what's going on with that Saint Bloodline expert." Saint Bloodline expert? When Su Tiantu heard Su Yan's question, he couldn't help but frown. After pondering for a long time, he still couldn't think of a reason. He shook his head and said, "I've never heard of this Saint Bloodline expert. However, since the Wang family and the Gao family were able to directly fall out with our Su family, they must have that expert behind them. Moreover, as far as I know, Wang Hongyan's sword and Gao Ming's golden spiritual peng didn't belong to the two of them. They must have been given to them by the person behind them." Su Yan didn't care about the golden spiritual peng and Wang Hongyan's sword. After all, the golden spiritual peng was effective for those at the life-soul realm. In Su Yan's eyes, it was just a decoration. What Su Yan was worried about now was the Saint Bloodline expert. What was he planning to do? Why did he target the Su family? Su Yan thought for a long time. He turned to Su Tiantu and asked, "Patriarch, does our Su family have any treasure?" Treasure? When Su Tiantu heard Su Yan's words, he was stunned. He then smiled bitterly and said, "Yener, if the Su family really had any treasure, would we have fallen to such a state?" Su Yan thought it made sense. However, if the Su family didn't have any treasure, why would this Saint bloodline expert control the Wang and Gao families to destroy the Su family? If the Wang and Gao families wanted to take over the Su family's territory, Su Yan might believe it. However, if the Saint bloodline expert wanted to take over the Su family's territory, Su Yan didn't believe it. Chapter 117. If a Saint bloodline powerhouse could even seize Tianchuang City, why would he want to snatch the Su family's territory? Su Yan did not believe that this Saint bloodline powerhouse had manipulated the Wang family and the Gao family just to snatch the Su family's territory. However, Su Yan could not think of any other reason for this Saint bloodline powerhouse's actions. Was it just for fun? Su Yan immediately rejected this idea. Every powerhouse was busy with cultivation. Who would be so bored as to wipe out a family for fun? Su Yan and Su Tiantu could not come up with anything after discussing it for a while, so they simply stopped thinking about it. After chatting with Su Tiantu for a while, they returned to their former residence. Although Su Yan had said before he left that the Su family would no longer have anything to do with him, Su Yan's room was still intact. Not only that, but as soon as Su Yan stepped into his former residence, he knew that Su Tiantu must have sent people to clean it every day, from the clean and tidy table and the spotless floor. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Su Yan could not help but smile as he looked at the clean and tidy room. However, his expression did not change. After all, Su Yan had still chosen to revive the Su family, so he would not take the past to heart. Su Yan and Su Tiantu had already reached an agreement. They would first wipe out the Su family that had recently provoked the Su family, so that the Su family could regain its reputation. Of course, Su Yan did not intend to do this himself. Instead, he left it to Su Tiantu. Su Yan was now more concerned about the Saint bloodline powerhouse. However, Su Yan did not think that there would be a Saint bloodline expert. He did not think too much about it. Looking at his familiar room, the memories of the past surged into his mind. From the day Su Yan arrived at the Su family, he had never stopped to rest. He did not even have a good night's sleep. His nerves had always been in a tense state. Feeling the thin spiritual qi in the surroundings, Su Yan suddenly had an idea to have a good sleep tonight. Thinking of this, Su Yan did not hesitate and did not cultivate as hard as he did in the past. Instead, he cleaned himself up and lay down on the bed, abandoning all distracting thoughts in order to have a good night's sleep. Perhaps it was because Su Yan hadn't had a good rest for a long time, or perhaps it was because he had returned to a familiar place, but Su Yan didn't lie down for long before falling asleep. While Su Yan was sleeping, the Wang family and the Gao family, which were dozens of miles away from the Su family, could not sit still. Both of their patriarchs had lost their lives in Su Yan's hands today. How could their two great clans sit still? Fortunately, Su Yan had only taken the lives of the two family heads and did not harm the Wang family and the Gao family. The two families had been developing well in the past few years, and the younger generation of geniuses had emerged one after another. After learning that their families had fallen, a new generation of experts immediately replaced them. At this moment, the higher-ups of the two families were sitting together in a circle. In this group of people, there were two middle-aged men sitting opposite each other. One was called Gao Tsong, and the other was called Wang Lai. They were the new family heads of the two families after the fall of Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming. The new family heads of the two families would have been a joyous occasion in the past, but at this moment, there was not a trace of joy on their faces. This was not because they were reminiscing about Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming, but because they were worried. They were worried about how to deal with Su Yan. The elders of the two families sitting in a circle also looked worried. Although there were many people sitting in a circle in the hall, there was a deathly silence. After a long time, Gao Tsong finally could not sit still. He stood up and said, "Family head Wang, in my opinion, our two families should join forces again and mobilize the entire family to directly attack the Su family. That Su Yan has only demonized a little. Can't we subdue him?" When Wang Lai heard Gao Tsong's words, his heart also moved. However, he was calmer than Gao Kong. He frowned slightly as if thinking about something. After a long time, he slowly said, "We are not in a hurry. Let's wait for that person to appear." That person. When Gao Tsong heard this, he could not help but frown. He then muttered to himself, "That person appears and disappears like a ghost. Will he know about today's matter? At this moment, a majestic spirit chi suddenly surged from the outside. Everyone present was shocked and hurriedly circulated their chi to resist. Unfortunately, no matter how they circulated their chi, they still felt their bodies tremble. At the same time, everyone saw a person in a black robe walk in. The majestic spirit energy was emitted from this person. He was wearing a black robe. Not only was his body covered, but his entire face was covered as well, making it impossible to see his face. The Wang family, the Gao family. So you're just trash. As soon as the person walked in, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. His disdainful voice caused the faces of everyone present to twitch. Gao Tsong had a violent temper. Moreover, the new head of the Gao family was even more domineering. When he heard the black-robed person's words, he immediately lost it and shouted sternly, "Who the hell are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in our family's territory?" Compared to Gao Tsong, Wang Lai was more observant. When he saw the black-robed person, he suddenly thought of something. This person was probably the person his previous head of the family had mentioned. This person was in the Saint bloodline realm. Wang Lai's body trembled as he thought of this. When he heard Gao Tsong's words, his heart twisted together. He kept praying in his heart, "Please don't be angry. Please don't be angry." Unfortunately, his prayers clearly did not come true. A voice came from the black-robed person. "What's the use of keeping trash like you around?" As he spoke, the majestic spirit energy emanated from the mysterious black-robed person. The spirit energy attacked like a sharp blade. There was a blood-curdling scream. The head of the Gao family's new head fell to the ground. When the Wang family and Gao family saw this scene, they all began to tremble. Someone reacted and screamed in horror before fleeing outside. Unfortunately, the mysterious black-robed person did not give them the chance. With a turn of his body, that person was immediately sent flying. Plop! He fell onto a stone pillar beside him and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already dead. When Wang Lai saw this scene, he hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy. "Saint, please spare my life. Saint, please spare my life." Unfortunately, the mysterious black-robed person completely ignored Wang Lai's pleas. His body floated up again as blood-curdling screams continuously sounded. Fresh blood constantly burst out and filled the air. There was a strong smell of blood. It was a massacre. It was an absolute massacre. The Wang family and the Gao family were more or less reputable families in Tianchuang City. Unfortunately, all the disciples of the two families were killed overnight. Not a single one was left alive. This news quickly spread to the Su family the next day. Su Yan had a good night's sleep yesterday and woke up early the next day. When he woke up, he heard that the Wang family and the Gao family were destroyed overnight. When he heard this news, Su Yan could not help but frown. At the same time, he quickly reacted and said to Su Tiantu, "Head, let's go to the Wang family and the Gao family to take a look." Okay. Although Su Tiantu was still the head of the Su family, everyone knew that Su Yan was the true head of the family. When he heard Su Yan's words, Su Tiantu did not hesitate. He ordered the servants in the family to prepare horses and immediately followed Su Yan to the Wang family and the Gao family. Su Yan looked at the blood on the ground and the smell of blood permeating the air. He was furious at the cruel methods of the murderer. Although Su Yan had the intention to revive the Su family, and today Su Yan and Su Tiantu had discussed it and decided to use the Wang family and the Gao family as an example, Su Yan did not think of using such cruel methods. No matter what, these were all red lives. Apart from that person, there was no one else who could destroy the two great clans in a single night. A Saint bloodline expert? No matter what your purpose is, I will make you pay the price. Su Yan clenched his fists and turned to leave the Wang family and the Gao family. Su Tiantu and the others also followed him out. When the two returned to the Su family, they saw that the Su family was surrounded by many people. Countless voices of protest broke out in the Su family. "Su Yan, get the hell out here. Su Yan, get the hell out here and accept your death. Su Yan, you have done such a cruel thing. Come out here and accept your death." Those voices of protest were obviously directed at Su Yan. Su Yan also understood the meaning of those words. Obviously, these people had misunderstood that the Wang family and the Gao family were destroyed by him. Thinking about it, it made sense. After all, the major families in Tianchuang City did not know that there was another person after the Wang family and the Gao family. It just so happened that yesterday, the patriarchs of the Su family and the Gao family were killed by Su Yan. It was not unreasonable for these people to suspect Su Yan. After being enlightened by Su Yan yesterday, Su Tiantu regained his former dignity. At this moment, seeing that the entire Su family courtyard was filled with countless people from other families, he was not afraid at all. He coldly shouted, "Who is so bold to come to our Su family and spread rumors?" As he spoke, Su Tiantu's majestic spirit qi burst out in an instant. The Su family's gate, which was originally packed with people, suddenly opened up and made a path. Su Yan and Su Tiantu walked in. When the people from other families saw Su Yan and Su Tiantu enter, they immediately surrounded them and shouted with righteousness, "Su Yan, you are so cruel. You actually destroyed the Wang family and the Gao family." The person who spoke was no stranger to Su Yan. He was the patriarch of the Chen family, Chen Baidao. He was at the peak of the life-soul realm, the same as the Su family. The Chen family's status in Tianchuang City was comparable to the Su families in the past. Moreover, the Chen family did not participate in the family disputes in Tianchuang City. They had a good reputation in the city, especially Chen Baidao, who had always been righteous. Chapter 118. In fact, Su Yan wasn't very familiar with Tianchuang City. However, he knew Chen Baidao because Chen Baidao was an upright person. Su Yan didn't dislike him. However, even so, he couldn't allow others to point at him and scold him. Not to mention he was wrongly accused. "Patriarch Chen, we still don't know who killed the Wang family and the Gao family. You came to my Su family to cause trouble. Are you trying to bully my Su family because there's no one left in my family?" Su Yan looked at Chen Baidao calmly. There wasn't the slightest change in his expression. No one could tell what was going on in his mind. However, although his words weren't loud, they were both respectful and dignified. In particular, the bright light that shot out from his eyes made people feel a slight sense of oppression. Chen Baidao intended to oppress Su Yan with his words. Moreover, he was an ambitious and ruthless person in Tianchuang City. However, when facing Su Yan at this moment, he felt a little guilty. However, Chen Baidao was still the older one. He smiled coldly and said, "Su Yan, yesterday, the Wang family and the Gao family had a dispute with your Su family. This is obvious to all. As for you killing Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming, this is something that everyone has witnessed. Yesterday, the Wang family and Gao family were suddenly annihilated. Let me ask you, other than you, who else in the entire Celestial Twin City has such strength? So you're sure that I did it?" Su Yan smiled faintly. He wasn't angry and didn't deny Chen Baidao's words. He only asked back, "If it wasn't you, then who was it?" The calmer Su Yan appeared, the more Chen Baidao couldn't stay calm. His face was obviously filled with anger as he shouted at Su Yan. In particular, Su Yan's eyes, which had been staring at him, emitted a bright light, which made Chen Baidao feel a chill in his heart. At the same time, he sighed in his heart, as expected of a disciple from the hidden sword tomb. Even I can't handle such a mind. From the first day that Su Yan came back and saved the Su family, if not for Wang Hongyan conceitedly revealing the person behind him, perhaps Su Yan would have thought that the whole thing was just a dispute between the powers in Heaven Twin City. If that was the case, Su Yan would only need to wave the flag again and make an example out of the Su family. He would be able to re-establish the prestige of the Su family in Tianchuang City, and reclaim the status of the Su family in Tianchuang City. But ever since Wang Hongyan revealed that person, Su Yan knew that the whole thing wasn't so simple. Why would a saint bloodline expert covet a remote little city like Tianchuang City? Su Yan couldn't believe this matter. Not to mention, today's matter made Su Yan feel even more strange. Although Su Yan hadn't met him before, he had heard of his reputation. This person's reputation in Tianchuang City was quite resounding. He was called the embodiment of justice by the people of Tianchuang City. Moreover, Chen Baidao was very particular about his reputation. He had always been very careful in his work. Today, the Wang family and Gao family were exterminated. However, Chen Baidao didn't ask about the rights and wrongs of the matter. How could Su Yan not be suspicious? Especially when Su Yan repeatedly questioned Chen Baidao. He already knew that there was something wrong with Chan Baidao. However, Su Yan didn't show it. Su Yan wasn't interested in Chan Baidao or even the whole Tianshuang city. Su Yan was more interested in the Saint bloodline expert now. What was he trying to do? Since you want to slowly waste time, I'll play with you. Su Yan smiled faintly in his heart, but there was no expression on his face. He looked at Chan Baidao and said indifferently, Patriarch Chan, if I say that this matter wasn't done by me, what will you do? Humph, if it wasn't you, who else could it be? Chan Baidao shouted sternly. Perhaps his usual personality wasn't suitable for such things. When he said this, he couldn't help but pinch his eyes to hide the nervousness in his heart. Although this was only a weak performance, it didn't escape Su Yan's eyes. This made Su Yan even more certain that there was something wrong with Chan Baidao. Patriarch Chan, remember that you need evidence for everything. Since he knew that there was something wrong with Chan Baidao, Su Yan didn't want to be entangled with him. His calm face immediately turned gloomy. Evidence. When Chan Baidao heard Su Yan's words, he suddenly turned pale, especially when he saw the light emitted from Su Yan's eyes. It made him feel a deep sense of fear. However, when he thought about what that person had said, Chan Baidao gritted his teeth and shouted, Su Yan, don't be so arrogant. You are a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. Yesterday, everyone saw with their own eyes that you killed Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming. In the entire Sky Twin City, other than you, Su Yan, who else could destroy these two great families in one night? As Chan Baidao spoke, he quickly shouted to the people from the other families who had come with him. Everyone, don't you think so? Now that the strength of the entire Sky Twin City is here, who else do you think has such strength? The reason Chan Baidao was so anxious was that he was afraid that Su Yan would see through him. He wanted to use the power of the masses to pressure Su Yan. The people from the other families didn't see anything different about Chan Baidao. In their hearts, Chan Baidao had always been the embodiment of justice. Compared to Su Yan, who had suddenly appeared, they believed in Chan Baidao more. When they heard Chan Baidao's words, the surrounding people immediately shouted, That's right. Su Yan is the murderer. Yes, Su Yan is the murderer. A murderer must be punished severely. Kill Su Yan. Kill Su Yan. Return peace to Sky Twin City. Kill Su Yan, the devil. Many people gathered together and shouted loudly. Their voices were so loud that it shook the entire Su family's courtyard. At this moment, Su Yan was the patron saint of the Su family in the hearts of the Su family. When they heard someone blaspheme the patron saint of the Su family, a wave of anger surged in the hearts of all the Su family members. They stepped forward to confront these people. However, they were stopped by Su Yan. Compared to the Su family members, Su Yan's expression didn't change. He still maintained a calm expression and looked at those people without moving. He just let those people shout. Those people shouted for a while, but when they saw that Su Yan's expression didn't change, they finally closed their mouths. When Su Yan saw that they finally quieted down, he smiled and took a step forward. He patted his storage bag and immediately took out the astonishing immortal sword. The astonishing immortal sword jumped and with a flash of white light, it directly attacked Chan Baidao's body. Chan Baidao didn't expect that Su Yan would suddenly attack him. He felt a huge pain in his throat and his whole body twisted together. He looked at Su Yan in disbelief. You. Unfortunately, Su Yan didn't give him a chance to speak. With a wave of the astonishing immortal sword, Chan Baidao's head was directly cut off. Everyone was shocked and looked at Su Yan in surprise. At the same time, a wave of fear surged in their hearts. However, after a short moment of shock, someone was the first to react. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted angrily, Su Yan, you. What about me? Su Yan smiled and didn't give those people a chance to speak. He pointed at Chan Baidao and said, Look carefully. Is this person still our Sky Twin City's Qin family patriarch? When everyone heard Su Yan's words, they all looked at Chan Baidao's corpse. Seeing the corpse's strange appearance, everyone's face was filled with horror. At this moment, the corpse lying on the ground wasn't Chan Baidao's body, but a monster beast. What's going on? Everyone looked at the corpse of a monster beast lying on the ground with puzzlement in their eyes. Su Yan couldn't be bothered to explain to these people. Instead, he leaped onto the roof of the house and activated his cultivation method. He pressed it against his throat and shouted, Don't try to be mysterious here. Come out. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was mixed with majestic spiritual energy and spread throughout the entire Sky Twin City. When everyone in the city heard this voice, they were all shocked. When the people from other families saw Su Yan's sudden action, they were puzzled. Just when everyone was puzzled, a burst of laughter came from the horizon. Ha ha ha, what a good Su Yan. You actually saw through it so quickly. When the laughter fell, a black figure had already landed in front of Su Yan. Under the black figure there was a faint bright light. The light overflowed and a majestic spiritual energy condensed in the surrounding area. When the people in Sky Twin City saw this scene, they were all shocked. At the same time, they were secretly guessing who this mysterious black-robed man was. However, when they saw the spiritual energy surging from Su Yan and the mysterious black-robed man, the people on the ground kept quiet out of fear. They didn't dare to breathe loudly and just looked at Su Yan and the mysterious black-robed man. When Su Yan saw the mysterious black-robed man appear, he knew that the murderer of the Wang family and the Gao family was this person. Looking at the spiritual energy surging from the mysterious black-robed man, his face sank and he asked coldly, "Who are you? Who am I?" The mysterious black-robed man's entire body and even his face were wrapped in a wide black robe. It was impossible to see what expression he had on his face. However, from his voice, one could still hear the disdain in his words. He raised his head slightly and looked at Su Yan, shouting, "Su Yan, you don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I'm here to take your life." As the mysterious black-robed man spoke, his body moved and suddenly turned into a long dragon that attacked Su Yan. He was so fast that it was like lightning falling from the sky. A tuple saint? When Su Yan saw this person, he couldn't help but frown slightly. However, he wasn't afraid at all. When he saw the mysterious black-robed man's body move, his eyes suddenly shrank. The shocking celestial sword in his hand suddenly attacked at the same time. Suddenly, the sword hummed and the sword light flashed. Everyone who saw this was afraid. Of course, under that fear there was more surprise. Today, most of the people who came to suppress Su Yan were the geniuses of various families in Sky Twin City. Their strength was basically at the life-soul realm. Chapter 119. Yesterday, everyone had heard that Su Yan had killed Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming. Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming were both experts at the 8th level of Fate Soul. To be able to kill the two of them, Su Yan's strength was at least at the peak of Fate Soul. Even the Saint Bloodline realm that they had always looked up to. Now that they saw that Su Yan was only at the Spirit Channeling realm, there was an uproar. Spirit Channeling realm, this Su Yan is only at the Spirit Channeling realm. How did he kill Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming? Also, how could someone at the Spirit Channeling realm destroy the Wang family and Gao family do that? While the crowd was in an uproar, their gazes focused on the mysterious black-robed man. Most of them were shocked. A Saint Bloodline realm expert. That's right, a Saint Bloodline realm expert. When has a Saint Bloodline realm expert ever appeared in our celestial twin city? Countless people looked at the surging spirit chi on the mysterious black-robed man, and all of them cast gazes of admiration towards him. Although there was only a difference of one level between a Saint Bloodline realm expert and a Fate Soul realm expert, there was an insurmountable gap between the two. Only by entering the Saint Bloodline realm could one be considered a saint, a true expert. Although Celestial Twin City was filled with families and talented people, the strongest person in Celestial Twin City was only at the peak of the Fate Soul realm. Now that a Saint Bloodline realm expert had suddenly appeared, how could they not be shocked? Of course, other than their shock, the Su family was also worried. Ever since Su Yan had resolved the crisis of the annihilation of the family yesterday, Su Yan had become the guardian of the Su family. Su Yan was the strongest person in the Su family. If Su Yan were to fall, then the Su family, which had just stood up again, would definitely fall apart. Especially after seeing the black-robed mysterious man's powerful attack, all the members of the Su family felt as if their bodies and minds were twisted together. Su Tiantu was even more alarmed as he shouted, "Yan, be careful." Compared to the shock and worry of the crowd, Su Yan's expression did not change. He activated the cultivation technique in his body, and the rich spiritual energy continuously flowed into the shocking celestial sword in his hand. Suddenly, the sound of the sword resonated loudly. It emitted a dense light and attacked the mysterious black-robed man's body. As expected, people from small sects can't be brought to the table. When the mysterious black-robed man saw Su Yan's attack, he coldly snorted in disdain. Suddenly, that leaping body of his suddenly leaped up. His entire body was still hovering above the ground. His hands rapidly formed hand seals, and at the same time he rapidly pushed forward. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy swept out, and the surrounding air exploded. Bang! Su Yan was no match for it, and his body was directly hit by the powerful spiritual energy. With a blood-curdling scream, he was sent flying backward. Yen. When Su Tiantu saw this scene, he panicked. However, he reacted quickly and leaped up to catch the falling Su Yan. You! When Su Yan was caught by Su Tiantu, he unwillingly looked at the black-robed old man on the roof beam. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, but unfortunately, he did not manage to finish his words. Poochie. A mouthful of blood gushed out from his mouth. His head tilted to the side and he lost all signs of life. Yenner. When Su Tiantu saw Su Yan fall, tears immediately flowed down his old face. Everyone in the Su family was shocked and looked at this scene in disbelief. Su Yan was dead. The Su family's guardian had fallen. Then was the Su family going to be finished as well? The confidence that the Su family members had built up yesterday completely collapsed at this moment. They could not help but stagger backward. Heaven's pride? So you're just a piece of trash. The mysterious black-robed man looked at Su Yan's body with disdain, then turned to Su Tiantu and shouted, Su Tiantu, the Su family's last hope has been destroyed by me. Hurry up and hand over the Su family's seal. As the mysterious black-robed man spoke, a majestic spiritual power surged from his body. Immediately, everyone in the Su family's courtyard felt their bodies tremble. When the other family members saw this scene, they were all shocked. Of course, under the shock, they were even more calm. Just now, Su Yan had only shown the strength of a spirit realm cultivator. With this strength, he was able to kill the Wang family and the Gao family's two powerhouses of the 8th level. This was enough to shock them and even topple their view of the spirit realm. Just now, when they saw Su Yan, who was only a spirit realm cultivator, face a saint bloodline cultivator with an expression that was neither arrogant nor humble, everyone's hearts froze as they held their breaths. Seeing Su Yan die at the hands of the mysterious black-robed man, everyone let out a sigh of relief. A saint bloodline cultivator was a supreme existence to them. If Su Yan, who was only a spirit realm cultivator, blocked it, then they would definitely feel that the world had gone crazy. Now that they saw Su Yan killed by the mysterious black-robed man in one move, their hearts were calm, but they were even more afraid of the mysterious black-robed man. Under the pressure of the mysterious black-robed man's majestic spiritual power, everyone felt their hearts tremble. Of course, there were also people who quickly reacted and quietly retreated towards the Su family's courtyard. Before they could even take a step, they heard a mocking laugh come from under the black robe. What, since you're already here, you still want to leave? Although this mocking laugh wasn't loud, when it reached everyone's ears, they all felt their bodies tremble. Those who wanted to escape all stopped in their tracks. When the mysterious black-robed man saw everyone stop, another devilish laugh came from under the black robe. Although they couldn't see what kind of expression the person under the black robe had, they could still feel the spiritual power of the saint bloodline. However, he could still feel the pressure emitted from his body. Under those cold eyes, he emitted a domineering aura that seemed to be in charge of all living things. Su Tiantu, hand over the Su family seal. The mysterious black-robed man looked at Su Tiantu once again and shouted. At the same time, a powerful wave of spiritual power rushed towards Su Tiantu's body. Su Tiantu's body trembled and he suddenly retreated a few steps. Due to the powerful spiritual power, the Su family members standing behind Su Tiantu were also affected and retreated. Those who were weak even directly vomited blood. This majestic spirit chi pressure not only brought about pressure on the body, but also brought about a strong sense of awe in the heart. Under this powerful pressure, the Su family members couldn't help but feel a strong sense of fear. They all trembled and some even knelt on the ground. Although Su Tiantu was much better than the Su family members, from his distorted expression, he wasn't much better. However, when he saw the Su family members kneel down, he shouted loudly. Su Tiantu shouted. As a disciple of the Su family, You should have the pride of a disciple of the Su family. Why are you so disappointing? Su Tiantu's shout immediately caused the entire Su family members to tremble. They all recalled the words that Su Yan had said yesterday. As a member of the Su family, they should have the pride of a member of the Su family. Each and every one of them thought. Although their hearts and bodies were still suffering from the pressure of the spiritual power, each and every one of them had an unswerving determination in their eyes. Yenna, our Su family won't lose face for you. Su Tiantu saw that the Su family members had pulled themselves together and turned to look at Su Yan's body with a faint smile. Suddenly, the spiritual power in his body surged. His eyes were like torches as he looked at the mysterious black-robed man. Although he was suppressed by the powerful spiritual power, he didn't feel any fear. The pressure of the patriarch of that generation appeared on his slightly aged face in an instant. If you want my Su family's seal, then you'll have to kill me first. Su Tiantu looked at the mysterious black-robed man and said word by word. Although he was suppressed by the spiritual power and couldn't speak clearly, the unswerving determination that was emitted from his body made everyone feel respect for him. When the mysterious black-robed man saw Su Tiantu's appearance, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Then he laughed and said, "A member of the Su family should have the pride of a member of the Su family. I'd like to see how long you can last." As the mysterious black-robed man spoke, he suddenly waved both of his hands. A boundless spiritual power burst forth and directly surged towards Su Tiantu's body. When Su Tiantu saw the powerful spiritual power surging towards him, his body didn't move at all. He stood on the spot and shouted, "Break!" Suddenly, a bright light was emitted from Su Tiantu's body. When the spiritual power came into contact with the bright light on Su Tiantu's body, it was buffered. The remaining power entered Su Tiantu's body. Su Tiantu suddenly felt a surge of turbulence in his body. However, it was forcefully suppressed by Su Tiantu. He staggered a few steps back before stabilizing himself. Su Tiantu steadied himself and smiled. He looked at the mysterious black-robed man and said coldly, "Is this all the Saint Bloodline realm can do?" When the mysterious black-robed man saw Su Tiantu's appearance, he didn't get angry. Instead, he nodded in appreciation and said, "Not bad, not bad. I underestimated the members of the Su family. However, do you really think you can stop me?" Ha ha. As the mysterious black-robed man spoke, he suddenly leaped forward. His body suddenly turned into a long rainbow and attacked Su Tiantu. Not good. Su Tiantu was shocked. He wanted to use his qi to block the attack. Unfortunately, the mysterious black-robed man's speed was too fast. A black shadow flashed and Su Tiantu's storage bag had already fallen into the mysterious black-robed man's hand. "You!" When Su Tiantu saw his storage bag being snatched away, his face immediately filled with anger. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch the mysterious black-robed man forcibly open his storage bag. The mysterious black-robed man forcibly opened Su Tiantu's storage bag and took out a square seal. The eyes of the Su family suddenly turned cold. This was because they all recognized that it was the Su family's seal. "Give me back my Su family's seal." When Su Tiantu saw his family's seal being taken away by the mysterious black-robed man, he shouted angrily. Immediately, the spiritual power in his body surged, and he stepped forward to attack the mysterious black-robed man. Chapter 120. Family Head. When the Su family members saw Su Tiantu being sent flying, they hurriedly rushed forward to catch him. The mysterious black-robed man didn't even look at Su Tiantu. Instead, he stared at the Su family's palm print for a long time. His hands moved as he formed a seal, and a wisp of spirit energy was instantly absorbed into the palm print. At the same time, the palm print suddenly emitted a dense fog. Within the fog, one could faintly smell a strange scent. When the scent spread out, everyone in the Su family's courtyard smelled it. Their faces were filled with joy. When the mysterious black-robed man smelled the fragrance, he was intoxicated. His eyes that were exposed outside the black robe suddenly shot out a bright light. The supreme demon ancient seal is indeed in the Su family. The mysterious black-robed man looked at the shining Su family's palm print. As he spoke, his entire body trembled with excitement. Supreme demon ancient seal. With this supreme demon ancient seal, I can truly control the supreme demon secret skill. When that time comes, let's see if anyone in the monster palace dares to touch me. Ha ha ha. As the mysterious black-robed man spoke, he suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was strange as it spread out, causing the hearts and minds of everyone in the Su family's courtyard to shake. Supreme Demon Secret Skill. Demon Empress, just you wait. As the mysterious black-robed man spoke, the cultivation technique in his body suddenly revolved. A majestic and strange spirit energy erupted from his body, directly enveloping the entire Su family's courtyard. When the spirit energy was emitted, it shone brightly and attacked like countless bolts of lightning. Everyone in the Su family's courtyard suddenly felt a burst of pressure in their bodies. Their hearts trembled under the pressure of the spirit energy. Invisible fear constantly shot out from the mysterious black-robed man's mournful eyes. Run, quickly run. It was unknown who took the lead to shout, but the entire Su family's courtyard suddenly erupted into chaos. Countless people who were once ambitious and ruthless in Tianchuang City put down their pride and began to run outside. Their eyes were filled with endless fear as they looked at the mysterious black-robed man. This fear came from the bottom of their hearts, and they couldn't resist it at all. Run? Do you think it's that easy? The mysterious black-robed man sneered and shouted, "Explode!" Suddenly there was a loud bang. The black robe of the mysterious black-robed man exploded, and a body appeared. It had the body of a human and the head of a snake. Its crimson eyes looked at the crowd, and its entire body trembled. A monster! Seeing this scene, countless people were so scared that their faces turned pale. They hurriedly fled out of the Su family's courtyard. The mysterious snake-headed man, who had just taken off his black robe, was not worried at all when he saw everyone fleeing. His snake-like mouth slowly cracked open, revealing a strange smile that was not a smile. Bang! Under this smile, the people who were fleeing, no matter which direction they fled in, felt as if they had been struck by lightning when they had just taken a few steps. Bang! Bang! After a few loud bangs, everyone was bounced back. An ancient inscription spread outside the Su family's courtyard, and a strong sense of pressure came once again. Under this strong pressure, countless people spat out blood from their mouths. Suddenly, a bloody mist filled the air, and miserable screams rang out. Ha ha ha! When the mysterious black-robed man saw this scene, he let out a strange laugh from his snake-like mouth. His crimson eyes scanned the surroundings, but his body did not move. It was as if everything was under his control. He liked this feeling. He liked the feeling of being in control of everything. Ignorant people of Celestial Twin City, do you really think that a person from a small sect can destroy the Wang family and the Gao family? No, all of this is my doing. I want all of you to gather here and witness me activating the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. As long as I activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, there will be no one in the Monster Palace that can threaten me. I will dominate the entire Monster Palace. It's your honor that ants like you can witness such a magnificent feat before you die. Ha ha ha. As the mysterious black-robed man spoke, he let out another burst of laughter. At the same time, his hands moved, and the Fong family's palm seal in his hand leaped up. It floated in midair and emitted a strange light. That light instantly wrapped the mysterious black-robed man's entire body. A strong smell of blood wafted from his body. When the people of Celestial Twin City saw this scene, their hearts sank. Looking at the mysterious black-robed man's mocking smile, they all felt powerless. They were all famous people in Celestial Twin City, but they never thought that they would be fooled by an outsider. They were angry, but they were powerless to resist. Under the strong smell of blood emitted from the mysterious black-robed man, each and every one of them became dispirited. Their eyes suddenly lost their light. As a member of the Su family, I should have the pride of a member of the Su family. I can't just give in like this. Su Tianta looked at the bewitching light that was constantly being emitted and roared in his heart. The cultivation technique in his body followed and he tried to resist. However, the bewitching light emitted from the mysterious black-robed man's body was too strong. Su Tianta just stood up and fell down. It's useless. Don't make a meaningless struggle. When the mysterious black-robed man saw this scene, he laughed sinisterly. With a wave of his hand, The strong smell of blood on his body suddenly turned into a rain of blood that sprinkled over the entire Su family's courtyard. Under the rain of blood, everyone standing in the Su family's courtyard felt a sense of fear. It was the fear of death. When the mysterious black-robed man saw the fear in those people's eyes, the smile on his snake head became even wider. Ha ha ha, enjoy the feast of death. Enjoy the struggle of hell. The rain of blood continued to fall. Everyone in the Su family's courtyard began to twitch. After a few breaths, everyone's blood vessels seemed to have been opened. Fresh blood gathered and the strong smell of blood spread throughout the entire Su family's courtyard. Seeing the blood gathering, the smile on the black-robed man's face abruptly disappeared. A greedy light flashed in his scarlet eyes. His entire body began to tremble with excitement. The Supreme Demon Ancient Seal is about to open. The Supreme Monster Palace will be mine. Monster Palace Master, just you wait. Wait for me to ravage you. Ha ha ha, Monster Palace Master. You never thought that the Snake King Chow you chased out of the Monster Palace would have such a day. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The mysterious black-robed man, Snake King Chow, laughed ferociously. The spiritual energy in his body burst out. He activated the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and shouted, Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, open. Snake King Chow opened his hands and squinted his eyes. He was waiting for the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal to give him endless power. However, after waiting for a few breaths, there was no change at all. Snake King Chow was stunned. He made another hand sign and shouted, Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. Before he finished speaking, Snake King Chow looked at the person in front of him and was stunned. His face twitched and he shouted, Where is the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal? Where is my Supreme Demon Ancient Seal? Ha ha ha. At this moment, a hearty laugh came from the horizon. When the Snake King Chow heard this voice, his snake face immediately showed a sad expression. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a white figure floating not far away. He couldn't help but tremble. You didn't die. The white robes of the person standing nearby fluttered in the wind. A faint smile appeared on his handsome face. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Snake King Chow. This person was none other than Su Yan, who had just been killed by Snake King Chow. I won't die before you. Su Yan looked at Snake King Chow with contempt and said, How is this possible? I tested you just now. You didn't have any signs of life. How can you not die? Snake King Chow looked at Su Yan in shock. Haven't you heard of the nether grass? Su Yan looked at Snake King Chow with disdain and said, Nether grass. Snake King Chow's body trembled when he heard this. Nether grass was a mysterious grass that existed between heaven and earth. Once swallowed, it could make a person lose all signs of life for a short period of time. This grass grew in cold places, so its production was very low. After swallowing it, other than temporarily losing one's life, there was no other effect. Very few people would go out of their way to find it. Even though Snake King Chow had heard of it, he didn't expect Su Yan to have it. In fact, Su Yan didn't go out of his way to find it. He found it in the scripture pavilion of the hidden sword tomb. At that time, Su Yan didn't care about it. However, after meeting Snake King Chow, Su Yan had a plan. Su Yan was more interested in Snake King Chow's secret in Tianshuang City. If he killed Snake King Chow in one fell swoop, he wouldn't be able to get the secret. So Su Yan thought of faking his death. As expected, the Snake King Chow had been fooled. Su Yan didn't expect Snake King Chow to be from the Monster Palace, and that the Su family seal was the Supreme Devil Ancient Seal. Monster Palace was located in the south of the 5 counties, in the south of the South Sea. Its power was far beyond the hidden sword tomb. It was rumored that Monster Palace was filled with monsters and ghosts. Monster Palace had always been low-key, never interfering with the affairs of other sects in the South Sea. How did the Supreme Devil Ancient Seal end up in the Su family's hands? As Su Yan thought about it, he couldn't help but take another look at the palm print in his hand. Snake King Chow also noticed the seal in Su Yan's hand. His whole body trembled. It's you. You're the one who stopped my plan. I was just one step away from opening the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, but all of this was ruined because of you. I betrayed Monster Palace to find the Supreme Devil Ancient Seal. It took me 100 years, but I didn't cultivate in seclusion during that time. I didn't stop for 100 years to find the Supreme Devil Ancient Seal. Chapter 121. 100 years. Su Yan, I've spent 100 years on this and now it's all gone. Su Yan, I want you to pay with your life. Snake King Chao's eyes were red as he clenched his fists tightly. His long hair was scattered, and his body was trembling. His face was twisted as if he had gone mad. Snake King Chao looked at the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal in Su Yan's hand. His heart was bleeding, as if an invisible sword had torn open his chest and pierced his heart. His arrogance of destroying all living beings was destroyed. Pucci Snake King Chao's body was trembling violently. His mind was roaring, and the blood in his body was boiling. He had paid a huge price, and even betrayed the Monster Palace. He had even stopped cultivating for 100 years just to get the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. Now everything was ruined because of this person in front of him. Pucci. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the snake's mouth and dyed the robe on his body red. It was a ghastly sight. It was as if he had paid a huge price and spent countless days to win the heart of a beautiful woman, and had even hugged her in the bridal chamber. The moment his clothes were taken off and he was about to pounce on her, he found that someone had taken it away from him. Moreover, it was taken away right in front of him, by a person who he thought was dead. This was unforgivable. Su Yan, I'm going to kill you, kill you. Snake King Chao's face was twisted together as he roared crazily. The spirit energy in his body exploded, and with a wave of his hand, his body suddenly turned into a rainbow and rushed toward Su Yan like a phantom. At this moment he was like a crazy beast without the slightest move. His red eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wanted to tear Su Yan to pieces to release the resentment in his heart. Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, Supreme Demon Secret Technique. He had worked hard for 100 years. For this, he did not hesitate to live in seclusion in this remote town, and did not hesitate to play tricks with a group of ants. All for today to open the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and inherit the Supreme Demon Secret Technique. But now they were all destroyed. The secret technique had been activated, but it was interrupted. The secret technique of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seals would definitely be resealed. If he wanted to undo the seal, he, the Snake King Chao, could no longer do so. The essence blood of the Demon Empress that he stole from the Monster Palace was gone. Unless he obtained the Demon Empress blood essence again. But how was that possible? A single drop of blood had almost cost him his life in the Monster Palace. Now that he was a traitor of the Monster Palace, how was it possible for him to obtain the Demon Empress blood essence? 100 years of hard work, 100 years of foundation all destroyed. Su Yan, I'm going to tear you apart, tear you apart. Snake King Chao roared crazily. His leaping body suddenly formed a hand seal and slapped towards Su Yan's chest. Although Su Yan had stopped the Snake King Chao from unlocking the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, he was not careless. After all, the Snake King Chao was a saint with 2 bloodlines. Su Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed. He patted his storage bag and took out the pagoda sword. It was not the shocking celestial sword that he used when he returned to the Su family. It was the pagoda sword. Although the pagoda sword was not a divine item, because it was the sword of the pagoda inheritance, it naturally had the pagoda light. It was best to use it to slay demons and devils. Su Yan now knew why the Snake King Chao wanted to destroy the Su family, and why he used those methods. Naturally, he did not hold back. Immediately, he stepped on the sword dragon. His body was like lightning. The sword flashed and the sword hummed. Suddenly, a wave of turbulent waves surged in the void, attacking the Snake King Chao. The secret technique of unlocking the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal was blocked by Su Yan. Everyone in the Su family courtyard slowly woke up. As the crowd watched the battle between the two, they were all stunned. When they saw the rapidly leaping white figure, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Su Yan, that person is actually Su Yan. How is that possible? He's not dead. No way, isn't he only in the spirit realm? How can he be so fast? Compared to the shock of these people, the Snake King Chao's eyes were filled with killing intent. He did not care about Su Yan's spirit realm at all. He only wanted to kill. Only by killing Su Yan could he vent the hatred in his heart. Die. The Snake King Chao seemed to have fainted at this moment. He did not use any techniques and only relied on his strength. As he waved his hands, he continuously chopped down on Su Yan. This gave Su Yan a lot of advantages. Su Yan used his eyes to avoid the Snake King Chao's attacks, and occasionally, he would even stab the Snake King Chao with his sword. Although it was not enough to kill the Snake King Chao, it greatly consumed his strength. Ha ha ha, die together, die together. The Snake King Chao actually stopped his attacks after missing Su Yan several times. He landed in the courtyard and laughed sinisterly. His hands formed a seal, and he was about to attack Su Yan's dantian. Self-destruction. Seeing this, Su Yan's heart could not help but twitch. He never thought that the Snake King Chao would be so crazy. Before the outcome of the battle was decided, he wanted to self-destruct his dantian. The self-destruction of a Saint bloodline expert was enough to destroy the entire Su family. Perhaps before Su Yan left the Su family, if a Saint bloodline expert wanted to self-destruct, the entire Tianchuang city would be destroyed. That Su Yan would only look at them coldly, and would definitely not stop them. But now that Su Yan had returned to the Su family, the grudges between them had long been resolved. The Su family was the birthplace of Su Yan. Su Yan naturally could not watch the Su family be destroyed. Everyone back off. Su Yan shouted and immediately floated down with the sword dragon, blocking in front of the Snake King Chao. The self-destruction of a Saint bloodline expert was far more powerful than that of a Fate Soul expert. When Snake King Chao moved, the surrounding Ling Qi started to move crazily and rushed into Snake King Chao's body. At the same time, a powerful force burst out and attacked Snake King Chao. The beams and pillars of the entire Su family's courtyard also emitted loud cracking sounds. Inside the Su family's courtyard, all the people of the Tianchuang city were stunned when they saw this scene. Why are you still not backing off? Su Yan saw that these people were still in a daze and shouted angrily. Under this angry shout, these people finally reacted and retreated out of the Su family's courtyard. Ha ha ha, all of you must die, all of you must die. At this moment, a sinister laugh came from the horizon. The Snake King Chao's body suddenly compressed together. Pudong. With a loud sound, an invisible wave rushed out and destroyed everything in the surroundings. Su Yan's entire body started trembling as well. However, Su Yan still managed to endure it. He quickly circulated the cultivation technique within his body and shouted out, "Invincible golden body!" Suddenly, a gorgeous ray of light descended and bloomed. Unfortunately, not long after, before the light could shine, it was covered by an invisible giant wave that poured out. Even the invincible golden body can't withstand this self-destruction. An invisible force penetrated the golden light, and Su Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body began to tremble under this power. Am I going to die? Su Yan felt this force and laughed at himself. He didn't regret it. After all, the Su family couldn't be separated from him. Xiao. At this moment, a majestic force suddenly surged from his dantian and rushed into the invincible golden body. Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. The invisible wave weakened a lot under Su Yan's resistance, giving the other people in Heaven Twin City a chance to escape. The people in Heaven Twin City looked at the Su family's courtyard that had turned into ashes behind them and were shocked. Rumble. The explosion lasted for a few breaths of time before it stopped. The entire Su family's courtyard had turned into ashes, leaving only a thick fog in the air. Yener. Su Tiantu looked at the Su family's courtyard with sadness on his face. The various forces in Heaven Twin City who wanted to crusade against the Su family also showed sadness on their faces when they saw this scene. Everyone was silent for a long time. Suddenly, someone from an unknown family knelt down in front of the Su family's courtyard. As soon as this person knelt down, all the forces in Heaven Twin City followed suit and knelt down one by one until everyone was left standing. Regardless of whether it was the elders or the patriarchs of the various families in Heaven Twin City, they were all kneeling in front of the Su family's courtyard with sadness on their faces. Many experts from Heaven Twin City knelt down quietly. After a long time, they slowly stood up and an old man walked towards Su Tiantu. He cupped his hands and said, "Su family patriarch, Su Yan is the hero of our Heaven Twin City." Hero. Su Tiantu's face was filled with sadness. Why would he care about these titles? The old man looked at Su Tiantu and sighed. He then turned to the others and said, "Everyone, I believe everyone knows what happened today. Su Yan is not the murderer, but the hero of our Heaven Twin City. Hero, that's right. Su Yan is the hero of our Heaven Twin City. Following the old man's words, countless voices echoed, all calling for Su Yan to be the hero. Cough, cough, cough. Just as everyone was shouting, a weak cough was heard from the ruins of the Su family's courtyard. Everyone was stunned as they looked towards the ruins. When they saw the handsome face of the white-robed figure, everyone was stunned. Su Yan. It's actually Su Yan. He's not dead. He's not dead. He actually blocked the attack of a Saint Vane realm expert. This is too amazing. Chapter 122. The Su family is not something you can invade. It was just a simple sentence, but it was mixed with a powerful aura. It was also this simple sentence that re-established the Su family's position in Tianchuang City. Back then, the Su family had fallen into a state of depression because of Su Tiantu and Su Kuang's wrong decision. The Su family's strength in Tianchuang City had been steadily declining. They had almost walked the path of destruction. However, because of Su Yan's return, the Su family's image in Tianchuang City had been re-established. This image was not only a symbol of strength, but also because of Su Yan's performance that he had received the recognition of all the major forces in Tianchuang City. Su Yan believed that after this incident, as long as the Su family no longer remained muddle-headed and stubborn, the Su family's position in Tianchuang City would be greatly guaranteed. Su Yan had returned to the Su family mainly to see how the Su family was developing. He had decided to stay because he wanted to re-establish the Su family. Now that he had achieved his goal, Su Yan naturally chose to leave. This was because Su Yan had more important things to do. Why had the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal appeared in the Su family? Su Yan had always felt that this secret was fishy. Although Su Yan did not understand the Monster Palace, he was no stranger to the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, which was the Monster Palace's most precious treasure. It was rumored that whoever grasped the secrets of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal would have grasped the lifeline of the Monster Palace. Why would such an important item be in the hands of the Su family in a small remote city like Tianchuang City? Moreover, after all these years, had the Monster Palace not looked for the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal? The Hidden Sword Tomb was the #1 sect in Jingzhou City. However, compared to the Monster Palace, it was probably not even comparable to a corner of the Monster Palace. Why would such a powerful force allow the sect's most precious treasure to fall into the hands of the Su family without looking for it? Strange. There must be something strange about this. The more Su Yan thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was definitely not so simple, and it was precisely because of this matter. Su Yan, who had just left the Hidden Sword Tomb and didn't know where to go, suddenly had his own goal, which was to go to the Monster Palace. This was because Su Yan had a faint feeling that this Supreme Demon Ancient Seal was related to his father. After returning to the Su family this time, Su Yan inquired about his father's situation. With Su Yan's current status in the Su family, Su Yan could not help but ask about his father. Su Tiantu naturally didn't hide anything from Su Yan, and told him everything about Su Yan's father and Su Yan's father. When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but feel deep respect for his father. Su Lin and Su Yan were the same. They had entered the Hidden Sword Tomb by taking first place in the trial. After entering the Hidden Sword Tomb, they had met Su Yan's mother. The two of them had left the Hidden Sword Tomb and returned to the Su family to give birth to Su Yan. That had been the most glorious days of the Su family. However, the good times didn't last. When Su Yan was 1 year old, Su Yan's parents had both left for some unknown reason. Ever since then, no one had heard any news about Su Lin. Everyone had also heard rumors that Su Yan's parents had passed away. After all, it had been such a long time, so everyone was right to think so. However, for some reason, when Su Yan obtained the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, Su Yan felt that his father wasn't dead, and that he was still alive in this world. Su Yan suspected that the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal was also brought by his father. Since that was the case, no matter what happened to his parents, the Monster Palace was worth a trip for Su Yan. However, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry. This trip to the Monster Palace was definitely not a place that Su Yan could casually enter with the monstrous strength of the Monster Palace. If he wanted to enter the Monster Palace, he had to increase his strength. Su Yan had entered the legendary level, the 13th level of the spirit channeling realm. He had crossed the life-soul realm and could directly form a holy vein. However, Su Yan also knew that there was a huge gap between the two. If he wanted to cross this gap, he definitely wouldn't be able to cross it so quickly. Therefore, after leaving the Su family, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to go to the Monster Palace. Instead, he traveled all the way from Wushuang City to the territory of the 5 counties subduing demon region. The Gan territory was divided into 5 counties and 9 prefectures. These 5 counties and 9 prefectures weren't divided into 5 counties and 9 prefectures. Instead, they were divided into 2 continents, the 5 counties continent and the 9 prefectures continent. Jingzhou City was a small city on the 5 counties continent. The subduing demon region also existed on the 5 counties continent. However, the subduing demon region wasn't like the major cities on the 5 counties continent. There weren't any family forces in the subduing demon region, nor were there any sects established. There were only martial artists who had gone through this before. The subduing demon region was located in the center of the 5 counties continent. If one wanted to reach the other cities in the 5 counties continent, they had to pass through the subduing demon region. Because of this, although there weren't any family forces or sects in the subduing demon region, the subduing demon region was filled with people. The hidden devil region was a boiling cauldron of voices. Every day, there would be countless cultivators shuttling back and forth. Where there were people, there would naturally be merchants. The daily flow of people caused the subduing demon region to become the largest underground black market in the 5 counties continent. In the subduing demon region, in addition to the warriors who set up stalls every day, there were also regular auctions. The right to control the auctions was in the hands of the Monster Palace. Although the Monster Palace was located in the South Sea of the 5 counties continent and didn't care about worldly affairs, the auctions in the subduing demon region were in the hands of the Monster Palace. It was funny to say that the Monster Palace was mostly filled with demons and ghosts, but this place was called the subduing demon region. This was also the purpose of Su Yan's visit. Now that he couldn't enter the Monster Palace immediately, and the auctions in the subduing demon region were in the hands of the Monster Palace, it was naturally the best place to observe the forces of the Monster Palace. As soon as he entered the subduing demon region, Su Yan felt the splendor of the place. There were many magic weapons, spiritual medicines, and spiritual swords on display in every stall. However, Su Yan didn't observe these things. Spiritual swords. Who in the world could carry tens of thousands of spiritual swords in one go? Who else could do it except for Su Yan? Su Yan was a swordsman. He was only interested in swords. Now that he had so many hidden swords, why would he look at those ordinary swords? Immediately he found an inn to stay in. As soon as he stayed in the room, Su Yan operated his cultivation method. However, he didn't absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Instead, he inspected his dantian. That day, Su Yan blocked the Snake King Chao's self-detonation attack. Su Yan clearly remembered that his invincible golden body wasn't enough to block that powerful self-detonation attack. Just when he thought he was going to die, he clearly felt a powerful force coming from his dantian. That powerful force resolved his crisis. Unfortunately, after a round of inspection, Su Yan didn't find any power in his body. This made Su Yan feel strange. He clearly felt that strange power, and the power contained in that power would always surpass his invincible golden body. However, why couldn't he feel it now? After a few more tests, he still couldn't find the strange power in his body. Su Yan could only give up and look at this not-so-luxurious room. Su Yan suddenly remembered the records he had read about the hidden demon area. The hidden demon area wasn't just a place where many merchants gathered. It was also the largest black market in the 5 counties. Many warriors, after killing people and robbing them, would sell them in the black market to avoid being hunted down by the sections. Within the hidden demon area, there was also an unwritten rule. This rule could be traced back to who knows how many years ago. However, it had been around for a long time and no one dared to disobey it. The rule was actually very simple. Within the hidden demon area, one couldn't form a gang. All the competitions could only be fought by one person. This also caused the entire hidden demon area to have no power. Even the people of the Monster Palace didn't directly participate except for the auction. This place is suitable for me. Su Yan had always liked to be alone. Thinking about this unwritten rule, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise a smile. Ever since I entered the hidden sword tomb, I haven't set foot in other places. Now that I've reached the peak of the 13th level of spirit channeling, unless I condense a holy vein in my body, it's useless to absorb spirit energy. I might as well go out and walk around. Maybe there really is something I want in the hidden demon area. Su Yan muttered. Thinking about going out to buy things, he naturally thought of the spirit stones he obtained in the mysterious ice-cold pond in the sword well. Under the mysterious ice-cold pond, the spirit stones he obtained could be measured with a mountain. A mountain of spirit stones, at least several million. With several million spirit stones in his hands, Su Yan naturally felt rich when he went out. Su Yan still remembered the time when he was forced by Lu Hong to ask for spirit stones in the hidden sword tomb. At that time, because of the hidden sword tomb, he ate and lived in the hidden sword tomb. He didn't realize the importance of spirit stones. However, after leaving the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan realized the importance of spirit stones. Without spirit stones, it could be said that it would be difficult to move an inch. Not only that, spirit stones could even be used to hire some experts to do things that were inconvenient for him. Especially for some families that did business, perhaps there were no experts in the family but they had spirit stones. With spirit stones, they could hire assassins to become the family's guards. Such a rich family was also indispensable in this society. The beauty of spirit stones was indescribable. Fortunately, there are spirit stones in the mysterious ice-cold pond, otherwise I'm afraid I would still be worried about spirit stones. Su Yan muttered. Thinking of the spirit stones he obtained in the mysterious ice-cold pond, he felt like a rich man. Thinking that he really didn't carefully look at how many spirit stones there were, Su Yan wanted to take out and carefully count them. If there was an auction in the hidden demon area, he would have the confidence to participate. Patting the storage bag, a spirit stone suddenly appeared in Su Yan's hand. Patting again, another spirit stone appeared. Patting again, another spirit stone appeared. Patting again, another spirit stone appeared. Now that Su Yan knew the benefits of spirit stones, he naturally enjoyed this feeling, so he didn't take out all the spirit stones at once, but one by one. Enjoying this feeling, but after Su Yan patted a dozen times, there were no more spirit stones in the storage bag. How is this possible? Su Yan remembered clearly that he had at least several million spirit stones, but there were only a dozen spirit stones. Su Yan patted the storage bag a few more times, but there were still no spirit stones. Su Yan suddenly panicked, and a spirit entered the storage bag to search. There was no trace of spirit stones. Chapter 123. Back in the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan ate and lived in the hidden sword tomb. At that time, other than cultivating wholeheartedly, he did not care about spirit stones. Now that he was out of the hidden sword tomb, there was no need to mention the benefits of spirit stones. In this world, besides being a world of the strong, it was also a world of spirit stones. As long as you had spirit stones, you would have unparalleled wealth. Even if you were a piece of trash, there would still be strong people willing to risk their lives for you. Of course, in many cases, spirit stones were linked to strength. Without strength, there would be no spirit stones. 1,000,000 spirit stones was definitely a fortune. This amount of wealth was enough to contend with many families and even some small sections. Su Yan did not worry about spirit stones when he came out. He did not even look at the storage bag because he had 1,000,000 spirit stones in his storage bag. However, at this moment, Su Yan looked at the dozen spirit stones in his hand. His face was twisted and ugly. Who is it? Although Su Yan muttered softly, his ugly face was enough to see the anger in Su Yan's heart. This was like standing at the top of the world, but when you looked down at the world, you found that the whole world was empty. Even if Su Yan had a good mind, he would not feel good about the feeling of falling from the edge of the sky into the abyss. He stared at the dozen or so spirit stones in his hand, and his eyes were almost bloodshot. He stared like this for a long time. Su Yan calmed down and suppressed the anger in his heart. The storage bag has always been with me. It was definitely not stolen by others. Su Yan calmed down and quickly found the key to the matter. A storage bag was all the wealth of a martial artist. Not only did it store spirit stones, but it also stored all kinds of heavenly materials and rare treasures. Su Yan had always hung the storage bag at his waist. Because this storage bag was a high-grade storage bag, Su Yan deliberately added his bloodline seal when he took it. Under this bloodline restriction, Only a Peak Saint bloodline expert would be able to forcefully erase the restriction on their own storage pouch. Only then would they be able to obtain the items inside. However, Su Yan had yet to encounter a Peak Saint bloodline expert. If they were at the peak of the Saint bloodline, they would not do such a thing. Furthermore, they did not know how many spirit stones they had in their storage pouches. Even if he knew that the heaven-destroying sword and the scarlet parting sword case were in the storage pouch, apart from the spiritual stones, the value of these two items was much higher than the 1 million spiritual stones. If a Saint bloodline cultivator were to open his storage pouch, he would definitely recognize these two rare treasures. Therefore, the spirit stones were definitely not stolen by anyone. If it wasn't stolen by someone, then why did the spirit stones suddenly disappear? Su Yan frowned and looked at the dozen spirit stones that he had already placed on the table, at a loss of what to do. Could it be from the storage pouch? Su Yan was in a daze for a long time. Suddenly his heart skipped a beat. He immediately activated the cultivation method in his body, and sent a strand of divine thought into the storage pouch. After searching every corner of the storage pouch, he realized that there was nothing else in the storage pouch other than the items that he had stored in it. Where did the spirit stones go? Su Yan muttered to himself as he retracted his divine thought in disappointment. Just as the last strand of divine thought left the storage pouch, suddenly a bright light shone from those dazed eyes. The light instantly flowed into the storage pouch along with the divine thought. In the corner of the storage pouch, Su Yan saw a familiar yet unfamiliar ancient jade. The ancient jade of the celestial fiend. Su Yan looked at the purple, slightly bloated ancient jade lying in the corner. It was very different from the ancient jade of the celestial fiend that Su Yan had obtained previously. However, other than the appearance of the ancient jade being bloated, it was the same as the ancient jade of the celestial fiend. The ancient jade of the celestial fiend seemed to have felt Su Yan's divine thought, and suddenly jumped up. It jumped up and down in the storage pouch as if it was expressing its joy. Looking at the appearance of the ancient jade of the celestial fiend, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He slapped the storage pouch and immediately took out the ancient jade of the celestial fiend. The ancient jade of the celestial fiend was given to him by Mu Zijian. Su Yan had never figured out the mystery of this jade. But Su Yan knew that this jade was cunning and intelligent. After taking out the ancient jade, Su Yan didn't dare to let go. He held it tightly in his hand and shouted, "Speak, did you steal my ancient jade?" After speaking, Su Yan waited for a long time and didn't see any movement from the ancient jade of the celestial fiend in his hand. He shouted again, "Stop pretending. Tell me, did you steal my spirit stones? Hurry up and give me an explanation." After speaking, Su Yan's tightly clenched fist became even more intelligent. If someone were to see his current appearance, they would definitely think that Su Yan was a madman. Making a big fuss over an item was like playing the lute to a cow. However, Su Yan knew that this ancient jade of the celestial fiend was extremely intelligent. Not only did his tightly clenched fist become tighter, it also continued to shout, "Hurry up and tell me, did you steal my spirit stones?" Going from a millionaire to a pauper in an instant, the anger was naturally indescribable. At this moment, Su Yan vented all of his anger on the ancient jade of the celestial fiend. "If you don't speak, I'll crush you today." Su Yan shouted with a pale face. He clenched his fist even harder. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Su Yan tried and how hard he shouted, the ancient jade of the celestial fiend seemed to have completely disappeared. Su Yan couldn't feel any movement from it at all. Su Yan couldn't help but wonder, did I really use too much strength and crush the spirituality of the celestial fiend jade? Even though Su Yan didn't know what was so special about the ancient jade of the celestial fiend, it was given to him by Mu Zijian. Furthermore, Mu Zijian had spent so many years trying to subdue this ancient jade of the celestial fiend. Therefore, Su Yan believed that this ancient jade of the celestial fiend was definitely not an ordinary item. Even though Su Yan was furious at this moment, he didn't want to destroy the ancient jade of the celestial fiend. He had no more spirit stones. If he destroyed the ancient jade of the celestial fiend, he would suffer a double loss. As Su Yan thought about it, his clenched fist slowly opened up. He wanted to check it out. Just as Su Yan loosened his fist, whoosh, suddenly a huge force rushed out from Su Yan's palm. Su Yan was startled. He hurriedly clenched his fist, but it was too late. A flash of light could be seen. The ancient jade of the celestial fiend had already jumped out of Su Yan's palm. What a cunning thing! Su Yan looked at the ancient jade of the celestial fiend and gritted his teeth. Whoosh! Whoosh! Looking at Su Yan's angry face, the ancient jade of the celestial fiend spun in the air continuously, as if it was expressing the joy in its heart. After a while, a laughter came out from its body. Hee hee. It was a laughter like that of a young girl. Su Yan was already angry when he saw the ancient jade of the celestial fiend like this. But when he heard the laughter, he was stunned. Su Yan didn't believe it at first. But when he looked around, he didn't see anyone. The laughter came from the ancient jade of the celestial fiend. This jade can actually laugh like a human. Su Yan looked at the ancient jade of the celestial fiend in astonishment. All the anger in his body was replaced by shock. The ancient jade of the celestial fiend looked at Su Yan and laughed for a while. Its small body turned and suddenly stopped. What is it going to do now? Su Yan looked at the ancient jade of the celestial fiend and frowned. Suddenly, he thought of something and said in his heart, "Not good." He hurriedly used his chi to grab the ancient jade of the celestial fiend. Unfortunately, the ancient jade of the celestial fiend was not slow. It jumped out and immediately rushed towards the spirit stones that Su Yan had placed on the table. It was so fast that it was like a flash of lightning. Before Su Yan had time to react, several of the pitiful spirit stones on the table had already fallen into the ancient jade of the celestial fiend. Seeing this, Su Yan finally knew where his 1,000,000 spirit stones went. But at this moment, Su Yan couldn't be bothered to care about the ancient jade of the celestial fiend. The cultivation method in his body quickly circulated, and he grabbed the few remaining spirit stones on the table. His speed was so fast that in an instant, all the spirit stones on the table were in his hands. Su Yan opened his hand and suddenly had the urge to cry. Originally, there were only a dozen spirit stones, but after being destroyed by the ancient jade of the celestial fiend, only 3 were left. Out of the 1,000,000 spirit stones, only 3 were left. Su Yan's face immediately darkened. Looking at the ancient jade of the celestial fiend, his eyes suddenly surged with a murderous intent. Hee hee. Seeing Su Yan's expression, the ancient jade of the celestial fiend let out a cheerful laugh. This laugh was as pleasant as a young girl's. But to Su Yan, it was extremely ear-piercing. Ancient jade of the celestial fiend, if I don't crush you today, Su Yan originally wanted to say that his surname was not Su, but he remembered that it was such a spiritual item. If Su Yan really destroyed it, Su Yan would really be reluctant. He could only grit his teeth and reach out to grab the ancient jade of the celestial fiend. His speed was so fast that his hand shot out like an arrow from a bow. However, the ancient jade of the celestial fiend was not slow at all. When Su Yan reached out, its small body turned slightly and dodged Su Yan's attack. It floated in the air and let out a pleasant laugh. Its entire body was jumping continuously, as if it was mocking Su Yan. Seeing this, Su Yan's heart was filled with anger. The skill in his body suddenly revolved, and he once again reached out to grab the ancient jade of the celestial fiend. His speed was clearly faster than before. Unfortunately, the ancient jade of the celestial fiend still managed to escape. The ancient jade of the celestial fiend was only separated by Su Yan's palm, and it continued to laugh happily. Under this laughter, Su Yan did not panic this time. Instead, he smiled faintly. When the ancient jade of the celestial fiend saw Su Yan's expression, it was slightly stunned. At this moment, Su Yan's hand that had not yet retracted swept out, and once again reached out to grab the ancient jade of the celestial fiend. The ancient jade of the celestial fiend was shocked. However, its reaction was lightning fast. It jumped up and tried to escape from Su Yan's grasp. Trying to run? Su Yan had already predicted that the ancient jade of the celestial fiend would escape. He smiled faintly, and his pupils suddenly shrank, emitting a scarlet light. Chapter 124. When the jade landed in Su Yan's hand, it was no longer as calm as when it first came out of the storage bag. Instead, it was constantly struggling. Hee, you also know how to struggle. Su Yan smiled coldly and threw it into the storage bag without hesitation. Let's see where you can run to now. When Su Yan saw the jade fall into the storage bag, he smiled proudly. However, when he saw the 3 remaining spirit stones in his hand, His entire face twisted. He gritted his teeth and almost took the jade out of the storage bag to beat it up again. However, he remembered that no matter how spiritual the jade was, it was still a tool. If Su Yan were to argue with Mu Zijian, he would only end up being angry at himself in the end. What's more, this celestial fiend jade was so intelligent, it was definitely not an ordinary item. Furthermore, it was given to him by Mu Zijian, so how could Su Yan really destroy it? He had already lost his spirit stone, so if he really destroyed it, wouldn't he suffer a double loss? Forget it, forget it. Now that Su Yan knew that the spirit stones were devoured by the jade, he was no longer as angry as before. However, he was puzzled. How could the jade devour spirit stones? Su Yan carefully recalled the books in the Immortal Sword Peak Scripture Pavilion. However, he still couldn't remember the characteristics of some spiritual items that could devour spirit stones. The spiritual items in the world are divided into 6 levels: ordinary, spirit, mysterious, immortal, saint, and divine. Although I have heard that some spiritual items can increase their level by merging with their master's bloodline. However, I have never heard of spiritual items being able to devour spirit stones. As Su Yan muttered, he still couldn't figure out the mystery of the jade. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't figure it out. Although Su Yan wanted to take out the jade to study it, he thought that it was extremely cunning. It was like a naughty child. If he took it out and continued to chase after it, it would only cause more trouble for him. Su Yan had no choice but to give up. The world is so big, nothing is too strange. Su Yan sighed and could only comfort himself with his own ignorance. However, when he thought of the remaining 1 million spirit stones in the Xianbing Cold Pond, he thought about it. Su Yan still felt a stab of pain in his heart. After a long time, he calmed down. He took a deep breath and said, "Forget it, forget it. I'll just pretend that I never received these spirit stones." Su Yan smiled helplessly and threw the 3 spirit stones into his storage bag. Just as it was about to be thrown, Su Yan's heart trembled. Luckily, he reacted quickly and grabbed the spirit stone in a panic. These 3 spirit stones were the last of Su Yan's wealth. When Su Yan had arrived at the inn, he had clearly heard the inn waiter say that he would have to pay 1 spirit stone for a day's stay. 3 spirit stones could only sustain him for 3 days at most. If he were to put them into his storage bag, based on how greedy the immortal fiend jade was when it saw the spirit stones, these 3 spirit stones would definitely become the immortal fiend jade's meal. If that was the case, not to mention 3 days, Su Yan would probably be kicked out of the store right now. Su Yan was going to the Monster Palace to investigate the secret of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. Su Yan was well aware of the strength of the Monster Palace. With his current strength, it would be disastrous for him to enter rashly. Although Su Yan was anxious to find out the secret of the Supreme Fey Ancient Seal, Su Yan knew that no matter what, he had to protect his own life. Su Yan's purpose in coming to the Hidden Demon region was not only to obtain more secrets about the Monster Palace, but also to condense his holy bloodline here. The peak of the spirit channeling stage would enter the life soul stage, and the peak of the life soul stage would form the holy meridian. When one stepped into the holy meridian realm, one would become a saint in one go. Su Yan had profited from his misfortune, breaking the norm. The Tao of Life Abandonment and the Tao of Soul condensed at the 10th level of the spirit channeling realm. The Tao of Observing the Human Heart. When one reached the peak of the 13th level of the spirit channeling realm, one would be able to form a holy vein. At this point, Su Yan was already at the peak of the 13th level of the spirit channeling realm. Absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was useless, unless he could form a holy vein and break through the realm of holy veins. A single bloodline would allow one to become a saint and leap into the realm of experts. How could it be so easy to condense a holy meridian? There were people at the pinnacle of the life-soul realm who were unable to condense a holy meridian for 100 years. In the end, they died with regret. Furthermore, Su Yan's Tao of Life Abandonment and Tao of Soul were Taos that focused on one's heart. He had reached the 13th level of spirit channeling, which was already against the will of the heavens. It was even more difficult for him to condense a saint meridian compared to others. No matter how ambitious Su Yan was, he knew that forming a saint bloodline was not something that could be done in a day. He did not know how long he would have to stay in the Hidden Demon region. The Hidden Demon region was not the Hidden Sword Mound. Here, whether it was food or lodging, everything required spiritual stones. However, at this moment, Suyen only had 3 spiritual stones left. These 3 spiritual stones were only enough for 3 days of rent, not including food. When one reached the life-soul realm, one could enter the fasting realm. Of course, this fasting realm was not truly fasting. With the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, one could go months without eating a meal. However, Suyen was not in the life-soul realm. He was only in the spirit channeling realm. Although he could absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to alleviate his hunger, this could only last for a dozen days without eating. After a long time, his stomach would still feel hungry, and then he would have to eat. In the world of warriors, when one reached the life-soul realm, one could enter the fasting realm and go months without eating a meal. This was why the food in the various inns was extremely expensive. A meal could cost as little as a few spiritual stones, and as much as a few hundred or even tens of thousands of spiritual stones. All of this required spiritual stones. Right now, Suyen only had a pitiful 3 spiritual stones. 3 spiritual stones were not enough for Suyen to eat a meal. Looking at the 3 spiritual stones, Suyen suddenly smiled bitterly. At the same time, he discovered a very serious matter. He had come down from the hidden sword tomb and returned to the Su family. He had been in the hidden demon area for more than 10 days, and he had not eaten for many days in the hidden sword tomb. According to this calculation, in a few days Suyen would definitely feel hungry. At that time he would have to eat. Otherwise, Suyen would very likely become a warrior who would starve to death. Spiritual stones, I want spiritual stones. Suyen wanted to cry but had no tears. He regretted that when he left the Su family that day, when Su Qiantu gave him thousands of spiritual stones, he refused. Not only did he refuse the spiritual stones, but he also refused Su Qiantu's offer to treat Su Yan to a full meal before leaving. Now that Su Yan thought about it, he regretted that he could not wait to go back to the Su family. However, the Su family was at least hundreds of thousands of miles away. It was definitely impossible to go back to the Su family. And if he could not go back to the Su family, in the hidden demon area, Su Yan was alone. Where could he get spiritual stones? Since that day in the hidden sword tomb, when Lu Hong forced him to ask for spiritual stones, Su Yan had never been short of spiritual stones. At that time in the mysterious ice-cold pond, he obtained 1,000,000 spiritual stones. Su Yan did not even think about the spiritual stones. How could he have thought that he would fall into such a situation? Forget it. Let's go out of the room first and then make plans. Su Yan shook his head helplessly. Holding the 3 spiritual stones, he went downstairs. He gritted his teeth and put on a generous look. He threw out the only 3 spiritual stones in his hand and said, "Waiter, I'll pay for the room upstairs for 3 days first." The waiter was obviously also a warrior, and his strength was not weak. Su Yan could tell at a glance that he was a master at the peak of the life-soul realm. With such strength, he would be a genius in the sex in the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan did not understand why he was a waiter in this inn. However, Su Yan could not even protect himself now, so he paid the only 3 spiritual stones. Su Yan really did not know where to go to get food. He did not think about why the waiter was a waiter here. He shook his head and turned to leave the inn. At this moment, the waiter suddenly called out from behind, "Senior, you're staying in a superior room. These 3 spiritual stones are only for 1 day. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to say 3 days. In the world of warriors, those who reached the top were first. Aside from the sects and families, as long as one's strength was stronger than others, regardless of status, they would be addressed respectfully." Su Yan hid all the spiritual chi in his body as soon as he entered the hidden demon region. The waiter could not see Su Yan's strength. Although Su Yan was young, he still addressed Su Yan as a senior. However, Su Yan did not feel anything about this greeting. Instead, when he heard that the superior room cost 3 spiritual stones a day, his already depressed face immediately sank. He beat his feet in his heart. Superior room. When I entered the inn, what was wrong with me? How could I stay in a superior room? At that time, Su Yan had always felt that he was a millionaire. Since he had so many spiritual stones, he naturally wanted to enjoy it. After all, the superior room had many advantages compared to other rooms. Even the location of the room had the densest spiritual essence in the entire shop. How could Su Yan have thought that there would be such a moment? He sighed helplessly in his heart. However, his expression did not change. He waved his hand and said, "One day it is. Then I will pay for 1 day in advance." Oh. The waiter glanced at Su Yan but did not say anything. There was no expression of disdain in his eyes. After all, he was the waiter of this hidden demon region inn. In 1 day, he had seen countless passers-by. Among these passers-by there were all kinds of strange guests. Who knew if this was a master or a rich man hiding his strength? The waiter nodded and was about to leave. Just as he was about to leave, a customer sitting in the main hall let out a disdainful laugh. Changing it to 1 day after 3 days, how extravagant. After this laugh, another voice immediately sounded. "I don't think so. It's more like a poor man pretending to be rich." When Su Yan heard this voice, the depressed look on his face that was originally worried about the spiritual stones suddenly disappeared. A bright light suddenly gushed out from his dim eyes toward the 2 diners who were sitting, faintly exuding a power. At the same time, he saw the appearance of the 2 people clearly. One was quite tall, skinny like firewood, with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. At first glance, he felt that he had a face that deserved a beating. The other person was the opposite. He was fat. Although he was not as fat as Lu Fei, the number 1 fatty in the hidden sword tomb, he was not far behind. If he had a simple and honest appearance like Lu Fei, it would be fine. Unfortunately, he had thick eyebrows, big ears, and a pair of almost invisible eyes, which showed that he was timid. Seeing the appearance of the 2 people, Su Yan could not help but smile. "I was wondering who it was. It turns out that it is just 2 fat and thin dogs barking." Bang. Chapter 125. As the fat and thin men spoke, a surge of spiritual energy surged from their bodies and bloomed in the hall. Some of the weaker people in the hall couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw the spiritual energy emitted from the 2 men. Su Yan smiled contemptuously. Just a saint of 1 bloodline. When the thin man heard Su Yan's words, he immediately flew into a rage and pointed at Su Yan. "What did you say? How dare you look down on the 2 of us? If you have the guts, why don't you show your strength and challenge me to a duel?" In the Hidden Devil region, there were tens of thousands of people passing by every day. Among them, there was no lack of powerhouses. Of course, most of them were in the life-soul realm. The saints of this bloodline, since they were saints, they had the right to be arrogant. However, Su Yan didn't even look at him. After checking out the 2 men's strength, he turned and walked out. His main purpose of this trip was to get the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. He didn't want to waste time arguing with these 2 men. When the fat and thin men saw Su Yan leave, they immediately mocked him again. Their words were as unpleasant as they could be. When Su Yan heard this, his footsteps paused slightly. However, when he thought of the rules of the Hidden Devil region and his current predicament, he endured it. Instead of arguing with these 2 men, I might as well think of a way to find some spiritual stones, Su Yan murmured. He smiled faintly and directly ignored the words of the fat and skinny man. Then he walked out directly. There were many unwritten rules in the Hidden Devil region. One of them was that no one could snatch the goods of the merchants in the Hidden Devil region. It was this unwritten rule that made the Hidden Devil region a paradise for many merchants. In this place, no matter how strong one was, as long as one had something good, one could boldly display it and sell it without fear of it being snatched away. Of course, it was a different story after leaving the Hidden Devil region. Su Yan walked on the streets of Hidden Devil region's market, listening to the constant shouts coming from the surroundings, and thought in his heart, "Should I also set up a stall and do some business?" When he was at the Immortal Sword Peak in the Sword Storage Mound, Su Yan had taken away many of the rare herbs and rare treasures that Elder Tong Jian had left behind in the Immortal Sword Peak Scripture Pavilion. If he set up a stall, he would be able to earn some spirit stones. However, when he thought about those items, Su Yan couldn't bear to part with them. Although he was willing to take out some ordinary items, they were everywhere on the streets. Furthermore, their prices were extremely low. There were some that could only be exchanged for 1 spirit stone after taking out a dozen of them. This immediately made Su Yan lose interest. However, other than setting up a stall, Su Yan couldn't think of any other way to earn spirit stones. Could it be that he had to work like the waiter in the inn? But when he thought about it, it wasn't a good idea. Not to mention the meager profits, Most of the large businesses in the Hidden Devil region, such as inns, medicine shops, and sword shops, were already occupied. If he rashly went to work, the shops might not accept him. Of course, Su Yan also thought of a faster way, which was to kill people and rob their belongings. However, as soon as this idea came out, it was immediately rejected by Su Yan. Not to mention that Su Yan didn't want to cause trouble in Hidden Devil region. A gentleman was greedy for wealth, and he obtained it in the right way. Su Yan, a dignified swordsman, would not fall to such a point. However, apart from these methods, Su Yan really couldn't think of any other way to earn spirit stones. Spirit stones, spirit stones. Su Yan roared towards the sky with a burst of pity in his heart. Who would have thought that he would fall to such a point after leaving the sword storage mound? Senior. Just as Su Yan was in melancholy, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Su Yan was in melancholy, but he didn't pay attention to the voice. Just as he was about to continue walking forward to familiarize himself with the Hidden Devil region, a figure appeared in front of him. This person was 7 feet tall. Although his face couldn't be considered handsome, his facial features were extremely regular. However, the clothes on his body were extremely shabby. When Su Yan saw him standing in front of him, he couldn't help but frown. The cultivation method in his body suddenly started to operate slowly. It wasn't that Su Yan was afraid. It was that in the Hidden Devil region there were too many people, and this person suddenly appeared in front of him. It was hard to know what a person's heart was, and it was better to be cautious. However, in the next moment, Su Yan knew that his caution was unnecessary. This person completely ignored Su Yan's gloomy face and acted as if they were familiar with each other. He touched his nose and revealed a simple and honest smile like Lu Fei in the sword storage mound. Senior, hello, my name is Buttface. Buttface. When Su Yan heard his name, he frowned slightly. He didn't understand why this person would have such a lowly name. However, Su Yan didn't say anything. Looking at that simple and honest smile, he recalled the first time he came to the hidden sword tomb. Lu Fei's simple and honest smile reminded him of the time he spent with Lu Fei. Thinking about the time he spent with Lu Fei, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, I wonder how this fatty is doing in the hidden sword tomb. Buttface didn't care whether Su Yan spoke or not. He opened his mouth again and said, Senior, this is your first time in the Hidden Devil region, right? Su Yan was pulled back to his memories by Buttface's words and re-examined him. However, he still didn't speak, although this Buttface had the same simple and honest smile as Lu Fei. However, Su Yan clearly remembered the trouble that fatty Lu Fei had caused in the sect in the end. He had always had to clean up after him. Moreover, the more familiar Su Yan was with Lu Fei, the more he found that Lu Fei was treacherous and cunning. Therefore, Su Yan wouldn't be deceived by this smile. Seeing that Su Yan didn't speak, Buttface didn't mind and continued, Senior, do you know who the 2 people in the inn were? As Buttface spoke, he guessed that Su Yan wouldn't speak. Without waiting for Su Yan's response, he continued, Senior, those 2 people are the tyrants of the Hidden Devil region. The tall one is called Pang Chan, and the fat one is called Lu Shang. These 2 rely on the fact that they are saints and often kill and rob people in the Hidden Devil region. Humph! As Buttface spoke, he couldn't help but snort. Obviously, he despised the 2 of them. However, he just snorted and didn't wait for Su Yan's reaction. He continued to boast. These 2 people say that they are saints, but they are actually the scum of our Hidden Devil region. If it weren't for the Guyu sect behind them, I'm afraid they would have been destroyed many times over. Hearing Buttface say this, Su Yan's unchanging expression finally changed a little. Su Yan was no stranger to the Guyu sect. It was the sect closest to the Hidden Devil region. It was similar to the Hidden Sword Tomb in that it was a sword cultivation sect. Although it wasn't considered a large sect, the Guyu sect was located in a superior location near the Hidden Devil region. There were people from the Guyu sect who did business in the Hidden Devil region all year round, so they had accumulated a lot of wealth. In terms of strength, they were comparable to the Hidden Sword Tomb. Buttface still didn't care about the change in Su Yan's expression and continued, Senior, so you have to be careful after offending these 2. Don't step out of the Hidden Devil region. Otherwise there will be trouble. As Buttface spoke, he put on a fearful expression. Obviously, he had suffered a lot at the hands of these 2 people in the past. After listening to Buttface say so much, Suyen looked at Buttface for a long time and finally said, "Buttface, why are you telling me this? What's your purpose?" Buttface was stunned when he heard Suyen's words. Then he smiled embarrassedly and said, "Senior, to be honest, I hate those two people. Just now, I saw your disdainful look towards them. I know you are a powerful person, so—" Buttface didn't finish his words, but Suyen understood. As Buttface spoke, Suyen kept staring at him. From his eyes, he didn't see any intention of lying. And when he saw Buttface's honest smile again, Suyen felt that this person was interesting. Although he knew some things about the Hidden Devil region. After all, this was his first time in the Hidden Devil region. Judging from Buttface's appearance, it was obvious that he had stayed in the Hidden Devil region for a long time. Now that he was short of spirit stones, maybe he could ask Buttface for some good ideas. Suyen thought about it and nodded immediately. Without any hesitation, he asked Buttface directly, "Buttface, do you know how to get spirit stones quickly in the Hidden Devil region?" "Ha ha ha, you are really a pauper." This time, before Buttface could speak, the disgusting sound was heard again. Suyen didn't need to turn around to guess who it was. These two people were the fat and thin people he had met in the inn just now. They were Pang Chan and Lu Shang, whom Buttface had mentioned. "Buttface, what are you doing here? Are you talking bad about us again?" The thin man, Pang Chan, stepped forward and saw Buttface. He immediately shouted with a gloomy face. Buttface was startled and hurriedly hid behind Suyen. Suyen didn't say anything. He just looked at the fat and thin people and smiled slightly. "I was wondering who it was. So it's the fat and thin dogs. Kid, what did you say?" The thin man, Pang Chan, obviously had a bad temper. When he heard Suyen's words, he immediately clenched his fists and activated the cultivation method in his body, ready to fight. The fat man, Lu Shang, was calmer than him. He pulled Pang Chan back, but his mouth was as foul as the thin man's. He turned to look at Suyen and laughed coldly. "Pauper, let me tell you. In the Hidden Devil region, if you want to get spirit stones quickly, it is naturally the martial arts arena in the Hidden Devil region." Martial arts arena. When Suyen heard Lu Shang's words, his eyes narrowed slightly, and suddenly a ray of light bloomed in his eyes. Suyen disdained to kill people and rob them. However, if he could earn some spirit stones through martial arts competitions, it was a good choice. At least it could solve his urgent needs. However, Suyen obviously trusted Buttface more than the other two, even though this was the first time he, the fat man, and the thin man had met Buttface. However, compared to Buttface, Suyen felt that Buttface was more honest. He looked at Buttface and saw Buttface nod. Suyen made up his mind and asked the fat man and the thin man, "Where is the martial arts arena?" Chapter 126. It turned out that all of this was just Lu Shang's scheme. The reason why Lu Shang had mentioned the martial arts arena to Suyen was entirely to see if Suyen was really short of spirit stones. As long as Suyen was really short of spirit stones, then Lu Shang had enough schemes to make Suyen take the bait. Lu Shang touched the ordinary storage bag at his waist, cleared his throat and said, "Poor boy, you need to pay a deposit for the martial arts arena." After Lu Shang finished speaking, he smiled evilly. Without waiting for Suyen's response, he glanced greedily at Suyen's high-grade storage bag and continued, "I see that you're so poor that you probably don't have any spirit stones to pay a deposit, so don't even think about the martial arts arena. However, I can recommend you to go somewhere." "Senior, don't then." Buttface was from the Hidden Demon region, so he naturally knew the ins and outs of Lu Shang and Pang Chan. When he saw Lu Shang's evil expression, he knew that something was amiss. Knowing that the two of them were up to something, he hurriedly reminded Suyen. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, he saw Pang Chen's face darken. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual chi pressure pressed down on Buttface. Buttface was suddenly speechless and could only shake his head at Suyen. Suyen had just stepped into the world, but with his cultivation in his previous life and his 100 years of experience in the endless corridor in the pagoda, who could compare to him in terms of tricks? Moreover, how could Suyen not see through Lu Shang's clumsy technique? However, Suyen had never pointed it out because he wanted to see what Lu Shang and Pang Chan were up to. Most importantly, Suyen was really short of spirit stones. Just now, Suyen had thought of several ways to earn spirit stones, but none of them were feasible. He had originally thought that Lu Shang wanted to use the martial arts arena to extort a sum of money from him, but he said that the martial arts arena required a deposit. Clearly, the martial arts arena wasn't Lu Shang's true goal. He definitely had other plans. Su Yan understood this in his heart. However, when he saw that Buttface wanted to tell him this, he was touched. He smiled slightly and stood in front of Buttface. The pressure of Pang Chen's powerful spiritual energy was immediately reflected by Su Yan. Buttface's pale face immediately regained its color. Although this happened in the blink of an eye, it greatly alarmed both Lu Shang and Pang Chen. Since the two of them were able to become saints, they were naturally not stupid people. Although Pang Chen's spiritual pressure seemed simple, if one did not have a peak life soul, they would definitely be suppressed. However, Su Yan was able to resolve the spiritual pressure so easily. In that case, Su Yan's strength was probably not just at the peak of the life soul realm. He was very likely a saint. Saints were definitely the new origin of the martial arts world. As long as one was a saint, it meant that one had a position in the entire martial arts world, and a position in the entire sect. Pang Chen and Lu Shang looked at each other in surprise. They were obviously shocked by Su Yan's scene. The two of them were smart people in the hidden demon region who could be provoked and who could not be provoked because the two of them were cautious. The two of them had always been swindling people in the hidden demon region. Of course, the Guyu sect behind them was also inseparable from the fact that they were still alive today. However, the most important thing was that the two of them were cautious. They had originally thought that Su Yan, a poor kid, was at most at the life soul realm. However, looking at Su Yan's poor appearance, he was definitely not from any sect. This kind of person was what Lu Shang and Pang Chen liked to kill the most. When Su Yan was in the inn, the two of them had their eyes on Su Yan and followed him here. Looking at Su Yan's storage bag, Lu Shang even thought that it was already in his bag. However, Su Yan's performance made the two of them hesitate. The two of them looked at Su Yan and continued to judge. In the end, they could not resist the temptation of the storage bag at Su Yan's waist. Lu Shang gritted his teeth and said to Su Yan, "Kid, we have a good place to earn spirit stones. I just don't know if you have the guts to go." Although he was a little afraid of Su Yan's strength at the moment, however, he believed that even if Su Yan was a saint, he was at most a saint of a single bloodline. If he was a saint of a single bloodline, then as long as Su Yan dared to go to the place he said, he would have a way to subdue him. Buttface was frightened by the pressure of the spirit chi just now and did not dare to speak casually. He just kept tugging at Su Yan's clothes, wanting to remind Su Yan that this was a conspiracy. However, Su Yan did not pay attention to him. He just smiled and said, "What good place do you have? As long as I can earn spirit stones, there is no place that Su does not dare to go." Lu Shang had just judged from Su Yan's age and Su Yan's predicament that even if Su Yan was a saint, he would definitely only be a saint of a single bloodline. After all, Su Yan was too young. Such a young saint was enough to make people suspicious. Moreover, this was the world of the strong. How could the saint of a single bloodline fall to a place where they had to worry about spirit stones? Based on these points, Lu Shang could conclude that Su Yan was only at the peak of the life soul stage. It was just that his willpower was a little stronger, which was why he could resist the pressure of Pang Chen's spirit chi just now. Since he had come to this conclusion, Lu Shang was naturally worried that Su Yan would not fall for it. When he heard Su Yan's forthright words, he immediately squeezed out a smile on his chubby face. He looked at the storage bag hanging at Su Yan's waist and continuously emitted rays of greedy light. He thought that the storage bag would soon be his. Only then did Lu Shang calm down a little. He raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Good lad, you have guts. Since that is the case, go to the eastern district of the demon-subduing region tomorrow morning. There will be many bounty missions there tomorrow. You will be rewarded with spirit stones if you complete them." As he spoke, a sinister smile flashed across Lu Shang's chubby face again. He looked at Su Yan and said mockingly, "I just don't know if you have the guts to accept these missions. Tomorrow? I will go." The corners of Su Yan's mouth twitched slightly. He looked at Lu Shang with disdain and turned to walk in the direction of the inn. Lu Shang looked at Su Yan's disdainful eyes and felt a surge of anger in his heart. However, he had some self-control and forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. He shouted at Su Yan, "Poor lad, don't speak loudly now and be a coward tomorrow." Su Yan ignored Lu Shang's shouts and walked straight in the direction of the inn. His purpose in coming here was to earn some spirit stones. Now that he had found a way to earn spirit stones, there was no need to stay on the demon-subduing street. Senior. Not long after Su Yan walked out, Buttface caught up with Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan stop, Buttface cautiously looked back. It was obvious that Buttface was often bullied by Lu Shang and Pang Chan. When he saw Pang Chan, Lu Shang and Pang Chan couldn't hear him. Just now he whispered to Su Yan, "Senior, there is something fishy about the reward mission tomorrow. You must not go." Su Yan naturally knew that Lu Shang and Pang Chan didn't have any good intentions. There was definitely something fishy about the reward mission. However, when he saw Buttface's flustered expression, Su Yan's interest in him was piqued. He pretended not to know anything and said, "Buttface, why can't we go on this bounty mission?" Alas! Buttface sighed slightly and said, "Senior, there is something you don't know. The reward missions are basically issued by the Guyu sect. In the past few years, the two of them have made use of their relationship with the Guyu sect to do some shady business of killing and robbing people in the reward missions." As Buttface spoke, he looked meaningfully at Su Yan's storage bag and continued, "Senior, I think the two of them are eyeing your storage bag. Is that so?" Su Yan smiled slightly. He naturally knew what Pang Chan and Lu Shang were up to, but he still didn't point it out. It wasn't that Su Yan was pretending, but Su Yan wanted to know more about Buttface. Su Yan's main purpose in coming to the demon-subduing region was to observe the Supreme Demon Palace and get closer to the Supreme Demon Palace, in addition to forming his own saint bloodline. Since the Monster Palace was an existence that surpassed the Sword Catacomb, it was enough to know how powerful the Monster Palace was. From this perspective, it wouldn't be easy to enter the Monster Palace. He didn't know how long he would stay here. If he stayed for a long time, it would be easier for him to move around in the demon-subduing region if he got to know some indigenous people. It was like when Su Yan had first arrived at the Sword Catacomb. He had made friends with Lu Fei and Fatty Lu. Because of his relationship with Lu Fei, Su Yan had saved a lot of trouble. Now Su Yan didn't know how long he would stay in the demon-subduing region. If he made friends with someone in the future, it would be convenient for him to do things. Obviously, Buttface was the best choice now. However, after all, people's hearts were sinister and they weren't from the same sect. Su Yan had to find out who Buttface was. Buttface naturally didn't know what Su Yan was thinking. He thought that Su Yan really didn't know about the scheme of Lu Shang and Pang Chan. Therefore, he once again displayed his ability to talk big when he saw Su Yan. He talked about the relationship between Lu Shang and Pang Chan and the Guyu sect. Then he talked about the conspiracy behind tomorrow's bounty mission. "Senior, in short, you can't go on that bounty mission. Even if you want to go, don't accept the Guyu sect's mission." Buttface talked for a full hour before he looked at Su Yan with a serious expression. Looking at Buttface's serious expression, Su Yan was amused. However, Su Yan didn't say anything. He just smiled and continued to walk in the direction of the inn. Buttface saw Su Yan's expression and hurriedly chased after him. He asked anxiously, "Senior, did you hear what I said?" Su Yan still had that mysterious smile on his face. He looked at Buttface's serious expression and said, "Buttface, you'll know tomorrow. You'll know tomorrow." Buttface was taken aback by Su Yan's words. He didn't understand what he meant. Su Yan didn't explain. From Buttface's concerned expression, Su Yan knew that he wasn't disgusting and that he was someone worth making friends with. Chapter 127. The Hidden Demon region was the hub that connected the 5 counties. Countless warriors would enter here every day, causing the Hidden Demon region to be a huge hindrance. At the same time, it also caused the decadent nightlife in the Hidden Demon region. Although this was a world of the strong, and everyone chased after the strong no matter what, warriors were still humans. They had desires and lives. Therefore, this was also one of the reasons for the rise of the Hidden Demon region's nightlife. In the entire 5 counties, no matter the state or city, the Hidden Demon region's nightlife was the most luxurious and decadent. Those who enjoyed the nightlife here, no matter what their cultivation was, as long as they had enough spirit stones, they could be a big boss here. Of course, without spirit stones, it would be difficult to move an inch. Su Yan had long heard of the luxurious nightlife in the Hidden Demon region. Naturally, he wanted to see it for himself. Unfortunately, his storage bag was empty. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't do it. He could only lie in the inn and cultivate. Rather than cultivating, it was better to say that he cultivated his body and nature. At this moment, Suyen had already reached the peak of the 13th level of the spirit channeling realm, which was the same as the peak of the life-soul realm. No matter how much spirit energy he absorbed, if he couldn't condense his own holy vein, it would be useless. Under this kind of bottleneck, it was easy for people to become dispirited. Especially on such a luxurious and intoxicating night like the subduing devil region. Listening to the music of the geisha outside and the occasional joyous laughter. It was a constant impact on people's hearts. Although Suyen had experienced many things, but no matter what, he was only a young man in his early 20s. Especially when he still maintained the body of a virgin, he still retained the love of a man and a woman from his previous life. Now that he heard the gentle voice of the geisha from time to time, he couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. Thankfully, Suyen had experienced many things in the sword storage mound, and had also gone through the endless winding corridor. His mind was not something that ordinary people could compare to. After a short period of cultivation, he quickly calmed down from the temptations coming from outside. But when he heard the laughter of the geisha, Suyen's mind was filled with the image of the graceful figure in red. Ever since he entered the hidden sword tomb, other than pursuing strength, Suyen had never thought about anything between a man and a woman. However, in the end he left the hidden sword tomb. Because of the ambiguous scene in the well of swordsmanship and Qin Hao's jealousy, Suyen's heart, which had never been moved before, rippled at the last moment. Suyen recalled the scene at the well of swords that day. He recalled how the red-clothed figure had stood in front of him several times to protect him. He also recalled how he stood in front of the stone tablet in the hidden sword tomb, and did not see her for a long time. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I wonder how she is doing now, Suyen muttered to himself. He was stunned for a while before shaking his head helplessly and sighing. Suyen, oh Suyen, what we have to do now is so heavy. The secret of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal is to revive the Futu Sword sect. I haven't even taken a step forward in all of these matters. How can I have the time to think about such matters? As Suyen muttered, he forcefully suppressed the yearning in his heart. As the yearning in his heart subsided, he quickly returned to the matter that he had encountered today. Not to mention that Buttface had been constantly reminding him today. How could Suyen not see through Lu Shang and Pang Chen's intentions? If it had been any other time, Suyen would not have bothered with these two people. But it just so happened that Suyen was not only short of spirit stones in the hidden demon area, but he also lacked an opponent. As a swordsman, a sword cultivator, he was always looking forward to a life and death struggle. Only by constantly fighting, only by constantly challenging one's limits, could he grow and become stronger. Now that Lu Shang and Pang Chun had set their sights on him, Suyen was not worried at all. Instead, he was looking forward to it. Although a saint of one bloodline was very strong, Suyen was now at the 13th level of spirit channeling, which was beyond the legendary stage. Moreover, he also had the blood dragon pupil. A saint of one bloodline was obviously not enough to stimulate Suyen's limits. But if there was another one, it would be enough for him to fight with all his strength. Suyen thought about the bounty mission tomorrow and licked his lips. His eyes suddenly burst with a bright light, and he was full of anticipation for the bounty mission tomorrow. For the entire night, because Suyen was penniless, he was unable to enjoy the luxurious nightlife of the devil-subduing region. He did not leave even a single step and listened to the joyous laughter coming from outside. It was rare for him to have a good sleep. Time always passed so quickly in sleep. The night passed quickly. Poor boy. Not long after Suyen woke up, he heard a shout coming from downstairs. Just by hearing the name, Suyen knew that Lu Shang and Pang Chun had come. These two are really attentive, but I don't know if they will let me down. Suyen smiled slightly. He simply tidied himself up and turned to go downstairs. Suyen was staying in the best room in the inn, and it cost 3 spirit stones a day. The 3 spirit stones he paid yesterday were obviously enough for yesterday's room. Suyen was not the kind of person to eat and stay for free. Since he did not have any spirit stones on him, he naturally had to check out. Just as he walked in front of the waiter before he could speak, he heard the waiter say, "Senior, there is no need to check out. As long as you come back alive, you can stay in the room." Okay. Su Yan was stunned when he heard this. However, he saw that the waiter had already asked someone to tidy up his room, and the way the waiter was looking at him, Su Yan turned his head and looked at the other people in the inn. They were looking at him with the same expression as the waiter, as if they were looking at a dead man. He immediately understood what was going on. However, Su Yan was not angry. He shook his head and smiled. It seems that Lu Shang and Pang Chun have some tricks up their sleeves in the hidden demon region. Looking at the gazes of the crowd, Su Yan did not have the slightest trace of fear. Instead, he looked forward to today's bounty mission even more. The moment his eyes surged, a ray of light immediately flowed out. Poor boy, why are you so slow? Are you afraid to go? Lu Shang immediately teased when he saw Su Yan come out. If you don't have the guts to go, then obediently leave the hidden demon region. Don't join in the fun. Although Lu Shang said this, his gaze fell on the storage bag on Su Yan's waist and constantly emitted a greedy light. Trying to goad me with such a clumsy scheme. When Su Yan heard Lu Shang's words, the glimmer of hope he had for him yesterday immediately dimmed. However, Su Yan did not point it out. Instead, he followed Lu Shang's words and pretended to be angry. He shouted, "Who said I don't dare to go? Let's go." Good, you are indeed brave. When Lu Shang saw Su Yan agree, the corners of his mouth immediately curled into an evil smile. He waved at Pang Chun and said, "Pang Chun, lead the way." Okay. Although Pang Chun and Lu Shang were both saints, when the two of them were together, it was obvious that Lu Shang was the leader. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Pang Chun did not say anything. He glanced at Su Yan and immediately walked forward. Su Yan smiled and did not say anything. He followed by Lu Shang. It was as if he was watching Su Yan and was afraid that he would escape. Although the hidden demon region was only a pass, it was vast and even larger than the Jing State city. Other than the place where Su Yan lived, which was in a glorious state, the other streets were also filled with houses and bustling with noise and excitement. Of course, the entire hidden demon region was not only filled with streets, houses, and shops. It should be known that in addition to being famous for business, the Hengduan Mountain in the hidden demon region was also famous in the 5 prefectures. The Hengduan Mountain was located in the southern suburbs of the hidden demon region. The mountain was named Hengduan Mountain because there were many continuous mountains that separated the 5 prefectures and the 9 prefectures. It was so vast that it was said that no one could cross the Hengduan Mountain by themselves. From this, one could see the vastness of the Hengduan Mountain. The vastness of the Hengduan Mountain also caused the mountain to be filled with countless demonic beasts and spiritual herbs. The Hengduan Mountain was not only a dangerous place, but also a treasure trove. Of course, in the hidden demon region, many people regarded the Hengduan Mountain as a huge business. In the southern suburbs of the hidden demon region, there were many shops set up at the foot of the Hengduan Mountain. These shops were set up by various big businesses who had their eyes on the resources in the Hengduan Mountain. Every day, there were countless bounty missions at the foot of the mountain, attracting many experts to gather here. They would enter the Hengduan Mountain to capture demonic beasts, or collect some spiritual herbs to refine medicine in exchange for spirit stones. Of course, the so-called gathering of experts were mostly experts in the Fate Soul realm. This was because once one became a saint, one would have leaped into a new beginner realm. No matter where one was, a saint was the most respected existence. They were geniuses in any sect. With such a status, how could they lack spirit stones? Saints entered the Hengduan Mountain to hunt demonic beasts and collect spiritual herbs, but only for their own use. They would not enter the Hengduan Mountain through bounty missions. Although the hidden demon region was vast, there were many teleportation formations set up in the hidden demon region that led to various places in the region. Of course, these teleportation formations were not like the ones in the hidden sword tomb, which could be used at will. Instead, there was a fee. Su Yan was penniless, but Pang Chun and Lu Shang were generous. Without any nonsense, they directly paid the fee for Su Yan's teleportation formation. Through the teleportation formation, the 3 of them quickly arrived at the foot of the Hengduan Mountain. At this moment, countless experts who had accepted the bounty missions had already gathered at the foot of the Hengduan Mountain. All the shops were tightly packed. However, when Lu Shang and Pang Chun appeared, when the crowd saw the 2 of them, they all made way for them. No matter what, Lu Shang and Pang Chun were saints, so their status was naturally extraordinary. As the crowd made way, they also noticed Su Yan behind Lu Shang and Peng Chun. When everyone saw Su Yan, a mocking expression surged on their faces. There were even people in the crowd who began to mock him. Heh! Another one who's not afraid of death has been targeted by Lu Shang and Peng Chun. Yeah, I wonder what Lu Shang and Peng Chun have taken a fancy to this kid this time. Chapter 128. Su Yan listened to the discussions around him. They had the same expression as the waiter at the inn. Su Yan couldn't help but sneer. Of course, he was looking forward to what would happen next. I wonder what kind of tricks Lu Shang and Peng Chun have up their sleeves. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and quickened his pace. Soon he arrived in front of the bounty mission bulletin board. Bounty missions were also divided into many levels, ranging from level 1 to level 10. The higher the level, the more difficult the mission. Among the martial artists who came to Hengduan Mountain to accept missions, the highest they could receive was a level 6 mission. As for level 7 and above missions, not to mention that no one had issued them for several months, even if someone issued them, no one would accept them. One had to know that Hengduan Mountain was not only full of business opportunities, but also full of dangers. Of course, this bounty mission bulletin board was set up very humanely. Not only did it indicate the level of the mission and the reward, but it also indicated the recommended strength. The level 6 mission indicated that the recommended strength was at the peak of the life soul stage. It was to capture a type of demonic beast, and the reward was 1,000 spirit stones. It was the highest reward in the entire bounty mission. If Buttface hadn't said those words to him yesterday, Su Yan would have definitely accepted this mission. After all, Su Yan lacks spirit stones. If he could get 1,000 spirit stones, he would definitely be able to solve his current urgent need. However, thinking of what Buttface had said to him yesterday, Su Yan didn't accept the level 6 mission. Instead, he continued to check the bounty mission bulletin board. He soon noticed the level 4 mission. The recommended strength was at the 5th stage of the life soul stage, and the reward was 3,000 spirit stones. 3,000 spirit stones for a level 6 mission. If it were a normal mission, this mission would definitely be a hot one and would be accepted in minutes. However, this mission was displayed on the mission bulletin board. Clearly, this meant that this mission had not been accepted by anyone yet. Senior. At this moment, Buttface appeared out of nowhere and walked up to Su Yan. He was about to persuade Su Yan, but Lu Shang and Peng Chun glared at him. Buttface was so scared that he didn't dare to make a sound. He looked at Su Yan for a while before he gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, remember what I said yesterday?" Buttface. Hearing Buttface's words, Lu Shang flew into a rage. But before he could get angry, he heard a ding. The level 4 mission on the bounty mission bulletin board was accepted. LV Shang's angry expression immediately calmed down. She looked at Su Yan and revealed an evil smile. Buttface was also stunned by this sound. Regaining his senses, he looked at Su Yan and sighed. "Senior, you." Buttface was obviously very angry that Su Yan didn't listen to his advice. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, he had accepted the mission. Whether it was success or failure, he had to carry it out. When the surrounding crowd saw this, some kind-hearted people looked at Su Yan and felt pity. Of course, compared to these feelings of pity, there were more sounds of ridicule. This kid is really not afraid of death. Look at Buttface's expression. It's obvious that he has already told him that there is something fishy about this mission. He actually still dares to accept it. Hey, who doesn't care if Buttface said anything? Who doesn't know about Lu Shang and Peng Chun's clumsy plan? I think this kid is just arrogant. Think so too. Let's wait and see. Maybe this kid can really complete this mission? Amidst the mocking voices of the crowd, a middle-aged man quickly walked up to Su Yan. That middle-aged man glanced at Su Yan and said directly, "Report your name and sect." Su Yan. Su Yan said his name directly. However, when he said his sect, Su Yan hesitated. If it had been in the past, he would definitely have said that he was from the Hidden Sword Tomb without hesitation. However, now that Su Yan had been expelled from the Hidden Sword Tomb, he was no longer a member of the Hidden Sword Tomb. His real identity was now the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. However, the Buddha Sword sect was obviously not something that Su Yan could shoulder. Thinking of Su Yan, he smiled bitterly and said, "I'm a disbanded cultivator. A disbanded cultivator meant that he didn't belong to any sect or family. When he heard Su Yan say that he was a disbanded cultivator, the middle-aged man looked at Su Yan with burning eyes. However, he quickly suppressed it and said calmly, "Sign the contract." After saying that, the middle-aged man waved his hand and a domino immediately appeared in front of Su Yan. This domino was a contract domino that contained all sorts of information about the bounty mission. It also contained a life and death contract. This life and death contract meant that after Su Yan signed it, it meant that if anything happened to Su Yan during the mission, it would have nothing to do with the person who issued the mission. Su Yan signed the contract without hesitation and returned the domino to the middle-aged man with a wave of his hand. Now that he had accepted the mission, it was time to complete it. Su Yan walked into the Hengduan mountain. Suddenly, Lu Shang acted like a good person and said to Su Yan, "Su Yan, I wish you good luck." Su Yan smiled faintly and ignored Lu Shang as he walked into the Hengduan mountain. How arrogant! Lu Shang sneered when he saw that Su Yan was ignoring him. He waved his hand and shouted, "Activate the mission image." As soon as Lu Shang's voice fell, a huge image appeared in the void. This image showed the scene of Su Yan entering the Hengduan mountain. Seeing Su Yan walk in, the middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, "Lu Shang, Pang Chen, I heard the two of you say yesterday that this person was able to withstand Pang Chen's spiritual pressure. He has some ability. If this person is really at the peak of the Fate Soul stage, then the share of the two of you this time will be..." "Haha, elder, look at what you're saying. With our relationship, there's no need to talk about sharing. It's fine as long as we can work for the Guyu sect." Lu Shang interrupted the middle-aged man with a laugh before he could finish. He looked at the mission image and his eyes immediately shone brightly. He was like a completely different person compared to the scheming merchant from before. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Arrogant brat, do you really think that I led you here just to take the storage bag in your hand? Naive." Bang! At this moment, a loud sound came from the mission image. A Yao beast blocked in front of Su Yan. It was a low-level Yao beast. Its strength was only at the spirit realm. Anyone present could easily defeat it. Su Yan in the mirror image also began to make his move. The cultivation method in his body surged and his cultivation spread out. Spirit realm, everyone was in an uproar. What, this brat is only at the spirit realm? He dares to accept a mission with only the spirit realm? He really has guts. Compared to everyone's shock, Lu Shang and Pang Chen's expressions were even uglier. Spirit realm, how is this possible? Lu Shang's face was the color of pig liver. He looked at Su Yan in the mirror image and immediately became angry. He's only at the spirit realm. If I had known, I wouldn't have spent so much effort. Lu Shang suddenly thought of something in his anger, and turned to look at the middle-aged man. Seeing the middle-aged man's increasingly ugly expression, Lu Shang couldn't help but tremble. Lu Shang, Pang Chen. A pair of sharp eyes on the middle-aged man's square face stared at the two. Suddenly, a murderous aura surged in his eyes. Spirit realm, but you put a spirit realm cultivator into this mission. You too. Elder, please calm down. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lu Shang and Pang Chen were so scared that their bodies trembled. They immediately knelt on the ground and said, "Elder, we brothers will compensate for this loss." I hope so." The middle-aged man snorted coldly and turned to a follower beside him. "Send someone into the mission and kill them. Don't let them taint the sacred beast." The middle-aged man waved his sleeve and left. Seeing the middle-aged man leave, Lu Shang and Pang Chen's faces regained some color. They looked at Su Yan in the mirror image with faces full of disbelief. How can this brat only be at the spirit realm? How can a spirit realm cultivator hide his strength? How can he block Pang Chen's spirit chi? Lu Shang didn't understand and could only accept his bad luck. He shook his head and turned to leave. "Young master, let's go as well. This person is only at the spirit realm. He definitely won't be able to draw out the things set up in the Guyu sect." As Lu Shang and Pang Chen left, not far away, a few masked men in white were watching the scene in the mirror image. One of them spoke to a youth in purple standing in front of him. This youth was also masked, making it impossible for others to see his face. However, the pair of purple eyes outside the veil constantly shot out rays of bright light. Hearing the words of his subordinates, He turned to leave. For him there was nothing to see today. The middle-aged man left, Pangchan, Lu Shang and the masked man left. But this didn't stop the others from looking forward to Su Yan in the mission. They didn't know what the middle-aged man, Lu Shang and the masked man knew. They only thought that Lu Shang and Pangchan were scamming them for money. Thus, they continued to watch with great interest, their faces carrying mocking smiles. A spirit realm cultivator dares to accept this mission. What an arrogant brat. Ha ha. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately caused a roar of laughter. Hearing the laughter of those people, Buttface didn't know where he got the courage to roar. What do you know? This senior might have some extraordinary skills. Ha ha. Buttface's words caused a roar of laughter. Buttface, you're a member of the subduing demon area. Don't you know that even a person at the peak of the life-soul stage can't escape unscathed after entering this place? Do you think a spirit realm cultivator can come out? That's right. Sigh, actually it's not anyone's fault. Buttface, you already told him so clearly, but this brat still dared to enter. He can only blame himself for being greedy. Shut up all of you. Hearing them talk about Su Yan in such a manner, Buttface was instantly enraged. He roared angrily and suddenly displayed a domineering aura that had never been seen before. This caused everyone to be stunned. Chapter 129. Although Buttface was born in the hidden demon area, he was a native of the area. However, because Buttface's parents abandoned him on the day he was born, Buttface became an orphan. It was fortunate that he was able to survive until now. Although Buttface had cultivated to the third stage of the life-soul stage through his continuous efforts, in the hidden demon area, where the life-soul stage was as common as straw dogs, Buttface's third stage of the life-soul stage was still unable to win him a position in the hidden demon area. Furthermore, Buttface was a true independent martial artist. Without a strong backer, his position in the hidden demon area, a place where all kinds of experts mixed in, was even lower. Buttface was a smart person. He was well aware of this reason. He had always been humble and had never been angry with anyone, let alone have any dignity. However, at this moment, with this angry shout, his eyes were like torches, and there was a faint aura of dignity trembling. How could this not shock people? Of course, this shock was short-lived. Very quickly, some people came back to their senses and stepped forward to mock Buttface. The dignified aura of dignity on Buttface's body was like an epiphyllum, disappearing in a flash. Buttface, did you take the wrong medicine today? In any case, you are at the life-soul stage. How could you call a spirit channeling stage senior? That's right. How dare you be fierce to us? Are you really not afraid of death? Countless mocking voices rang in Buttface's ears. Of course, other than the mockery, no one did anything to Buttface. After all, this was still the territory of the hidden demon area. At the end of the mockery, the words shifted to Su Yan. Spirit channeling stage. This kid is indeed possessed. He dares to accept this mission when he is merely at the spirit channeling stage. Not to mention that this is a trap set up by Lu Shang and Pangchan. Even a normal level 4 mission is not something a spirit channeling stage cultivator can accept. Yes, there is nothing to see. This kid will definitely die today. Compared to these people's mockery of him, Buttface was even more furious when he heard these people's contempt for Su Yan. He didn't know why it was like this. Buttface's eyes were like torches as he stared at the mission mirror. Even though no one believed in Su Yan, Buttface did. He didn't know why. When Buttface's eyes fell on Su Yan, he sensed a familiar aura. It was this aura that convinced Buttface that Su Yan wouldn't die here. Under the disdain of the crowd and the trust of Buttface, Su Yan had already dealt with the demonic beast that had been blocking their path. It was only a spirit realm demonic beast, and although it had been killed by Su Yan, it didn't cause much of a stir. Hengduan Mountain. Due to the vastness of the area, no one knew what level of demonic beasts lived in Hengduan Mountain. It was said that there were even divine beasts in the depths of Hengduan Mountain. Of course, this was only a legend. No one dared to step into the depths of the Hengduan Mountains. Similarly, no one was able to cross the Hengduan Mountains. This also caused the 5 counties to be completely separated from the 9 states. Even though Su Yan had browsed through the books in the hidden sword tomb, he still hadn't seen many records regarding the 9 states. However, there were many records regarding the 5 counties, including the introduction of Hengduan Mountain. Therefore, although this was the first time Su Yan had come to Hengduan Mountain, he wasn't unfamiliar with it. He was even more clear about the dangers that were hidden here. This was also the reason why Su Yan didn't hide his strength as soon as he entered Hengduan Mountain. However, Su Yan hadn't expected that when he revealed his strength, it would attract so many people's attention and cause so many people to laugh at him. Of course, Su Yan couldn't hear these laughs. He was more concerned about what tricks Peng Chun and Lu Shang were playing on him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a few demonic beasts suddenly rushed out from the surrounding bushes. Black flower cheetah. When Su Yan saw these demonic beasts, he immediately recognized them as black flower cheetahs. This cheetah got its name because its entire body was covered in black flowers. This beast's strongest attack was its speed. An adult black flower cheetah's speed was comparable to a 5th-level Fate Soul expert. Of course, in addition to its speed, the black flower cheetah's attack was also not to be underestimated. The 2 huge fangs in the cheetah's huge mouth opened and closed. If one was bitten by it, it would be enough to pierce through a 6th-level Fate Soul expert. Therefore, if this black flower cheetah were to be compared to a warrior, its strength would be at least at the 7th-level Fate Soul. Furthermore, there were 5 of these cheetahs. Even if one was at the peak of the Fate Soul realm, if they were to fall into this environment, they might not be able to escape unscathed. When the black flower cheetahs appeared, mocking voices immediately sounded from the bottom of Hengduan Mountain. 5 black flower cheetahs against a spirit-channeling realm cultivator. This kid's life is over. He's definitely dead. Not to mention 5, even 1 black flower cheetah would be enough to take his life. Under the mocking laughter, Su Yan looked at the 5 black flower cheetahs from within Hengduan Mountain and smiled. Lu Shang and Peng Chun, don't tell me you two want to use these monsters to restrain me? As he spoke, the cultivation method in his body suddenly activated. The awakening celestial sword leaped out and was already in Su Yan's hand. Although the awakening celestial sword did not have the shocking light of the Buddha sword and the ghost howl sword, it still did not have the power of the ghost howl sword. However, at this moment as it leaped out, under the spiritual chi fluctuations, the sound of the sword immediately rang out. Su Yan held the awakening celestial sword in his hand and swept it out. In an instant, only a cold light could be seen flashing past. In an instant, a few screams rang out. The people standing in front of the mission mirror thought that there was nothing to see. They were all preparing to leave or do other things, but they were all stunned. They did not even have time to react to what had happened. Their eyes stared fixedly at the mission mirror and the black flower cheetahs lying on the ground, unable to recover for a long time. Ah, how is this possible? Someone finally came to his senses. Of course, the moment of realization was exchanged with even more shock. Shock that came from the bottom of his heart. He raised his head and roared. How is this possible? How is this possible? This can't be real. This person's roar immediately resonated with the others. Yes, this can't be real. The spirit realm, this kid is at most at the peak of the spirit realm. How could he kill 5 black flower cheetahs? And it was an instant kill. Someone must be helping this kid. It must be like this. The crowd shouts caused Lu Shang and Peng Chun, who were about to leave, to also notice this scene. The 2 of them looked over with the same shock on their faces. The masked people who were about to leave also stopped in their tracks and turned back to look at the black flower cheetahs lying on the mission mirror. Although their expressions behind the veils could not be clearly seen, it was still possible to see the shock and astonishment in their eyes. Young master. The person standing behind the purple-clothed youth was about to say something, but the purple-clothed youth waved his hand, not allowing him to speak. Su Yan naturally did not know that anyone outside the Hengduan Mountains could see his performance. What he wanted to do was to force Peng Chun and Lu Shang to use their true strength. Although the black flower cheetahs seemed very strong, they were not enough to stir up the hot blood in Su Yan's body. Peng Chun recovered from his shock and turned back to ask Lu Shang. Should we go inform the elders? And go quickly. Lu Shang reacted at the same time and hurriedly ran in the direction that the middle-aged man had left. Is this all they have? Su Yan followed the information provided by the domino and wandered around the Hengduan Mountains. The reward for a level 4 mission was 3,000 spirit stones, which was even higher than a level 6 mission. Moreover, the mission only required him to find a spirit-gathering grass. The spirit-gathering grass was a necessary ingredient to refine the spirit-gathering pill. Due to the spirit chi in the world, there were thousands of types of spirit-gathering grass. Could be said that they were almost everywhere. Not only in the Hengduan Mountains, but even some clans and sects also grew spirit-gathering grass. However, the mission only required him to find a spirit-gathering grass in the Hengduan Mountains. Who did not know the conspiracy behind it? The reason why Su Yan knew it was a conspiracy was not only because he wanted to obtain the high reward of spirit stones, but also because he longed for Pang Chan and Lu Shang's methods. Su Yan had the boiling blood of a swordsman flowing in his veins. He longed to be in battle all the time because he knew that only by constantly fighting could he continue to grow stronger. Pang Chan and Lu Shang were obviously Su Yan's best opponents. Therefore, after Su Yan obtained the spirit-gathering grass, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he continued to wait in the Hengduan Mountains. When they saw Su Yan waiting there, they became anxious. The people watching outside were anxious for him. What's this kid doing? He killed 5 black flower cheetahs and obtained the spirit-gathering grass. Why hasn't he come out yet? With his speed just now, if he rushes out now, he will definitely be able to escape. Yes, he will definitely be able to escape. But why isn't he running? Is he still waiting for death inside? This was a world of the strong. Only the strong could attract the respect of others. Clearly, Su Yan's shocking performance had attracted the respect of everyone. They were all in the life-soul realm. Some of them were even at the peak of the life-soul realm. However, they knew that they would not be able to escape unscathed under the siege of 5 black flower cheetahs. Young master, what is this kid waiting for? The masked men could not help but be puzzled when they saw Su Yan sitting there and waiting. He's just an arrogant kid. The purple-clothed man who was addressed as the young master said coldly. When the masked men in white heard him say that, they frowned in confusion. However, they did not say anything and looked at the mission mirror again. Bang! With a loud bang, a few more figures suddenly appeared in the mission mirror. When the figures appeared, a powerful spirit chi burst out as if it was about to break out of the mission mirror. An expert at the peak of the life-soul realm. Chapter 130. This Lu Shang and Pang Chan really have some tricks up their sleeves. They actually sent a few powerhouses at the peak of the Fate Soul stage to deal with a spirit realm cultivator. A peak Fate Soul stage cultivator against a spirit realm cultivator. This brat is definitely finished. Sigh, what a pity. That brat just now was so fast. If he had been careful and cultivated properly, he would have definitely become a powerful figure in the future. What a pity, what a pity. When the powerhouses at the peak of the Fate Soul stage appeared, the crowd immediately had the same expression they had when the black flower cheetah appeared. They concluded that Su Yan was definitely going to die this time. They weren't the only ones. When the purple-clothed youth in the distance saw this scene, he couldn't help but sneer. 3 powerhouses at the peak of the Fate Soul stage against a spirit realm cultivator? The people from the Guyu sect sure think highly of this brat. As he spoke, the purple-clothed youth waved his hand. Let's go. This brat is too arrogant. He will definitely die here today. When the masked people heard the purple-clothed youth's words, although they still wanted to see what kind of miracle would happen next, when they heard the purple-clothed youth's words, they didn't take another look and left with him. Within the Hengduan Mountains, Su Yan didn't know what was happening outside. He only looked at the powerhouses at the peak of the Fate Soul stage and smiled slightly. Peak Fate Soul stage. Not bad. Stronger each time. As he spoke, Su Yan looked at the 3 powerhouses at the peak of the Fate Soul stage and narrowed his eyes. But it seems that just the 3 of you aren't enough. Death is at hand. When the leader of the powerhouses at the peak of the Fate Soul stage heard Su Yan's words, he immediately shouted angrily. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, he looked in front of him with a shocked expression. Where is he? It wasn't just the 3 of them. Everyone outside of the mission mirror was also stunned. Where is he? Where did Su Yan go? He disappeared. How is that possible? Amidst the puzzled voices of the crowd, 3 screams rang out. Immediately, everyone was stunned once again. As the 3 screams rang out, the purple-robed young man who was about to leave turned his head around at the same time. When he saw this scene, A sharp glint immediately appeared in his eyes. Of course, most of them were equally shocked. Looking at the three powerhouses at the peak of the life-soul realm lying on the screen, they muttered to themselves, "Impossible, impossible. This kid is only at the spirit realm. How could he kill powerhouses at the peak of the life-soul realm?" Although everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing, they couldn't help but believe it because it was happening right in front of their eyes. Lu Shang and Pang Chun had just returned from chasing after the middle-aged man, and they just so happened to witness this scene. The three of them were also stunned on the spot. How could this be? The middle-aged man's lips quivered as he stared at the scene before him in disbelief. If word got out that a spirit realm cultivator had killed 3 cultivators at the peak of the Fate Soul realm, he would definitely become the biggest joke in the entire Gone realm. However, this scene had truly happened in front of everyone, causing them to have no choice but to believe it. Elder, what do we do now?" Lu Shang looked at the middle-aged man in horror and asked carefully. After all, no matter what, Su Yan was just fooling himself. If Su Yan was at the peak of the life-soul realm, then it wouldn't matter. Unfortunately, Su Yan was only at the spirit realm and had no value at all. However, because he was at the spirit realm, he was able to kill 3 powerhouses at the peak of the life-soul realm. Lu Shang was truly afraid that the middle-aged man would blame him. The middle-aged man looked at Su Yan in the mission mirror. He stared at him for a long time without saying anything. He just looked at him quietly. The spirit realm. This kid's aura is indeed at the spirit realm, but why does it feel like it's not? The middle-aged man thought. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. Could it be that this kid has entered that realm? How is this possible? The middle-aged man suddenly felt his entire body tremble. Looking at Su Yan's figure, he suddenly had an idea. He turned to Pang Chun and Lu Shang and said, "Pang Chun, Lu Shang, the two of you enter the Hengduan Mountains and kill Su Yan." What? When Lu Shang heard the middle-aged man's words, his entire body suddenly trembled. "Elder, we don't have the aura of your Guyu sect." Then what? The middle-aged man laughed coldly. "Pang Chun, Lu Shang, you brought this kid back. Now the people I arranged inside have all died. Do you want me to do it myself?" As the middle-aged man spoke, a majestic spiritual chi pressure suddenly pressed forward. Lu Shang and Pang Chun's bodies trembled and they hurriedly said, we wouldn't dare. "You wouldn't dare? Hurry up and enter." The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Although Lu Shang and Pang Chun were afraid of the monster inside, Lu Shang and Pang Chun knew that if they refused, they would probably die a worse death than if they entered. Now Lu Shang and Pang Chun could only hope that after entering, they would quickly kill Su Yan and escape. They hoped that they wouldn't encounter the monster. The moment Lu Shang and Pang Chun entered, the purple-clothed youth standing in the distance also trembled. His eyes flashed as if he had thought of something important. He turned around and said to the several masked men behind him, "You guys go in as well. You must take down that person. If you can't, kill him." "Yes, young master." The masked men nodded. With a leap, they had already entered the Hengduan mountain. Although they were fast, they still couldn't escape the middle-aged man's eyes. When the middle-aged man saw the masked men enter, his wide and thick eyebrows immediately wrinkled. Then, he saw the direction the masked men rushed in and immediately smiled. "The people from the Monster Palace are also here? Very good, very good. You'll be a little nourishment for my Guyu sect's sacred beast." After saying that, the middle-aged man waved his hand and the huge mission mirror image at the foot of the Hengduan mountain disappeared. Hey, what's going on? Why did the mirror image disappear? The spectators were very excited. When they saw the mirror image disappear, they all shouted. However, no matter how they shouted, the mirror image didn't appear again. Even a pinnacle life soul has appeared. If it appears again this time, it should be a sacred bloodline expert. Su Yan couldn't help but lick his lips as a bright light condensed in his eyes. The 13th level of the spirit channeling realm was an existence that transcended the legendary realm and the life soul realm. At this moment, in front of Su Yan, the life soul realm was not enough to arouse Su Yan's desire to fight. Only a saint would be able to reignite the boiling blood in Su Yan's body. Bang! Just as Su Yan was looking forward to it, the figures of Pang Chun and Lu Shang suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan. When he saw the two figures, The corners of Su Yan's mouth curled into a smile. The two of you are finally willing to appear. Su Yan, give me your life. When Lu Shang and Pang Chun appeared, they didn't waste any words with Su Yan. With a cold shout, the spiritual qi in their bodies suddenly burst out and directly attacked Su Yan. Lu Shang and Pang Chun were both saints. The spiritual qi contained in the sacred bloodline in their bodies was not something a pinnacle life soul could compare to. Just as he was about to make a move, the spirit qi flew past. Immediately, the surrounding grass and trees trembled, forming a powerful hurricane that attacked. When Su Yan felt the pressure of this powerful spiritual qi, he did not feel the slightest bit of fear. His eyes suddenly narrowed and shot out a blood-red light. He shouted loudly, "Come at me." At the same time, Su Yan suddenly jumped up. The thrilling sword in his hand had been replaced by the pagoda sword. No matter what, Lu Shang and Pang Chun were both saints. Su Yan didn't want to fail miserably. Su Yan, die. Lu Shang and Pang Chun weren't sword cultivators, but magical treasures. However, although the two of them wanted Su Yan's life, Su Yan was only in the spirit channeling realm after all. To the two of them, he was just an ant-like existence. Therefore, when the two of them attacked, they didn't use their magical treasures. They only used their fists and feet to attack. Even so, they were still ferocious. Seeing this, Su Yan didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced and directly met Pang Chen's attack with his sword. Pudong, with a loud sound, the two of them collided. Su Yan's sword collided with the spiritual qi condensed in Pang Chen's palm. In an instant, a ray of light jumped up. Die! Pang Chun saw that Su Yan dared to meet him head-on and smiled evilly. However, just as his smile rose, he felt the dense spiritual qi coming from his palm. Pang Chen's face suddenly turned pale, and his eyes blurred. How is this possible? How can a spirit channeling realm block my attack? Break. Su Yan saw Pang Chen's twitching face and smiled coldly. He activated his cultivation method, and suddenly, a majestic spiritual qi leaped out. With a loud bang, the spiritual qi condensed in Pang Chen's palm was immediately broken. The Buddha sword swept past like a swimming dragon. As it bloomed, a bloody mist immediately surged. Pang Chun screamed. His palm was directly pierced by the Buddha's sword, and a bloody mist surged. However, no matter what, Pang Chun was still a saint. He quickly reacted. As he activated his cultivation method, his body quickly flew back, dodging Su Yan's next attack. When Lu Shang saw this, he was also shocked. However, the speed of his attack towards Su Yan didn't slow down. He directly slammed his palm towards the top of Su Yan's head. Die, Su Yan! Lu Shang let out a loud roar. Suddenly, boundless spiritual qi surged, and her palm landed on the top of Su Yan's head. Her pupils shrank, and a scorching heat erupted from her. As long as Su Yan died in his hands, he could immediately leave this place. Then, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. There's one more. How could Su Yan not see Lu Shang? The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He turned his head to look at Lu Shang, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Lu Shang's speed immediately slowed down. At the same time, Su Yan patted his storage bag. The sword dragon had already arrived at Su Yan's feet. It activated its cultivation method and jumped up. Chapter 131. There's nothing impossible about it. While Pang Chun and Lu Shang were still in shock, Su Yan had already arrived in front of them on the sword dragon. Seeing Su Yan's cold smile, the corners of his mouth curled up. Both Pang Chun and Lu Shang immediately felt a surge of anger. They were saints, yet they were being ridiculed by a spirit realm martial artist. This was an insult to them. Bang! With a loud bang, Lu Shang and Pang Chun both sacrificed their Dharma treasures at the same time. Lu Shang's Dharma treasure was a huge steel ring, while Pang Chun's was a small coffin. When the two Dharma treasures appeared, the sky suddenly changed color. It was obvious that they were both extraordinary items. A mere spirit realm martial artist actually forced the two of us to sacrifice our Dharma treasures. Su Yan, you're quite capable. The moment they sacrificed their Dharma treasures, Lu Shang looked at Su Yan with a sharp light in his eyes. Su Yan looked at the Dharma treasures in their hands. They glowed brightly, and he knew that they were definitely not ordinary items. People who cultivated Dharma treasures were different from sword cultivators. Su Yan didn't know this before, But after becoming the successor of the Buddha sword sect, Su Yan knew that in ancient times, swords were only a type of Dharma treasure. And it was because of the appearance of the Buddha sword sect that the entire Gan territory became popular with sword cultivators. As a result, more and more sword moves and sword styles appeared. Sword cultivators became the mainstream of the entire Gan territory. However, sword cultivators who reached the Saint bloodline realm couldn't use sword techniques or sword moves. If they met someone who cultivated Dharma treasures, they would obviously have an advantage. This was why when Lu Shang and Pang Chan sacrificed their Dharma treasures, the way they looked at Su Yan immediately changed. The shock that Su Yan had given them today was simply too much. First, he killed 5 black flower cheetahs, which was enough to shock them. And if that wasn't enough, then Su Yan killed 3 Peak Fate Soul Realm martial artists in one fell swoop. It could be said that it had already reached a point of disbelief. Now Su Yan was only in the spirit realm, yet he was able to injure Pang Chan. This gave Lu Shang and Pang Chan the illusion that Su Yan was not in the spirit realm. When had the spirit channeling realm become so powerful? Of course, no matter what, everything had changed after Lu Shang and Pang Chan took out their magic treasures. As long as they had the magic treasures, they believed that no matter how strong Su Yan was, Su Yan would not be able to escape death today. At this moment, Su Yan was a dead man in their eyes. They were more worried about the demon in the middle. Su Yan die. When Lu Shang thought about the monster, his entire body trembled. He didn't waste any more time talking nonsense with Su Yan. Suddenly, he raised his magical treasure and the spirit chi in his body surged. His wishful Vajra ring suddenly emitted a bright light that overflowed in all directions. It quickly condensed in the air and Lu Shang shouted, "Wishful Vajra ring, golden serpent ray." Under this stern shout, the radiance that overflowed in all directions swiftly condensed in the air, transforming into a long snake that directly hacked towards Su Yan. As the light flickered, the surrounding air also condensed and attacked like a gale. At the same time, Pang Chan, who was holding the coffin, also made his move. Blackwood corpse coffin, come out. As Pang Chan's spirit chi surged, the coffin in his hand quickly released a black fog. The moment the black fog appeared, the surrounding vegetation started to tremble and wither in an instant. At the same time, the black fog quickly condensed in the air and turned into a ghost soldier. The ghost soldier held a huge blade in its hand and slashed downwards. In an instant, the sky and earth trembled and countless explosions rang out. What a powerful attack! Su Yan was shocked when he saw the 2 attacks. However, he didn't slow down in the slightest. His pupils suddenly shrank as he leaped up on the sword dragon. Su Yan knew that it was impossible to avoid the 2 attacks at the same time. Since he couldn't avoid them, he could only face them head-on. The great solar glazed sword well in his body started to circulate rapidly. All the spirit chi in his body surged out and rushed towards the pagoda sword in his hand. In an instant, the pagoda sword flashed and a sword cry rang out. Su Yan hadn't reached the Saint bloodline realm, so he hadn't cultivated a sword art. However, when the long sword was drawn, the light that overflowed in its power was swift and violent. It was comparable to a sword art. Break! Su Yan gritted his teeth and suddenly clashed with the light that Lu Shang had turned into. When the 2 collided, countless flashes of light immediately appeared in the air. With a loud bang, a deep pit was immediately blasted open. At the same time, a cloud of fog rushed down and enveloped Su Yan. Boy, let's see how you can survive this time. Lu Shang looked at the surging fog with a wicked smile on his face. At the same time, Pang Chen's attack didn't stop. Although Pang Chan also believed that Su Yan was dead, he didn't stop attacking. The ghost soldier that had emerged from the coffin raised its blade and slashed at the fog. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with another loud bang. The dust on the ground surged and exploded, enveloping Su Yan. Su Yan's figure couldn't be seen at all. Boy, you asked for it. Lu Shang smiled faintly. He didn't dare to stay here any longer and said, Pang Chan, let's go. If that monster comes out, the 2 of us won't be able to escape. Okay. Pang Chan nodded and was about to leave with Lu Shang. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with a soft sound. Several masked men appeared in front of Lu Shang and Pang Chan. When Lu Shang and Pang Chan saw the masked men, they looked at each other and confusion appeared in their eyes. One of the masked men looked at Lu Shang and shouted, Where's Su Yan? Although Lu Shang didn't know why these masked men suddenly appeared here, he was still a saint. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of these masked men. Looking at the fog that had yet to recede, he sneered. "Are you here to save Su Yan? I've already killed that boy." "Killed him?" The masked man frowned as he glanced at the fog that had yet to recede. He then turned to look at Lu Shang and Pang Chan and said, "Since the two of you killed that kid, the two of you can accompany them in death." "What arrogance!" Pang Chan shouted when he heard the masked man's voice. Suddenly, a surge of spirit chi surged out and rushed into the black wooden coffin that hadn't been completely collected. Suddenly, a thick black chi surged out of the black wooden coffin again. The black chi turned into a ghost soldier again. The ghost soldier raised a large blade and charged at the masked man. The ghost soldier took a step forward and surged forward like a huge wave. Not a bat treasure. When the masked man saw the ghost soldier charging at him, he smiled slightly and didn't panic. At the same time, a burst of spirit chi erupted from his body. The spirit chi surged and surpassed Pang Chan and Lu Shang's spirit chi. Lu Shang and Pang Chan couldn't help but tremble. Tuples saints. You're actually Tuples saints. It's good that you know. Although the masked men had their faces covered, the light in their eyes was enough to see their disdain for Lu Shang and Pang Chan. One had to know that in the life soul realm, perhaps an 8th level life soul could kill a 9th level life soul powerhouse with their own treasure. However, once a saint entered the life soul realm, there was an insurmountable gap between every saint bloodline. A 2-pulse saint could definitely kill a 1-pulse saint with ease. It was no wonder that Lu Shang and Pang Chan were so shocked when they saw that the masked man was a 2-pulse saint. A saint is indeed powerful. In the midst of the confrontation, a voice suddenly sounded from the mist. At that moment, the mist slowly descended. Su Yan's slightly battered figure walked out of the mist. "What? You're not dead?" When Lu Shang and Pang Chan saw Su Yan, they were shocked. It was even more terrifying than when they saw the masked man's 2-pulse saint bloodline strength. "It's not that easy to kill me." Su Yan looked at Lu Shang and Pang Chan and smiled. At the same time, he noticed the masked men. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he sensed the powerful spirit chi ripples from the masked men. 2-pulse saints, and there are 3 of them at once. Su Yan looked at the spirit chi ripples from the 3 of them and a thought immediately surged in his mind. Run! Although Su Yan wanted to fight, he wasn't a reckless person. If it was only a 2-pulse saint, Su Yan might be able to fight with all his might. However, if it was 2 2-pulse saints, he definitely wouldn't have any chance of survival. Moreover, there were 3 2-pulse saints and 2 1-pulse saints. Su Yan definitely wouldn't have any chance. He could only run. With that thought, Su Yan didn't hesitate at all. He rode the sword dragon and immediately rushed forward. "You want to run?" Lu Shang and Pang Chan saw that Su Yan wanted to run. They roared and chased after Su Yan. As for the masked men, they had long forgotten about them. Only by killing Su Yan would they be able to vent the hatred in their hearts. Only then would they be able to cultivate without any regrets in the future. Lu Shang and Pang Chan ignored the existence of the masked men. But the masked men didn't ignore them. When the 2 of them gave chase, they saw the masked men smile. "You want to run?" Suddenly, the spirit chi within the masked men surged. They leapt into the air and blocked Lu Shang and Pang Chan. Only when Pang Chan and Lu Shang saw the masked men did they suddenly remember that apart from them, Su Yan and the masked men were also present. They could feel the spirit chi pressure from the masked men. Lu Shang and Pang Chan immediately shivered. They looked at the masked men and trembled. What do you want?" "His life is mine." The masked man pointed at Su Yan. Lu Shang immediately reacted and nodded. Yes, we'll leave immediately." Chapter 132. The mission image at the foot of Hengduan Mountain disappeared. Everyone could only see the scene of Su Yan completing the mission if they entered Hengduan Mountain. Unfortunately, no one dared to step in and could only stand at the foot of the mountain and complain. "Really, it's removed just as we were enjoying it." That's right, we want to protest." "Yes, protest, we want to see the mission image." Amidst the commotion, there was one person who was comfortably watching everything in the mission image. This person was none other than the middle-aged man who had issued the mission to Su Yan. When the middle-aged man saw what was happening on the mission screen, a cold smile appeared on his lips. To be able to block the combined attacks of Pang Chan and Lu Shang, It seems that this kid has really stepped into that legendary realm. Thinking about it, the smile on the middle-aged man's face grew wider. When he saw the masked people, his entire body trembled with excitement. 3 saints of 2 bloodlines, 2 saints of 1 bloodline, and the legendary realm. Haha, this time we will definitely be able to awaken the blood beast Tao Tai. Haha, as long as the blood beast Tao Tai is awakened, my ancient Yu sect will no longer fear the monster palace. My ancient Yu sect will control the entire hidden devil region. The middle-aged man's laughter grew more and more excited. When he saw that Lu Shang and Pang Chun were about to leave, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Ignorant people, you actually want to run. My ancient Yu sect nurtured the 2 of you and let you reach the Saint Realm so that you can serve the ancient Yu sect at any time. Now you still want to leave? The middle-aged man smiled and waved his hand. Suddenly, a ray of light burst out from Hengduan Mountain. At this moment, the escaping Su Yan, Lu Shang and Pang Chun, who wanted to leave, suddenly seemed to be restrained by something. Their flying speed was suddenly blocked. What's going on? Su Yan's heart shook. He stood up and touched it. Suddenly, an electric current flowed. Su Yan's body trembled. Looking at the countless runes under his feet, he immediately understood what was going on. Forbidden. Someone actually set up a forbidden zone in Hengduan Mountain. By the time Su Yan came to a realization, Lu Shang and Pang Chun exchanged glances. They had also thought of something, and sorrow welled up in their hearts. Prohibition. Elder Gu Jian actually activated the prohibition. Does he want us to die here as well? Elder Gu Jian, us 2 brothers have always been loyal and devoted to the Gu Yu sect. Why can't you tolerate the 2 of us? Lu Shang thought of that terrifying monster and let out a mournful cry towards the sky. Outside Hengduan Mountain, the middle-aged man, Elder Gu Jian, heard Lu Shang shout, and a mocking sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Idiot, my Gu Yu sect doesn't lack 2 saints of 1 bloodline. Elder Gu Jian sneered and turned to look at Su Yan's side. When he saw the spiritual energy of the masked men trembling, he smiled. Blood beast Tao Tai, it's time for you to come out and wreak havoc. Saying that, Elder Gu Jian waved his hand, and suddenly, a low roar reverberated throughout Hengduan Mountain. This loud roar reverberated in the ears of everyone in Hengduan Mountain, and everyone couldn't help but tremble in body and mind. Lu Shang and Pang Chun were even more frightened. The 2 looked at each other and saw that the masked men were still looking at Su Yan. They suddenly thought of something. The 2 of them no longer cared about their usual dignity and stumbled towards the masked men. As they walked, they shouted, stop fighting, the blood beast Tao Tai is about to come out. The masked men naturally noticed this strange phenomenon. When they heard Lu Shang and Pang Chun's words, their eyes suddenly turned cold. They looked at Lu Shang and Pang Chun and shouted, what the hell is going on? What blood beast Tao Tai? Hearing the loud roar, Lu Shang didn't dare to hide anything. He quickly recounted how the Gu Yu sect had captured the blood beast Tao Tai, and how they had used the 2 of them to lure others in and feed the blood beast Tao Tai. Su Yan frowned when he heard what the 2 said. He previously thought that Pang Chun and Lu Shang were only coveting his storage bag. How could he have thought that there were so many things involved in this scam? However, after thinking about it, Su Yan came to a realization. No matter what, Lu Shang and Pang Chun were both saints. How could a saint be coveting his storage bag? Of course, Su Yan didn't understand that Lu Shang and Pang Chun were also coveting his storage bag. It was just that they were working for the Gu Yu sect. When the masked man heard Lu Shang's words, he suddenly frowned and asked Lu Shang, do you mean that this place has been sealed? Once the blood beast Tao Tai comes out, all of us will die here. Yes, yes. Lu Shang nodded repeatedly and said anxiously, that's right. Therefore, we have to work together and open this seal before the blood beast Tao Tai comes out. The masked men looked at each other and nodded. Clearly, they agreed with Lu Shang's idea. One of them looked at Lu Shang and waved his hand. In that case, we will believe you for now. However, if we find out that you are plotting against us, the 2 of you know the consequences. Yes, yes. Lu Shang nodded hurriedly. Seniors, let's hurry up and open this seal. It will be too late if we wait for the blood beast Tao Tai to come out. Yes. The masked men nodded one after another. Spirit chi surged in their bodies and they broke the seal around them. Since Su Yan's strength was low, the few of them had ignored him. Su Yan, on the other hand, was happy and at ease. He had no intention of helping. It wasn't that Su Yan wasn't worried about not being able to leave this place, but that Su Yan knew that it was useless even if he worried. If Lu Shang and the other saints couldn't open this seal, then even if he helped, it would be useless. Not only that, Su Yan also had some expectations for the blood beast Tao Tai in his heart. Su Yan was clear that if he really opened the restriction and left this place, he would have to face the pursuit of 3 saints. If he couldn't open the restriction, perhaps when the blood beast Tao Tai appeared, he would have a chance of survival while the blood beast Tao Tai was entangled with the saints. In front of the mission mirror image, Elder Gujian wasn't worried at all when he saw the masked men trying to open the seal. A wicked smile appeared on his face. Don't even think about opening the seal I set up with just the few of you. Enjoy the havoc of the blood beast Tao Tai. Amidst the laughter of Elder Gujian, bang! A loud noise erupted from the Hengduan mountain. Roar! As a loud roar rang out, the bodies of the masked man Lu Shang, Pang Chan, and Su Yan could not help but tremble. The blood beast Tao Tai was dozens of feet tall. Its entire body stood upright like a human, and its huge head was covered with countless lumps. Its bell-like eyes looked down at them, and a foul stench of saliva immediately left its mouth. Blood beast Tao Tai, it's the blood beast Tao Tai. Pang Chan saw the huge beast in front of him and trembled in fear. He suddenly screamed, "Ah!" He completely forgot about the seal and rushed forward in a panic. Bang! With a loud sound, he was immediately bounced back. However, Pang Chen didn't seem to feel any pain and ran in another direction. At this time, the blood beast Tao Tai suddenly lifted its foot. Bang! With a loud sound, Pang Chen's entire body was stomped by the blood beast Tao Tai and turned into meat paste. When the blood beast Tao Tai saw the blood flowing out of Pang Chen's body, it opened its huge mouth and swallowed Pang Chen's body. The blood beast Tao Tai continued to move its teeth as it swallowed Pang Chen's corpse. Fresh blood flowed out from its disgusting mouth and turned into a foul stench. Pang Chen. When Lu Shang saw this scene, tears streamed down his face. He thought about how his brother, who had always been with him, had died in the blood beast Tao Ye's mouth. Lu Shang forgot the fear in his heart and shouted, "Tao Tai, I'll fight you to the death today." As he spoke, Lu Shang performed the wishful Vajra fist and jumped up. Immediately, spirit energy surged and a powerful light burst out from the wishful Vajra fist. It turned into a rainbow and slashed at the blood beast Tao Tai. However, the seemingly powerful light hit the blood beast Tao Ye's body like a stone sinking into the sea. It didn't cause the slightest ripple. Instead, it angered the blood beast Tao Tai. The blood beast Tao Tai let out a low roar and opened its mouth. "Ah!" Lu Shang suddenly screamed and flew into the blood beast Tao Ye's mouth. With a gulp, the blood beast Tao Tai swallowed Lu Shang. Saints. 2 famous saints in the hidden demon region were swallowed by the blood beast Tao Tai in a breath's time. Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble when he saw this. The 3 masked men looked at each other. Although they were also surprised, they quickly recovered and nodded to each other. The 3 of them shouted at the same time and each took out a long rope. When the long rope appeared, it immediately emitted a bright light. "Go!" One of them shouted and the 3 of them jumped up at the same time. As they operated their cultivation methods, majestic spirit energy surged out and the 3 long ropes were thrown out. The moment the long rope was thrown out, it immediately turned into a long rope. Countless golden lights trembled and formed runes that surged toward the blood beast Tao Tai. Suddenly, the blood beast Tao Tai let out a painful roar. However, the 3 masked men didn't stop because of this. Instead, they kept making hand seals and sending wisps of spirit energy to the long rope. Soon, the long rope was attached to the blood beast Tao Ye's body and tightened. The Monster Palace is indeed a place where a group of demons and ghosts gather. It has such a method, but what can it do? Elder Gujian looked at the mission screen and smiled. Bang! Just at that moment, the blood beast Tao Tai that was restrained by the long rope let out a low roar. Suddenly, it waved its hands and the long rope that bound it was immediately shaken off. Chapter 133. With a bang, a powerful force erupted from the blood beast Tao Ye's body. This power was not the power of spiritual power, but an extremely strange power. When demonic beasts reached a certain level, they would also absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth just like martial artists to increase their strength. demonic beasts that absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Although the power they emitted was completely different from that of warriors, there would still be traces of spiritual power in it. However, the blood beast Taotai did not have any. The power it emitted was extremely strong but also extremely strange. The Taotai blood beast shattered the long rope and let out a furious roar. It swung its head, and before the three masked men could land on the ground, it opened its mouth and swallowed them into the Taotai blood beast's stomach. Although they were saints, experts of this world and the favored sons of the major sects, they did not even have a chance to struggle in front of the blood beast Taotai. The masked men, Lu Shang and Pang Chun, were all saints, but they were all devoured by the blood beast Taotai in a few breaths. Su Yan looked at this scene with a shocked expression. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is it my turn now? At the thought of the tragic deaths of the saints, Su Yan couldn't help but smile mockingly. They were all at the Saint Vain realm, but they couldn't escape the devouring of the blood beast Taotai. What about me? Su Yan looked at the huge blood beast Taotai and felt a chill in his heart. Seeing the greedy eyes of the blood beast Taotai looking at him, Su Yan suddenly trembled. No, even if I die, I will make you lose some skin. Su Yan looked at the greedy eyes of the blood beast Taotai and the blood of Lu Shang and the others at the corner of its mouth. A surge of anger suddenly surged in his body. The fear he had towards the blood beast Taotai was completely suppressed at this moment. Looking at the blood beast Taotai, there was no longer any fear in his eyes. Suddenly, a bright light burst out from his eyes. Bastard, even if I, Su Yan, die here today, I will make you lose a layer of skin. Under the attacks of the blood beast Taotai, the saints were powerless to resist. Although Su Yan was conceited, he was not so arrogant as to think that he could kill the blood beast Taotai. However, Su Yan was unwilling to accept his fate just like that. Even if Su Yan died, he would use his last bit of strength to fight. Su Yan gritted his teeth, and the sun-colored glazed sword scripture was quickly activated. A majestic spiritual chi immediately surged out from his arm. The pagoda sword in his hand emitted a dazzling radiance. At the same time, a series of sword cries rang out. Su Yan used all his strength. His eyes flashed as he looked at the blood beast Taotai. He did not hope to kill the blood beast Taotai. He only wanted to let this beast know that humans were not to be bullied by a beast like him. Well, does this kid still want to struggle? Elder Gujian, who was watching from outside the mission mirror, saw Su Yan's appearance and immediately sneered. Struggling, is there any use? Accept the baptism of the blood beast Taotai. Ha ha. Elder Gujian thought of so many people becoming nutrients for the blood beast Taotai and suddenly laughed. He looked at the horns on the blood beast Taoyai's head, which seemed to have grown a little longer. Elder Gujian's eyes immediately blazed. The heavens are really helping my Guyue sect. I really didn't expect this kid to step into the legendary realm. And this kid is only in his early 20s. If he is allowed to grow for a few more years, he will definitely become a formidable person in the future. TSK. It's a pity that you have fallen into my hands. Ha ha ha. Elder Gujian laughed again. For him, at this moment, it seemed that he was already standing at the peak of the Hidden Demon region. The entire Hidden Demon region would soon become the territory of his Guyue sect. Su Yan naturally didn't know that there were people watching from outside at this moment, so he didn't pay attention to the blood beast Taoyai's horns that had grown longer. There was only a glimmer of light in his eyes. Kill. This was the only word in Su Yan's heart. No matter what happened today, he would definitely not let the blood beast Taotai have an easy time. Be *starred. I'll let you experience the strength of us humans. Su Yan shouted coldly. Without any hesitation, his body suddenly surged out. His speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. The Buddha sword in his hand slashed horizontally. Suddenly, a sword cry resounded and countless rays of bright golden light bloomed from the Buddha sword. As the golden light overflowed, a powerful force followed, attacking the blood beast Taotai like a raging storm. Seeing this, the blood beast Taotai growled and narrowed its bell-like eyes slightly. Obviously, it didn't put Su Yan in its eyes and showed a lazy look. Seeing this, Su Yan was even more furious. He shouted coldly, "Die!" The sword slashed towards the blood beast Taoyai's head like a raging storm. Unfortunately, such a powerful attack was nothing more than a small wave in front of the blood beast Taotai. The blood beast Tao Tai let out a low roar and swung its head. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out and Su Yan's body trembled. Then his body was sent flying. Poochie, immediately, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. This beast is indeed strong, but I don't believe that I, Su Yan, can't hurt you. Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing without a trace of fear. Suddenly, Su Yan launched another attack. This time he didn't use the Buddha sword. Instead he patted his storage bag and the red Li sword case flew out from it. Myriad swords return, Su Yan shouted. The moment his spiritual energy surged, several flying swords leaped up and turned into unparalleled rays of light to attack the blood beast Tao Tai. There were countless spiritual swords in the red Li sword case, but Su Yan's current strength could only control a few of them. Of course, these flying swords were ferocious. Suddenly, countless sword cries rang out and sword light flashed as they attacked the blood beast Tao Tai. Die, you bastard! The moment the flying swords leaped out, Su Yan didn't stop. Instead, he shouted coldly. Suddenly, a powerful wave of spiritual energy spread out from his palm. The spirit chi was released and directly poured into the several spirit swords that flew out. Suddenly, the speed of the flying swords increased by a bit. They were like countless bolts of lightning. Even a two-vein saint wouldn't dare to take the attack head-on, but the blood beast Tao Tai had no intention of retreating. Su Yan immediately smiled. Let's see if you dare to be arrogant now. The blood beast Tao Tai seemed to have understood Su Yan's words. It let out a low roar as it lifted its huge palm and swung it out. Immediately, the few flying swords that were flying towards its body were struck down. When Su Yan saw this, he did not react at all. Instead, he smiled coldly. With a wave of his hands, a spiritual sword suddenly appeared behind the blood beast Tao Tai. Whoosh! The moment the spiritual sword appeared, it struck like a bolt of lightning. Before the blood beast Tao Tai could react, it felt a huge pain in its back. Roar! The blood beast Tao Tai immediately let out a mournful cry, and its huge face fell. Endless anger condensed in its huge eyes. Ha ha ha, a beast is indeed a beast. Although Su Yan knew that the sword couldn't do anything to the blood beast Tao Tai, he was also very happy to see the blood beast Tao Tai get hit. With Su Yan's current strength, although he couldn't really launch the innumerable swords, he could still launch 5 spiritual swords. And just now, Su Yan had already sent out 4 flying swords from the front. Su Yan had long known that it would be useless to attack the blood beast Tao Tai head-on. Therefore, when Su Yan launched the spiritual sword attack, he left a flying sword behind and circled to the blood beast Tao Tai's back in order to hit it. He wanted to let it know that Su Yan wasn't someone a mere beast could easily bully. Ha ha ha. Su Yan looked at the angry appearance of the blood beast Tao Tai and laughed heartily. But before Su Yan's laughter fell, the blood beast Tao Tai let out a loud snort from its huge nostrils. His whole body began to move. Pung! As it took a step, the whole Hengduan mountain seemed to tremble like an earthquake. Although the blood beast Tao Tai's body was unusually large, its speed was not slow at all. With a step, it immediately stepped on Su Yan's body. Su Yan was shocked. His pupils suddenly shrank and a red light surged out. He stepped on the sword dragon and leaped to avoid the attack of the blood beast Tao Tai. Beast, it's not that easy to hurt me. Su Yan evaded the attack of the blood beast Tao Tai and immediately sneered. But Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. The red light in his eyes surged, and the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture was quickly activated at the same time. Although Su Yan was clear that he might still not be able to escape death today, the pride that was emitted from Su Yan's bones made him absolutely not submit like this. Even if he was going to die today, he wanted to let this beast know his strength. Beast, eat my sword again. Su Yan looked at the blood beast Tao Tai and shouted coldly. He gripped the Buddha sword in his hand and was about to attack. Seeing the furious blood beast Tao Tai, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Su Yan was stunned. He stopped and looked at the blood beast Tao Tai and muttered to himself, "What the hell is going on?" Su Yan frowned and his pupils shrank. Suddenly, a red light leaped out of his eyes and his figure closed in on the blood beast Tao Tai. Roar! When Su Yan took a step, the blood beast Tao Tai suddenly let out a miserable howl. Its whole body retreated, trembling as if it was afraid of Su Yan. Chapter 134. Why is this beast suddenly afraid of me? Su Yan looked at the blood beast Tao Tai's terrified appearance and frowned, not knowing why. Could it be that this beast is frightened by my strength? Su Yan pondered, but the moment this thought appeared, it was immediately rejected by him. From the way the blood beast Taotai dealt with Lu Shang and the others just now, this blood beast Taotai was at least at the peak of the sky phase. Why would a demonic beast comparable to the peak of the sky phase be afraid of Su Yan, who was at the 13th layer of the spirit realm? This was obviously unrealistic. But other than this, Su Yan still couldn't figure out why the blood beast Taotai would suddenly reveal a look of fear. Not only was Su Yan puzzled, but Elder Gujian, who was standing in front of the mission mirror, was also stunned when he saw this strange scene. Seeing the blood beast Taoye's entire body trembling, he couldn't help but shout, "What's going on? Why don't you swallow this brat? As long as you swallow this brat, you will be the ruler of this world." Elder Gujian's words were obviously directed at the blood beast Taotai. Unfortunately, the blood beast Taotai didn't move at all. It was still trembling as it looked at Su Yan. At the same time, Su Yan was also constantly thinking about why the blood beast Taotai would suddenly be afraid of him. Just now, I used all my strength to attack, but I didn't see the blood beast Taotai being afraid. It was when the blood beast Taotai was about to step on me that I ran away, and then... Su Yan sorted out the entire process. When he thought of this, his entire body suddenly froze, as if he had thought of something. He looked at the blood beast Taotai and muttered to himself, "Could it be that this blood beast Taotai is afraid because of my blood dragon pupil? The reason this blood beast Taotai is afraid is because I used the blood dragon pupil just now." Su Yan thought and immediately understood. When he was under the sword well, he had used the double dragon pupil to create the current blood dragon pupil. Dragons were the kings of the demon beasts in the world. They were divine beasts. Naturally, it was not something that the blood beast Taotai, a mere heavenly phenomenon realm demonic beast, could compare to. As Su Yan thought about this, he immediately became excited. He looked at the blood beast Taotai and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a bright red light surged out. As the red light surged, the blood beast Taotai immediately let out a ferocious roar. Its trembling body directly rushed out. Bang! The barrier that the masked man, Lu Shang and the other four had tried for a long time but were unable to break through. As the blood beast Taotai charged forward, the barrier was shattered with a bang. The blood beast Taotai rushed out of the barrier and ignored Su Yan. It ran directly into the depths of Hengduan Mountain, roaring from time to time. As for the blood beast Taotai, it was so fast that it disappeared in front of Su Yan in just a short while. When Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned in place. After a long time, he recovered and revealed a trace of a smile. This blood beast Taotai was actually scared away by me. While Su Yan was in a daze, Elder Gujian, who was standing in front of the mission mirror, was also dumbfounded. He stared at the Taotai blood beast disappearing from the mission mirror. Elder Gujian's body trembled and he staggered a few steps back. Looking at the mission mirror, he shook his head and said, "It's gone. Everything is gone. 100 years. I spent 100 years to trap the Taotai blood beast here. But now there's nothing left. There's nothing left." Elder Gujian's lips trembled slightly. His entire person seemed to have aged dozens of years. 100 years. How many 100 years did one have in life? However, in order to nourish the blood beast Taotai, Elder Gujian had spent a total of 100 years. Before the blood beast Taotai gained sentience, Elder Gujian had brought it back and trapped it in the Hengduan Mountains. He had set up countless restrictions. In order to attract some experts to enter and become the blood beast Taoye's food, Elder Gujian worked day and night to let the blood beast Taotai grow. He wanted the blood beast Taotai to become the sacred beast of the Guyue sect. Coupled with the secret technique that he had obtained by chance, the blood beast Taotai could evolve again. At that time, the Guyue sect would shine brightly. At that time, he would become the master of the entire Hidden Devil region. However, when he was only one step away from success, all his dreams and hopes were destroyed. One step, only one step. As long as the blood beast Taotai could devour Su Yan, who had transcended the legendary realm, he could become the master of all. But now the Taotai blood beast had broken through his restraints and escaped his control. Everything had turned to ashes. But as Elder Gujian thought about it, he suddenly became so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha! Elder Gujian laughed ferociously. Gone, gone, all gone. Elder Gujin laughed miserably. He looked at Su Yan in the mission mirror and suddenly thought of something. His eyes immediately filled with killing intent. Su Yan, everything is ruined because of you. I'm going to rip you to shreds. Rip you to shreds. As Elder Gujin spoke, he leaped out and flew toward the Hengduan mountain. Su Yan naturally didn't know that a crisis was coming towards him. At the moment, he was still immersed in the joy of scaring away the blood beast Tao Tai. He saw the masked man Lu Shang and several other saints die in the blood beast Tao Ye's mouth. Although Su Yan was unwilling, he knew that he would definitely die today. Now the blood beast Tao Tai was scared away by his blood dragon pupil. How could Su Yan not be excited about the feeling of surviving a disaster? Of course, Su Yan didn't have the intention to chase after the blood beast Tao Tai. If he could kill the blood beast Tao Tai, he would be able to exchange it for a lot of spirit stones with the beast core it contained. Spirit stones were what Su Yan lacked the most right now. Although Su Yan wanted to chase after the blood beast Tao Tai, he knew that even if the blood beast Tao Tai was scared away, with his current strength, he might not be able to kill it even if he caught up with it. Blood dragon pupil. Su Yan didn't have the intention to chase after the blood beast Tao Tai. He narrowed his eyes and felt more and more satisfied with his blood dragon pupil. Soon Su Yan thought of a problem. If the blood dragon pupil could scare away the blood beast Tao Tai, wouldn't it be able to scare away other demonic beasts as well? This meant that he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the Hengduan mountain range in the future. Su Yan looked into the depths of the Hengduan mountain range with a glint in his eyes. However, it was quickly covered up because Su Yan knew that dragons weren't the only divine beasts in this world. Who knew if there were any divine beasts in the Hengduan mountain range? Even if it wasn't a divine beast, would a sacred beast be afraid of the blood dragon pupil? Su Yan dismissed the idea of sweeping through the Hengduan mountain range. He remembered that the purpose of his trip was mainly for spirit stones. Su Yan had collected the spirit gathering grass and placed it in his storage bag the moment he entered. Now was the time to turn in the task and exchange it for spirit stones. Turn in the task. Su Yan thought about what Lu Shang and Pang Chun had said before the blood beast Tao Tai had appeared. A sinister smile immediately appeared on his face. Gujin has a good idea. I wonder how he will feel when he sees this scene. Su Yan's face turned cold as he thought about it. When the blood beast Tao Tai had appeared, Su Yan had thought that he wouldn't be able to leave this place. At the time, Su Yan hadn't thought too much about it. After all, what was the point of thinking too much if he couldn't leave? However, things were different now. Su Yan wasn't dead and could leave this place. He thought about what Lu Shang had said and what Elder Gujin had done. Su Yan immediately felt a surge of anger. This was a world of the strong, where the weak were prey to the strong. Countless people died here every day. Human lives were like grass in this world. Su Yan didn't have any pity for these people, but what Elder Gujin had done had crossed Su Yan's bottom line. Raising a monster beast and using a reward to lure others in. Su Yan couldn't tolerate such despicable means. Gujin, I'd like to see what kind of expression you have now. Su Yan smiled coldly and immediately jumped out of the Hengduan mountain range. Of course, Su Yan didn't know that this scene had already been seen by Elder Gujin. Not only Elder Gujin, but the entire Guyue sect also knew about this matter. Su Yan was now the biggest enemy of the Guyue sect. Bang. Before Su Yan could take a few steps, there was a loud noise and a figure immediately appeared in front of Su Yan. This person was none other than Elder Gujin. When Su Yan saw Elder Gujin suddenly appear, he couldn't help but be stunned. However, looking at Elder Gujin's twisted expression, he suddenly thought of something and smiled slightly. Elder Gujin, your wishful thinking is not bad. What a pity, ha ha ha. Elder Gujin looked at Su Yan's laughter, and his entire face couldn't help but twitch. He looked at the once familiar place, the cultivation place that he once dreamed of. At this moment it was empty. A burst of anger immediately surged in Elder Gujin's body. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, Su Yan, today I will definitely tear you to pieces. As he spoke, a powerful spirit chi surged out from Elder Gujin's body. Peak celestial stage. The moment Su Yan saw Elder Gujin's spirit chi surge, his entire body couldn't help but tremble. Those in the saint bloodline realm were called saints, while those in the celestial stage were called sovereigns. Sovereigns ruled all things in the world. This meant that those in the celestial stage had the ability to rule all things in the world. It was not something that saints could compare to. Furthermore, Su Yan was only at the 13th level of the spirit channeling realm, and was not yet a saint. Under the pressure of Elder Gujian's powerful spirit qi, Su Yan felt the qi and blood in his body surge, and the cultivation method that he was using was also suppressed at this moment. Chapter 135. The higher one's strength was, the harder it was to surpass it. In the world, the spirit channeling realm and the life-soul realm were as common as stray dogs. However, the Saint Vain realm was only in existence like a genius, and there were very few who could enter the celestial phase realm. Those who could enter the celestial phase realm were all elders of the various large sections. They were all monsters who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. From this, one could see how powerful the celestial phase realm was. Once one entered the celestial phase realm, they could see all the phenomena of the world, condensing into the stars, the moon, and the sun. And even the most common star was a one-star emperor. Even if dozens of saints at the peak of the 9 meridians fought against him, they would not be able to find an advantage. Moreover, Su Yan was not a saint. Even if he had stepped into the legendary existence, the 13th level of the spirit channeling realm, he was still not a saint. Now, facing the powerful spiritual pressure of Elder Gujian, a one-star emperor, Su Yan could not resist at all. Under the pressure of Elder Gujian, Su Yan's cultivation method was completely suppressed. His entire body began to tremble. Even though Su Yan's eyes were still emitting a determined light, under the pressure of this spiritual power, he did not have the slightest ability to resist. 100 years, my 100 years of foundation has been destroyed in your hands. Su Yan, give me your life. Elder Gujian thought about how his 100 years of hard work had been destroyed because of Su Yan, and the anger in his heart continued to rise. Under this anger, when the cultivation method in his body was activated, the majestic spiritual power continuously surged into Su Yan's body. Su Yan did not have the slightest ability to resist. Am I going to die? Under the pressure of this powerful spiritual qi, Su Yan felt that his internal organs were churning. Although he wanted to resist, although he was unwilling, he was unable to do so. But no matter how much he struggled in his heart, his body could not use the slightest bit of strength under the pressure of this spiritual power. This was not the first time Su Yan had been pressured by a powerful spiritual aura. At that time, when Su Yan had snatched Xiang Qianba's cloud beast, he had been suppressed by Xiang Qianba's spiritual qi, which was at the pinnacle of the saint bloodline. Under the erosion of the spiritual qi, it was like being bitten by thousands of ants. This made Su Yan feel that this was an expert at the peak of the saint realm. However, at that time, Su Yan's strength was at least weak, and he could faintly use a trace of spirit qi to resist. Under the pressure of the one-star celestial phenomenon Elder Gujian, Su Yan could not muster up the slightest bit of resistance, although his body did not suffer the pain of being bitten by 10,000 ants. His entire body felt like it was about to explode. There was no pain, and he could only watch as his life slipped away under the pressure of the spiritual energy. Su Yan was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Die. Elder Gujian laughed sinisterly. He thought about how he had worked hard for 100 years and was about to become a king, but Su Yan had ruined it. Endless anger surged in his body. He looked at Su Yan's gradually narrowed eyes. Elder Gujian suddenly thought that even if Su Yan died, it would still not be able to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Su Yan, do you want to die so easily? Elder Gujian sneered. He suddenly waved his hand, and a powerful wave of spirit qi surged out. Su Yan's entire body suddenly jumped up and was controlled by Elder Gujian in midair. Su Yan, you ruined my plans. Today, I will let you suffer the pain of being burned by fire. As Elder Gujian spoke, he waved his hand again. Suddenly, a scorching flame came out from his palm. As soon as the flame came out, the surrounding vegetation instantly withered. It burned Su Yan's body, and Su Yan's clothes were burned. Looking at Su Yan's body burning in the fire, Elder Gujian laughed sinisterly again. Ha, you dare to ruin my plans? You dare to ruin my plans? Elder Gujian controlled the flame to burn Su Yan's body. He seemed to have gone crazy. From time to time he would laugh, frown, cry, and curse. Only when he saw Su Yan burning in the fire did his expression soften a little. Of course, at this moment, he knew that Su Yan was not suffering in the fire at all. Under the powerful spiritual energy pressure of Elder Gu Jian, Su Yan clearly felt his life slipping away. He felt that his dantian was about to explode. Su Yan even fell into despair. Death was always the most frightening thing. What's more, dying in such a baffling way was even more unacceptable to Su Yan. Su Yan did not deny that he was not afraid of death, but he was not the kind of person who was afraid of death. It was just that Su Yan simply could not accept dying in such a situation. As Su Yan watched his life slipping away, his heart was filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. This made Su Yan fall into despair. In this moment of despair, Elder Gu Jian suddenly withdrew the powerful spiritual qi pressure and replaced it with the blazing fire. Su Yan couldn't deny the power of the blazing fire. But how could these flames compare to the earth fire when the divine artifact was unearthed? Su Yan was not even afraid of the earth fire, so how could he be afraid of these flames? His body emitted a faint red light that blocked all the flames, so Su Yan did not feel any discomfort. However, Su Yan did not dare to move. The celestial phenomenon stage, the emperor stage, made Su Yan feel the power of the celestial phenomenon stage. Just like what Su Yan had said when he was in the Su family, a member of the Su family must have the pride that a member of the Su family should have. Su Yan was a sword saint at the peak of a region, so he naturally had his own pride. However, having pride did not mean that he was arrogant. Celestial phenomenon stage. That powerful spiritual energy made Su Yan unable to breathe. Perhaps one day, Su Yan would become a saint and reach the peak of the saint bloodline, and he would still be able to survive under the pressure of the celestial phenomenon stage. However, Su Yan did not have the slightest chance now. Su Yan was very clear about the gap between him and Elder Gu Jian, so even though Su Yan did not feel any discomfort in the flames, he still did not dare to move. If he moved, he would let Elder Gu Jian know that the flames had no effect on him at all. At that time he would fall into despair. No, I have to think of a way to leave this place, Su Yan thought to himself. Even though his clothes were burned, Su Yan still did not move. How do I leave this place? Su Yan's mind raced. At the celestial phenomenon stage, Su Yan had no chance to resist at all. If Su Yan wanted to leave this place, he had to defeat Elder Gu Jian. Perhaps if Su Yan was given some time to defeat Elder Gu Jian, Su Yan was confident that he could defeat Elder Gu Jian. Now it was simply a fool's dream to say that he could defeat Elder Gu Jian, a one-star ruler. If he could not defeat Elder Gu Jian, if Su Yan wanted to leave this place, unless Elder Gu Jian took the initiative to let Su Yan go. Other than these two methods, there was no other choice. However, these two methods were clearly not feasible. Am I, Su Yan, destined to die here today? Su Yan felt a wave of unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. At this moment, Elder Gu Jian also noticed the strange phenomenon of Su Yan being burned by the flames. Although Su Yan did not move at all, Elder Gu Jian still noticed it. Looking at Su Yan, who was wrapped in the flames, Elder Gu Jian frowned slightly. What's going on? Under my heavenly demonic beast fire. Even if I lower the temperature now, even a saint will be burned to death within dozens of breaths. As for this Su Yan, why does he still have a complete body? Elder Gu Jian thought and frowned again. Could it be because this kid has crossed the legendary stage? After saying that, Elder Gu Jian shouted softly. All of a sudden, the burning flames became even more vigorous. Looking at the increasingly vigorous flames, Elder Gu Jian sneered. Su Yan, enjoy the pain of being eroded by the heavenly demonic beast fire. Enjoy this feast of death. The burning flames became even more vigorous. Although they did not burn the surrounding vegetation, the temperature of the flames turned the vegetation into ashes in an instant. In order to vent the hatred in his heart, and let Su Yan experience the pain of being burned by the flames, Elder Gu Jian deliberately lowered the temperature of the heavenly demonic beast fire. Although the heavenly demonic beast fire could not be compared to the flames of heaven and earth, it was still the hottest existence among all flames. This fire was obtained from the heavenly demonic beast. The heavenly demonic beast was a fire-type demonic beast. The beast's core within its body contained flames, and this flame could be refined and used by martialists. Many blacksmiths and alchemy grandmasters were unable to obtain the flames of heaven and earth, so the flames of various demonic beasts were their first choice. Although there were many demonic beasts in the world, demonic beasts with attributes were extremely rare. This was especially true for fire-type demonic beasts. For example, the heavenly demonic beast was rarely seen among all beasts. Furthermore, demonic beasts with attributes were stronger than normal demonic beasts. For example, the heavenly demonic beast. An adult heavenly demonic beast's strength could even reach the Spirit Sea Sovereign King realm. It was even stronger than Elder Gujian. The reason why Elder Gujian was able to obtain the heavenly demonic beast fire was due to a coincidence. Elder Gujian had always been very confident in the heavenly demonic beast fire. When the heavenly demonic beast fire was fully displayed, Elder Gujian believed that Su Yan would definitely die from the pain of being burned by the flames. It had to be known that even a peak saint bloodline expert would not be able to resist being burned by the heavenly demonic beast fire like this, let alone Su Yan, who was only at the 13th layer of the spirit realm. Even if he was at the legendary stage, Elder Gujian believed that Su Yan would definitely suffer the torment of the flames. Chapter 136. As Elder Gujian thought about it, he waved his hand and immediately withdrew the heavenly demonic beast fire. Su Yan's body instantly fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Su Yan was thinking about how to escape from Elder Gujian's hands. The moment Elder Gujian withdrew the heavenly demonic beast fire, Su Yan's body landed. Immediately, he circulated his cultivation technique and slapped his interspatial bag, putting on a white robe again. Following that, he stepped on the sword dragon and without any thought, he poured all the spiritual power in his body into the sword dragon. His body flashed forward like a bolt of lightning. Su Yan's lightning-fast reaction stunned Elder Gujian. Nevertheless, when he saw Su Yan's figure flashing forward, he quickly understood. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said with a smile, "This fella is indeed not afraid of my heavenly demonic beast fire." He thought that if the heavenly demonic beast fire burned his body directly, he might not have an easy time. Moreover, Yangming was only at the 13th level of the spirit channeling realm, yet he was not afraid of the heavenly demonic beast fire. Elder Gujian could not help but feel a wave of shock in his heart. This fella looks to be in his early 20s. Not only has he entered the legendary level, but he's also not afraid of the heavenly demonic beast fire. If I don't get rid of him today, who knows how powerful he'll be in the future. After the crying and laughing moments just now, Elder Gujian's anger toward the Taotai blood beast's escape had lessened a lot, and his mind naturally became much clearer. At that time, Elder Gujian only wanted to kill Su Yan to vent the hatred in his heart, so he did not think too much. Now that he thought about it, he realized how terrifying Su Yan was. The reason why a saint bloodline was called a saint was that if this person had only reached the saint realm after 100 years, he was no longer worthy of being feared. After all, if one could reach the saint realm after 100 years, his aptitude would be considered slow. Who knew how many years it would take for him to advance further in the future? Therefore, whether it was a saint or a celestial ruler, they were all signs of age. An ordinary person who entered the saint bloodline at the age of 30 was enough to be a proud son of heaven with outstanding qualifications. On the other hand, Su Yan was only in his early 20s, but he had already stepped into the legendary level, and was only a step away from the saint level. His future achievements would naturally be feared. Elder Gujian had lived for hundreds of years. Although he had delayed a lot of time because of the Taotai blood beast, no matter what, he was only at the celestial phenomenon stage. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Su Yan's cultivation experience was. Elder Gujian's anger towards Su Yan for driving away the blood beast Taotai lessened significantly. However, his killing intent towards Su Yan did not lessen in the slightest. It only grew stronger. Since they were destined to be enemies, killing them in the cradle was the best choice. As Elder Gujian thought about it, his pupils shrank. Immediately, a strong killing intent surged out of him. He activated his cultivation method and leaped forward. Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon. His speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. Even so, in front of Elder Gujian, who was a ruler, he was only like a gentle breeze and stopped moving. In an instant, Elder Gujian took a step forward and blocked in front of Su Yan. "Su Yan, do you think you can escape?" Elder Gujian looked at Su Yan and asked with a smile. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw Elder Gujian's figure. However, he didn't say anything to Elder Gujian. Instead, he stood on the sword dragon and circulated the energy in his body before turning around and running in another direction. When Elder Gu Jian put away the heavenly demonic beast fire, Su Yan knew that the elder must have found out that he was not afraid of being burned by the fire. Therefore Su Yan did not stop at all. He rode on the sword dragon and ran. Su Yan knew that perhaps this was just a meaningless struggle. Nevertheless, no matter what, Su Yan could not make Su Yan obediently wait for orders. Just like now, Su Yan still did not give up on escaping after being caught by Elder Gu Jian. Is it useful? Su Yan didn't want to give up, but in Elder Gu Jian's eyes it was so funny. Su Yan, stay here. With a wave of Elder Gu Jian's hand, an enormous amount of spiritual qi surged out. It was so fast that it surged out like a dragon. A gust of strong wind immediately swept past. Su Yan was fast, but there was a huge disparity in their strengths after all. Su Yan only felt his back shake. The sword dragon under his feet immediately tilted and fell to the ground. Bang! Su Yan fell heavily to the ground. His white clothes, which he had just put on and had not tidied up properly, were stained with dust. He looked rather miserable. Even so, Su Yan's eyes continued to emit a resplendent light. His gaze was like a torch, and no fear could be seen on his face. Although Su Yan was not someone who was afraid of death, he was not someone who wanted to die. Reviving the Futu Sword Sect, the secret of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. There were countless things that Su Yan had yet to accomplish. How could Su Yan be willing to die like this? Su Yan was not afraid of death, but he was not willing to die like this. Even so, Su Yan knew that if he was really going to die, it was useless even if he was afraid. Elder Gu Jian looked at Su Yan's shining eyes and felt a surge of admiration. He secretly admired him. With this child's wisdom and strength, if he joins the Guyue sect, even without the blood beast Tao Tai, the Guyue sect will not have to fear the monster palace one day. Elder Gu Jian's eyes moved as he thought about it. The killing intent he had for Su Yan slowly weakened. He looked at Su Yan and said, Su Yan, you destroyed my 100 years of foundation. Today you will die without a doubt. Elder Gu Jian coldly shouted. Suddenly he changed his tone and said, however, I can see that you are still young and ignorant. Now I will give you a chance. Kneel down and beg me to spare your life. Perhaps I will be merciful and spare your life. Kneel down and beg me. When Su Yan heard Elder Gu Jian's words, he could not help but laugh. You want me, Su, to kneel down and beg? Don't even think about it. You? Elder Gu Jian was hit by Su Yan's words, and the anger he had just suppressed surged again. However, thinking about Su Yan's aptitude, if he joined the Guyue sect, the blood beast Tao Tai might be able to devour the blood beast Tao Tai. Perhaps it could really make up for the loss of the Tao Tai blood beast. Elder Gu Jian suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Su Yan, squeezing out a smile. Very good, very fast. As expected, heroes come from the youth. Su Yan did not pay attention to Elder Gu Jian's words. He was secretly guessing what Elder Gu Jian was planning. Thinking that the worst result would be death, Su Yan suddenly understood. He could even see through life and death, so what was there to be afraid of? Su Yan, I can ignore the matter of the blood beast Tao Tai. Elder Gu Jian saw no reaction from Su Yan and did not talk nonsense. Oh! When Su Yan heard Elder Gu Jian's words, without waiting for him to finish, a smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth and said, If you don't want to bother with me, does that mean I can leave? After Su Yan finished speaking, he did not wait for Elder Gu Jian's response and turned to leave. Before he could take a few steps, Elder Gu Jian stepped forward to stop him and shouted, You can leave, but you have to make a blood oath to join my Guyue sect. In the future you can only serve my Guyue sect, and are not allowed to join other sects. If so, I can spare your life today. Make a blood oath. Su Yan frowned slightly. A blood oath was a kind of contract in the world of martial artists. If one made a blood oath, they must fulfill the blood oath, or they will be punished by the heavens. This blood oath could be said to be the most ruthless oath in the world of martial artists. Although Su Yan was not afraid of death, he did not want to die. Hearing that Elder Gu Jian was willing to let him go, Su Yan was tempted. No matter what, if he could escape today's calamity. If he joined the Guyue sect, then so be it. At worst he would withdraw in the future. But when he heard that Elder Gu Jian wanted him to make a blood oath, Su Yan immediately suppressed the excitement in his heart. Su Yan hated it when others forced him. Now, Elder Gu Jian wanted him to make a blood oath and not join other sects. Wasn't this a fantasy? Humph! Su Yan could not help but snort lightly. He looked at Elder Gu Jian and said with a slight smile, "You want me to join your Guyue sect?" Elder Gu Jian looked at Su Yan's expression and nodded slightly. He stroked the beard under his chin with a calm expression. He was confident that Su Yan would definitely agree, so he wanted Su Yan to make a blood oath. But before he could speak, he saw Su Yan sneer. "Old man Gu Jian, you want me Su to join your Guyue sect? You think too highly of your Guyue sect." "What?" Elder Gu Jian suddenly became furious when he heard Su Yan's words. It must be known that within a few hundred miles of the Hidden Devil region, many people dreamed of joining the Guyue sect. Now, he took the initiative to throw an olive branch to him. This kid actually refused. In particular, the disdain in Su Yan's eyes towards the Guyue sect made Elder Gu Jian even angrier. The killing intent that took a long time to adjust erupted once again. "Su Yan, are you courting death?" Elder Gu Jian looked at Su Yan and said coldly. Suddenly, a powerful spirit force erupted and pressured Su Yan. This spirit force was not as powerful as the one that Elder Gu Jian wanted to take Su Yan's life. However, such a majestic spirit force still made Su Yan's whole body tremble. "Su Yan, I will ask you again, will you join my Guyue sect?" Elder Gu Jian gritted his teeth and asked. The spirit force on his body faintly jumped, as if as long as Su Yan said no, he would immediately kill Su Yan. Su Yan looked at Elder Gu Jian's appearance without a trace of fear. Although he did not want to die, Su Yan knew that sometimes living was worse than death. As a man, as a peak sword saint, he must have his own pride. Even if he died, he could not disgrace this pride. This was the so-called, "A scholar can be killed but not humiliated." Chapter 137. A small sect like my Guyue sect. When Elder Gu Jian heard Su Yan's words, his whole body trembled with anger. Although the Guyue sect was not as powerful as the Monster Palace, it was still a famous sect. Many people dreamed of joining the Guyue sect. However, at this moment it was called a small sect by a brat. How could Elder Gu Jian not be angry? Suddenly, killing intent burst out from his eyes. "Su Yan, you destroyed my 100 years of foundation. I will spare your life and let you join my Guyue sect. You dare to insult my sect like this. You really don't know what's good for you," Elder Gu Jian said angrily. Immediately, the cultivation method in his body was activated. The majestic spiritual energy instantly spread out and attacked Su Yan. The powerful spiritual energy swept out like a storm, shaking the surrounding vegetation. Su Yan saw such a powerful scene, but there was no fear in his heart. Since he was going to die today, why should he be afraid of such power? Not only was he not afraid, Su Yan laughed. "Ha ha, a small sect is a small sect. With the cultivation of an emperor of heaven, you dare to bully a weak spirit realm cultivator like me. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Fi Su Yan, die here today, then so be it. But if I don't die, I will definitely kill the Guyue sect and destroy your Guyue sect in the future." Su Yan said these words. Under the pressure of the spiritual energy, his voice became a little hoarse. Even in the end, he was a little unable to speak. However, the majestic aura emitted from his eyes made Elder Gu Jian's heart tremble. Since this child doesn't want to join my sect, if he doesn't die today, he will definitely be a disaster. Elder Gu Jian murmured in his heart. He didn't care about the principles of bullying the weak. With a light shout, the invading spiritual energy suddenly increased several times. Pudong. Su Yan's entire body immediately flew out under the pressure of this huge spiritual power. "Su Yan, I will ask you one last time. Are you truly unwilling to join my Guyue sect?" Elder Gu Jian's figure pressed forward, arriving in front of Su Yan as he stared at Su Yan and coldly asked. Under the pressure of that powerful spiritual energy, it was simply unbearable. Su Yan had just stood up when he felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Su Yan's expression did not change in the slightest. He wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth, still wearing a disdainful expression as he mocked. "I, Su, have already said that I will never join a small sect like your Guyue sect." Impudent. This time, Elder Gu Jian coldly snorted and waved his hand, directly slapping towards Su Yan's head. "How dare a yellow-haired brat call my Guyue sect a small sect? Die!" Su Yan smiled but did not say anything. So what if the Guyu sect was a small sect compared to his Buddha sword sect, the ancestor of all sword sects in the world? Buddha sword sect. I'm afraid that I, Su Yan, have no hope of regaining its glory in this world. Although Su Yan was unwilling, he knew that there was a great disparity between their strengths. As he muttered, the cultivation method in his body suddenly circulated quickly. Invincible golden body. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped Su Yan's body. Although Su Yan knew that he would not be able to escape today, he still accepted his fate. Of course he wouldn't accept it. Under such heavy injuries, Su Yan still used his final life-saving skill, the invincible golden body. Su Yan did not know if the invincible golden body could withstand Elder Gujian's palm, but no matter what, he had tried his best, and at least he did not let himself down. Bang! Elder Gujian's palm landed on Su Yan's invincible golden body, causing a powerful mist to rise. Elder Gujian's body was also shaken by the invincible golden body. What a powerful defense! Elder Gujian was slightly shocked, but he raised his palm again to slap Su Yan's body. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Su Yan, I can't deny that you're a great genius, but what can you do? You're still going to die here today. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yan's invincible golden body fell, and he immediately coughed up another mouthful of blood. He completely ignored Elder Gujian's words and muttered to himself, "It seems that this invincible golden body still can't withstand the attack of an Emperor Tianxiang. If he hadn't used the invincible golden body, then Su Yan would definitely have died." Of course, Su Yan knew that although he had used the invincible golden body, Elder Gujian had not used his full strength. If Elder Gujian had used his full strength, then his invincible golden body would not have been able to withstand it. After all, he had used all the spirit force in his body to activate the invincible golden body, but he had still been injured by Elder Gujian's attack. Feeling the powerful palm, Su Yan was not afraid at all. He did not even raise his head. He only looked into the distance and muttered, "Is this the end?" As he spoke, Su Yan slowly closed his eyes. An Emperor Tianxiang dares to bully a spirit realm cultivator. Yet you don't feel ashamed. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly came from the horizon. Although this voice wasn't loud, it was like a thunderclap that was accompanied by a powerful spirit force. Elder Gujian couldn't help but be shocked and hurriedly retreat. Then, a person wearing black clothes and a bamboo hat appeared in front of Su Yan and Elder Gujian. When Su Yan heard the laughter, he opened his eyes. Looking at the person wearing black clothes and a bamboo hat, Su Yan seemed to see a ray of light. No matter what, Su Yan did not want to die. "Who are you? Why are you meddling in the affairs of my Guyu sect?" Elder Gujian looked at the person wearing a bamboo hat in front of him, and his face could not help but sink. He could tell at a glance that the spirit force of this person wearing a bamboo hat was at least a 3-star celestial stage cultivator. Moreover, this was the lowest. Because of the spirit force fluctuations of the person in black, the pressure brought about by it made Elder Gujian feel a sense of fear. "Elder Gujian, you and Emperor Tianxiang dares to bully a spirit realm cultivator. Yet you do not feel ashamed. Do you think I am meddling in other people's business?" The person in black looked at Elder Gujian and laughed disdainfully. "What do you know?" Elder Gujian immediately shouted angrily. Although he was startled when he saw the spiritual energy fluctuation on the black-clothed man, he quickly recovered. No matter what, this was the Hidden Devil region. Although it was not the territory of the Guyu sect, the Hidden Devil region was the closest to the Hidden Devil region. However, their Ancient Yu sect was the closest to the Hidden Devil region, and the people of the Ancient Yu sect had always regarded the Hidden Devil region as their territory. Elder Gujian did not believe that a 3-star celestial stage cultivator would be willing to offend the Guyu sect for Su Yan. "I don't care who you are. I must kill this child today. If you meddle in other people's business, wait for my Guyu sect to hunt you down," Elder Gujian coldly said as he looked at the black-clothed man. Although Su Yan had described the Guyu sect as a small sect, it was still a reputable sect. Many people in the Hidden Devil region were unwilling to offend the Guyu sect. When Su Yan saw the person in black move, his heart immediately sank. Su Yan did not want to die. Since he did not want to die, the person in black who came out was obviously his biggest variable, his last straw of hope. Su Yan was really worried that the person in black would be afraid of the Guyu's strength and leave. Obviously, Su Yan's worry was unnecessary. When Elder Gujian's voice fell, the person in black laughed disdainfully. What a Guyu sect. I'm so scared. Humph. While speaking, the person in black coldly snorted and immediately leaped out. He shouted, Since your Guyu sect is so powerful, I will kill you today. Let's see how the Guyu sect will find trouble with me in the future. As he spoke, the man in black released all of his spiritual power. His body surged out like a sharp sword and directly attacked Elder Gujian. You! Elder Gujian was about to argue when he saw the person in black's swift and violent attack. He was shocked and hurriedly rushed back, narrowly avoiding the person in black's attack. But before Elder Gujian could return to his senses, the black-clothed man's body spun in midair magnificently, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword was completely black. Although it didn't have any color and didn't flash with any light, the moment the long sword attacked, it immediately let out a crisp sound. Obviously, this sword was not an ordinary item. At the moment that sword was unsheathed, it immediately shot toward Elder Gujian. When Elder Gujian saw this scene, he was shocked. However, he had lived for hundreds of years and had rich combat experience, so his reaction was fast. Immediately, he also took out his own sword. The Guyu sect was similar to the hidden sword tomb. They were both sword cultivation sections. At this moment, Elder Gujian also took out his sword. The moment the sword appeared, a burst of dazzling light surged out and shined in all directions. However, in contrast, it was not as good as the long sword in the hand of the person in black. Clang. The moment Elder Gujian took out his long sword, it immediately collided with the sword attack of the person in black, and a burst of bright light burst out in midair. The humming of the sword continued to resound. Because he blocked the sword attack, Elder Gujian took a breath of relief and said to the person in black, Are you really not afraid of my Guyu's revenge? Stupid. The black-clothed man sneered and waved the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy was emitted from the sword blade. It attacked like countless sharp blades. This is... Elder Gujian's heart trembled when he saw this scene. He wanted to raise his sword to block, but the sword blade attacked him like a hurricane. It suddenly expanded, and Elder Gujian could not block it at all. Elder Gujian could only grit his teeth and quickly retreat. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow and his shoulder was hit by the sword. Immediately, blood spurted out from his shoulder. You! While Elder Gujian was in pain, anger immediately surged in his body. But when he raised his head, he saw the person in black holding the long sword and attacking his throat. When Elder Gujian saw this scene, the imposing manner he used to bully Su Yan just now disappeared, and his eyes suddenly shrank. Chapter 138. Hearing Su Yan's words, the black-clothed man's sword stopped when it was only half a centimeter away from Elder Gujian. Seeing this, Elder Gujian's tensed nerves relaxed at once, and his entire body went limp on the ground. The black-clothed man didn't care about Elder Gujian. Instead, he turned to look at Su Yan. The black-clothed man was wearing a bamboo hat and his face was covered by a black veil. His expression couldn't be seen. Only a proud voice could be heard from under the bamboo hat. This person wants to kill you. Are you going to save him? When Su Yan heard the black-clothed man's words, he was slightly stunned. Then, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Although Su Yan wasn't an evil person, he wasn't a good person either. Elder Gujian had forced Su Yan to say something and had almost caused Su Yan to lose his life. How could Su Yan save him? Su Yan slowly stood up from the ground. He looked at Elder Gujian who was limp on the ground and said disdainfully, Senior, I'm not trying to save him. I'll take his life myself. What? You'll take his life yourself? When the black-clothed man heard Su Yan's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he laughed mockingly. Young man, it's good for martial artists to be arrogant, but you also need to know how to practice. I have to admit that you're an outstanding talent of the younger generation. However, with your current strength, taking Elder Gujian's life is a little... No. When Su Yan heard this, he knew that the black-clothed man had misunderstood him. He waved his hand and interrupted him. Senior, I'm not going to take Elder Gujian's life now. I'm going to wait. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. That old bastard Gujian threatened me today. If Senior hadn't saved me, I'm afraid I would have died here. This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Although I, Su Yan, am not talented, I have always repaid kindness with kindness, and revenge with revenge. Today I, Su Yan, will definitely return the favor 100-fold for what that old bastard Gu Jian did to me. Su Yan's voice was not loud, but it was sonorous and powerful, faintly emitting a dignified aura. The black-clothed man looked at Su Yan and couldn't help but be stunned. He fell into a moment of silence. After a long time he suddenly laughed out loud and said, "Heroes come from the young. Su Yan, you really have a good temper with this old man. Good, today I will spare this dog fart elder." "Thank you, Senior." Su Yan cupped his hands and thanked the man in black. Although this black-clothed man had saved him, no matter what, this world was dangerous. Su Yan did not know this black-clothed man, let alone understand him. Just now, seeing his silent appearance, Su Yan was really afraid that he would not agree. Now that he saw the black-clothed man agree, he was naturally overjoyed. After thanking the black-clothed man, he turned to look at Elder Gu Jian. Looking at Elder Gu Jian's slightly embarrassed figure at this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly condensed a bright light. He waved his hand and shouted, "Old bastard Gu Jian, I so hate it when others force me. Today you force me to enter the Guyu sect. Although I, Su Yan, am not strong at the moment, I, Su Yan, swear that in 1 year, give me 1 year, and I will definitely step into the Guyu sect to take your dog life and wash away today's enmity." Although Elder Gu Jian was amazed by Su Yan's talent, he was disdainful of Su Yan's words. Su Yan was now only in the 13th layer of spirit realm. Given a year, he would at most be a saint, while Elder Gu Jian was a Tianxiang emperor. Even if Su Yan was given a year, Su Yan might not be able to hurt him, not to mention the Guyu sect behind him. Therefore, Elder Gu Jian didn't care about Su Yan's words at all. If it weren't for the black-clothed man standing next to Su Yan, Elder Gu Jian would have already made a move on Su Yan. Due to the black-clothed man standing next to Su Yan, although Elder Gu Jian was disdainful of Su Yan, he didn't dare to say anything. When the black-clothed man heard Su Yan's words, he didn't say anything. He just waved his hand at Elder Gu Jian and shouted, "Old bastard Gu Jian, since this young man said that your life is his and I won't interfere, scram." Elder Gu Jian slowly stood up from the ground when he heard the black-clothed man's words. Although the black-clothed man told him to leave, Elder Gu Jian still didn't feel at ease. His eyes were still cautiously looking at the black-clothed man. When the black-clothed man saw Elder Gu Jian's appearance, he smiled disdainfully. "Gu Jian, if this old man wants to kill you, do you think you can escape? Since you're so afraid, why haven't you scrammed yet?" As the black-clothed man spoke, he waved his hand and suddenly, a majestic spirit force surged out. Elder Gu Jian's body shook, and his whole body jumped a few meters away. Although this spirit force was huge, the black-clothed man didn't want to hurt Elder Gu Jian. The moment the spirit force attacked, he left a whirlwind force. Although Elder Gu Jian flew away, he wasn't injured. Taking advantage of the situation, Elder Gu Jian operated his cultivation method, and his body quickly rushed forward. When Elder Gu Jian flew a few meters away, he thought that he was safe. Elder Gu Jian turned his head and shouted at Su Yan and the black-clothed man, "Su Yan and you, I don't care who you are. Since you dared to ruin my Guyu sect's matter today, you two will be hunted down by my Guyu sect." After Elder Gu Jian finished speaking, he jumped and left. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. Only his words echoed in the Hengduan mountain. Hearing Elder Gu Jian's words, the black-clothed man and Su Yan showed a look of disdain. Su Yan secretly clenched his fists and secretly vowed in his heart, 1 year, I will definitely step into the Guyu sect and wash away today's injustice. Su Yan had always hated others oppressing him. Xiang Tianba couldn't do it in the past, so Elder Gu Jian couldn't do it. People living in the world should have pride, and this was Su Yan's pride. Su Yan looked at the direction Elder Gu Jian left. After a long time, he retracted his gaze and looked at the black-clothed man. He cupped his hands again and said, "Many thanks to Senior for saving my life. Although this junior is not talented, this junior will definitely remember today's kindness. If Senior needs anything in the future, this junior will definitely do his best to help." When the black-clothed man heard Su Yan's words, he smiled and didn't answer. Instead he turned and said, "Come with me." Su Yan was taken aback, but he still followed the black-clothed man. Su Yan had always been clear about gratitude and grudges. Although he didn't know the identity of the black-clothed man and even had some doubts about it, when he thought of the black-clothed man's kindness for saving him today, Su Yan didn't hesitate to follow the black-clothed man. With the black-clothed man in front and Su Yan behind, the two of them didn't walk very fast. When the black-clothed man asked Su Yan to follow him, Su Yan thought that the black-clothed man would take him out of Hengduan Mountain. However, after taking a few steps, Su Yan knew that he was wrong. The black-clothed man didn't take him out of Hengduan Mountain. Instead, he walked into the depths of Hengduan Mountain. Hengduan Mountain was vast. Although no one knew how vast Hengduan Mountain was and no one had ever passed through it, everyone knew that the deeper one went into Hengduan Mountain, the more dangerous it was. It was rumored that there were even divine beasts comparable to emperors in Hengduan Mountain. At this moment, although Su Yan knew that his eyes had a magical suppressive effect on some monster beasts, he didn't dare to belittle himself. He believed that his eyes could suppress all monster beasts. Therefore, Su Yan was still quite afraid of the rumored monster beasts in the depths of Hengduan Mountain. However, seeing the black-clothed man's leisurely appearance, Su Yan didn't hesitate and followed him into the depths of Hengduan Mountain. Along the way, the black-clothed man didn't say a word. Su Yan wasn't a talkative person, so the two of them didn't say a word along the way. The black-clothed man walked in front while Su Yan followed behind. The further they went, the more cautious Su Yan became. However, after walking for nearly half an hour, Su Yan discovered a strange phenomenon in the black-clothed man's path. This was because the two of them didn't encounter a single monster beast along the way. In Hengduan Mountain, monster beasts ran rampant. Could be said that they were everywhere. Except for the monster beasts at the edge of Hengduan Mountain, which were often killed by people, there were no other monster beasts. However, there were very few people who ventured deeper into the mountain range. Since the Hengduan Mountain was a paradise for demonic beasts, one would definitely encounter demonic beasts after walking for such a long distance. Unfortunately, the two of them walked for such a long time, but they didn't encounter a single monster beast. They didn't even encounter the lowest level monster beast. This made Su Yan feel strange. When he looked up and looked ahead, he didn't find anything. This made Su Yan wonder about the purpose of the black-clothed man. "We're here." Just when Su Yan wanted to ask, the black-clothed man, who hadn't said a word along the way, suddenly stopped and said to Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned and looked around. Except for the unchanged ancient trees and the crisscrossing shrubs, there was nothing else. However, the black-clothed man said that they were here. Su Yan didn't understand what he meant. Just when he was about to speak, he saw the black-clothed man waving his hand. A huge shrub sitting next to him suddenly dispersed. A huge stone cave appeared in front of Su Yan. Looking at the stone cave that suddenly appeared in front of him, Su Yan's body suddenly shook. He never thought that there would be such a huge stone cave in Hengduan Mountain. "Let's go." The black-clothed man didn't care about Su Yan's surprised expression. He said and walked into the stone cave. Su Yan didn't know where this place was, but when he saw the black-clothed man walking into the stone cave, he hurriedly followed. Just now outside the cave, Su Yan couldn't see the situation inside the cave. At this moment after entering the cave, Su Yan was amazed by the huge size of the cave, and the depth of the cave couldn't be seen. Under such circumstances, there should be no light in the cave. As the black-clothed man and Su Yan walked in, the originally dark cave was as bright as day. Su Yan became more and more curious about this. Su Yan couldn't help but ask the black-clothed man at this moment, "Where is this place?" The black-clothed man smiled but did not say anything. He continued to walk forward. Su Yan found it boring and did not ask anymore. He followed the black-clothed man and walked forward. The two of them walked for about half an hour. Other than the huge cave they saw earlier, there was nothing else new in the cave. Su Yan wanted to walk, but he felt bored. The black-clothed man didn't say a word. Su Yan was almost sleepy. Chapter 139. Swoosh swoosh. The sword will was originally formless, but this formless object emitted a whistling sound at this moment. The powerful sword will even caused Su Yan's body to tremble. Such a powerful sword will could only be felt by Su Yan at the sword well in the hidden sword tomb on the day the heaven-destroying divine sword was unearthed. The sword well was where the sword tomb was located, the tomb of the heaven-destroying divine sword. There were tens of thousands of spiritual swords there, which was why such a powerful sword will could be condensed. Could it be that this is another sword? Su Yan's body trembled. He could not believe that the idea in his mind was real. Puff! Right at this moment, a soft sound rang out. The stone wall that was originally monotonous suddenly opened up, and a magnificent scene came into view. It was still a huge stone cave surrounded by countless rocks. However, under the cover of the rocks, there were countless spiritual swords in the middle. In the middle of the countless spiritual swords, there was a huge copper furnace. In the furnace, the red magma was boiling and bubbling. In the magma there was a long sword. This sword was completely red. It stood in the magma of the copper furnace, constantly emitting a dazzling light, forcing out a powerful sword will. This caused Su Yan's entire body to tremble. Looking at the long sword in the copper cauldron, his heart stopped beating. His eyes stared fixedly at the red long sword, revealing a look of greed. Yes, it was a greedy look. His whole body unconsciously leaned towards the copper furnace. Even though the copper furnace constantly emitted a strong sense of heat, it still could not stop Su Yan's footsteps. Swords. The person who did not lack swords in the world was Su Yan. Su Yan had obtained the red fire sword case left by his late father in the sword well, including all the spiritual swords in the sword well. At the same time, he had suppressed the outstanding talents in the hidden sword tomb, and obtained the heaven-destroying divine sword. He also had the two powerful weapons Ghost Howl and Buddha. Towards ordinary spirit swords, Su Yan could not even arouse the slightest interest. However, when he saw this sword, Su Yan was completely attracted. That powerful sword will could only be compared to the heaven-destroying divine sword. Divine sword. Su Yan slowly leaned forward, feeling the powerful sword will. His whole body trembled with excitement, and the Vairocana glaze sword scripture involuntarily rotated. A powerful spiritual chi burst out, directly surging towards Su Yan's arm. Su Yan's arm suddenly, he reached for the spiritual sword in the copper furnace. Right at this moment a powerful force blocked Su Yan. Following that, the black-clothed man's slightly aged voice could be heard. When the divine sword is unearthed, it will definitely produce demonic images. Although this scorching sun has the will of the divine sword, it does not have the splendor of the divine sword. The black-clothed man said, shaking his head. Su Yan's whole body was shaken, and he returned to the place where he was standing. The greed in Su Yan's eyes dimmed, and his mind also recovered. Senior eye. Su Yan woke up, and when he looked at the black-clothed man, his face could not help but blush. The black-clothed man had led Su Yan to this place. Obviously, everything here belonged to the black-clothed man, and Su Yan's action just now was obviously to take someone else's item. If this item was someone else's, it would be fine, but it was the black-clothed man's. The black-clothed man had just saved Su Yan's life, and now he wanted to take his item. This was obviously not Su Yan's style. Looking at the black-clothed man, Su Yan's face was full of guilt. The black-clothed man looked at Su Yan's expression but laughed and said, "Who in the world is not greedy? Although the scorching sun does not have the brilliance of the divine sword, it has the divine sword's will. You can't be blamed for being greedy." Although he could not hear the slightest trace of blame from the black-clothed man's words, Su Yan felt even more ashamed. His face flushed, but when he looked at the spiritual sword in the copper cauldron, a bright light still shot out from his eyes. Just as the black-clothed man said, how many people were not greedy for the divine sword in the world? If it were other divine weapons it would be fine, but this divine sword was Su Yan's lifelong love, and it would be fine if he did not let Su Yan encounter it. Now that he had encountered it, how could Su Yan not be moved? If this sword belonged to someone else, Su Yan would definitely have snatched it. However, this divine sword belonged to his benefactor, which made Su Yan feel conflicted. Looking at the divine sword, the burning desire in his heart collided with the belief of repaying kindness that constantly spread in his heart. The two constantly clashed. Su Yan's entire body became hot and dry, and the spiritual chi in his body also began to run amok with his blood vessels. His eyes moved and a scarlet light burst out. The two beliefs constantly clashed, and Su Yan's body became more and more violent, burning Su Yan to the point that he could not help but let out a low growl. When this sound spread out, it was like a clap of thunder in the stone cave. On the other hand, the black-clothed man standing beside Su Yan did not move at all. He only looked at Su Yan's increasingly violent appearance and said slightly, "More haste, less speed. If you control the sword, you must control the heart. If the heart is unable to control the sword, how can you control the sword? Su Yan, you should properly reflect on yourself in this sword cave." After the black-clothed man finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a gorgeous screen of light spread out. Su Yan's entire body, the scorching sun sword in the copper cauldron, and the countless spiritual swords on the ground surrounded the stone cave. The moment the black-clothed man left, Su Yan's fanaticism slowly began to cool down in front of the magnificent light screen erected by the towering barrier. More haste, less speed. If you control the sword, you must control the heart. The moment he calmed down, the black-clothed man's words immediately appeared in Su Yan's mind. He muttered to himself, feeling the sword essence that was constantly spreading from the surroundings. Su Yan's entire body suddenly froze, and his eyes condensed, shooting out a bright light, as if he had an epiphany. Controlling the sword. First control the heart. Su Yan kept muttering, then sat down and closed his eyes. Thinking of the various things in the past, thinking of the things that had happened since he came to this world, Su Yan's face alternated between smiling and worrying. He sat quietly like this for a long time. Suddenly, Su Yan opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth revealed an excited smile. I understand. Outside the barrier, the man in black who had been monitoring Su Yan's situation nodded in satisfaction when he saw the smile on Su Yan's face. This child is worth teaching. More haste, less speed. If you control the sword, you must control the heart. Su Yan was a peak sword saint in his previous life. He believed that his understanding of the sword was not inferior to anyone, so the moment Su Yan was reborn, he embarked on a wrong path. He blindly pursued the highest realm of the sword, blindly pursued the fastest speed of the sword. However, it made Su Yan forget the sword essence, sword heart, and sword path that he had once comprehended. In this short period of thinking, Su Yan understood everything. A sword in your hand can't be as powerful as you are. Instead, you must understand the integration of the sword in yourself. Only when you achieve the unity of the sword and man can you exert the greatest power of a good sword. Once upon a time, Su Yan had understood this principle. However, after coming to this world, Su Yan only pursued strength blindly and neglected his comprehension of the sword. When he encountered the divine sword, he was stunned. When he encountered the divine sword, there was only greed, but he did not think about building a bridge with the divine sword. Only when a bridge was built, the divine sword would be a divine sword. Otherwise, no matter how good the sword was, it would just be a piece of scrap iron. At this moment, Su Yan understood everything. A bright light condensed in his eyes. He looked at the spiritual sword in the bronze cauldron, and there was no longer any greed. Without the blinding greed, Su Yan looked at the spiritual sword, felt the flowing veins on its body, and looked at the sword essence that was bursting out of it. Su Yan's body suddenly froze. Sword wool was a formless object. However, Su Yan could see that the sword wool was continuously condensing in the void, forming numerous veins. Holy vein, this is the holy vein. Su Yan looked at the veins formed by the sword essence and immediately realized that this was the holy vein that he had been looking for. The holy vein that he had been longing to condense. On the path of cultivation, when one reached the peak of each stage, it was useless to just absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. One must comprehend it. Comprehend. Although it was easy, it was an insurmountable gap. At the peak of life soul, one had to comprehend the holy vein and condense the holy vein. Many people could not find their holy vein, and could only stay at the peak of life soul for their entire life, unable to cross over. Su Yan was also looking for his own holy vein in the demon-subduing region. However, because of the lack of spiritual stones, Su Yan was not in a hurry. Instead, he came to the Hengduan mountain to earn some spiritual stones. Who would have thought that he would not only not earn spiritual stones, but also find his own holy vein? Holy vein, this was not something that could be exchanged with spiritual stones. Su Yan looked at the veins formed by the surging sword essence, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and suddenly operated the cultivation method in his body. The spiritual energy that had settled in his dantian was released along the veins in his body. As the countless veins collided, a sharp pain attacked him. In this sharp pain, Su Yan did not frown. Instead, he became more excited, because he knew that this was the sign of a holy vein. After this moment, he was no longer in the spirit channeling realm, but a saint, the leader of the younger generation in the world. As Su Yan operated the cultivation method in his body, the constantly flowing sword essence in the surroundings poured into Su Yan's body, forming a huge vortex. Puff outside the cave, the originally clear blue sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. Countless muffled thunder exploded from the horizon, bombarding the flashing light. The black-clothed man outside the barrier heard the sound of thunder outside, but did not panic at all. It was as if he had already known that there would be such a strange movement. With a wave of his hand, a majestic spiritual energy suddenly surged up, directly protecting the cave. The huge lightning fell on the cave and was quickly absorbed by the spiritual energy. Only at the foot of the Hengduan mountain, everyone did not understand what was happening. Looking at the sudden lightning, countless people cursed. "Damn, why is there thunder all of a sudden?" In contrast to these people's confusion, not far from the hidden demon region, many elders stood on the martial arts platform of the ancient Yu sect, watching the scene in the Hengduan mountain. Although Elder Gujian was arrogant outside at this moment, standing among the crowd, he did not dare to breathe loudly. In front of the many elders, an elder in purple-brown clothes watched for a while, then slowly turned to Elder Gujian and said, "Gujian, this matter started because of you, and it will end because of you. This boy is not even 20 years old, but he is already a saint. His future achievements are immeasurable.